28. Vicious's fangs elongated as a ring of slayers formed around the opening of the alley. These were old-school numbers, he thought. Half a dozen at least, and they'd clearly been given coordinates by their fellow slayers. Otherwise, the Mize would have hidden the carnage from them. Given his mood, all the high Hauria should have been a great thing. Problem. The alley's construction meant there was only one way out apart from rushing the enemy's ranks, and that was pulling a disappearing act. Ordinarily, that wouldn't have been an issue, as experienced fighters could, even in the heat of battle, calm themselves enough to focus and dematerialize, but you had to be relatively uninjured, and you couldn't take any fallen comrade types with you when you went. So Butch was screwed if shit got out of hand. As a half-breed, that guy was grounded, literally incapable of scattering his molecules to safety. V muttered under his breath, "Don't be a hero, cop. Let us handle this." "You're kidding me, right?" The glare was immediate and steady. "You worry about yourself." Not possible. He wasn't losing the only 2 compass points he had on the same night. "Hey, boys," Hollywood called out to the enemy. "You just going to stand there, or are we going to do this?" And then there was the ringside bell. The lesser streamed forward and met the Brotherhood face-to-face, fist-to-fist. To ensure they had the privacy they needed, V doubled up on his visual barrier, the buffering creating a mirage of nothing doing in the event humans trolled on by. As he started working out one of the enemy, he kept his eye on Butch. The fucker naturally got right in there, taking on a tall, lanky inductee with his bare hands. He loved to brawl, and heads were his favorite punching bags, but Vis House really wished the bastard would take up fencing or, even better, get into rocket launchers. From the rooftop. So he wasn't anywhere near the fighting. He just hated that the cop got so close, because who the fuck knew what would come out of a pocket or how much damage could be done to the guy with a gun or a length of. The kick came out of nowhere, sailing through the air like an anvil, catching V right in the side of the torso. As he flew back and slammed into the alley's brick flank, he was reminded of what they'd taught their trainees when they'd had them. Rule number 1 of fighting? Pay the fuck attention to your damn opponent. After all, you could have the best knife in the world, but if you were clueless, you ended up making like a ping-pong ball. Or worse. V reinflated his lungs with a huge inhale, and he used the oxygen rush to leap forward and catch the Rocket's second kick at the ankle with his hands. The lesser had spectacular skills, however, and spun a matrix move using V's hold as an anchor to twist around in midair. The combat boot nailed V right in the ear, his head snapping to the side as all kinds of tendons and muscles were yanked to hell and gone. Good thing pain always focused him. Gravity being what it was, the Rocket's hit marked the top of its arc, and after that it went down, throwing its arms out to the asphalt to keep from face-planting it. And clearly the bastard was expecting its opponent to let go of the foot, thanks to the ringing snow globe that was now V's skull. Nope. Sorry, sweetheart. Even with the nasty crack and sizzle aftermath, V tightened his grip on that ankle and wrenched it in the opposite direction of the pirouette. Snap. Something broke or was dislocated, and given that V was holding the foot and lower bones steady, he knew it was probably the knee, the fibula, or the tibia. Mr. High Stepper let out a scream, but V wasn't finished as the bastard flopped on the ground. Popping free one of his black daggers, he sliced through the muscle in the back of the leg and then thought of Butch. Moving higher on the writhing body, he grabbed a hunk of hair, yanked up, and gave the SB a nice little necklace with his blade. Partial incapacitation just wasn't enough tonight. Spinning around, dripping knife in hand, he assessed the fights that were ongoing. Z and Fury were working out a pair of lessers. Tor was holding his own. Rage was toying with one of the enemy. Where was Butch? Over in the corner, the cop had asphalted a slayer and was leaning down over its face. The pair had locked eyes, and the lesser's open, bloodied mouth was working like a guppy's, opening and closing slowly as if it knew whatever was coming next couldn't possibly be good news for it. Butch's blessing and curse went to work as he took a deep, even inhale. The transfer started on a wisp of inky smoke that passed from the slayer's mouth into Butch's, but soon grew to a river of the shit, the essence of the Omega funneling from one to another in a sickening rush. When it was over, the slayer was going to be nothing but an ashy residue. And Butch was going to be sick as a dog and relatively useless. V jogged over, ducking a throwing star and manhandling a pinwheeling lesser back into Hollywood's punching zone. "What the fuck are you doing?" he bitched as he peeled Butch off the pavement and dragged him out of his suck zone. "You wait until afterward, true?" Butch curled over to the side and dry heaved. He was semi-polluted already, the stink of the enemy rising from out of his pores, his body struggling with its load of poison. He needed to be healed here and now, but V wasn't going to take the chance of there. Later, he would marvel at getting blindsided twice in one fight. But such introspection was hours off, as it turned out. The baseball bat caught him in the side of the knee, and the fall that came right after the blow was a yard sale in the worst way. He went down hard, his leg pretzeling beneath his considerable weight at an angle that turned his hip into a screaming ball of agony, which suggested that karma might not be about payback so much as it struggled with independent thinking. As he was felled by an injury like the one he'd just given someone, he cursed himself and the bastard with the Louisville Slugger and the Johnny Disloyal Damon aim. Time for some quick thinking. He was flat on his back with a leg that hummed like an engine on overdrive. And that bat could do a lot of damage. Butch came from out of nowhere, lurching with all the grace of a wounded buffalo, the bastard's heavy body careening into the slayer just as that bat went over the shoulder with an aim at V's head. The pair of them slammed into the bricks, and after a beat of motionless, fucking hell that was a stinger, the lesser pulled a full torso jerk and gasped. It was like watching eggs slide down the side of a kitchen cabinet. The slayer's bones went liquid and the thing slumped onto the pavement, leaving Butch to collapse back with his black-blooded dagger in his hand. He gutted the motherfucker. "You okay?" the cop groaned. All V could do was look over at his best friend. As the others continued fighting, the pair of them just stared at each other against the audio backdrop of grunts and metal-to-metal strikes and inventive cursing. There should be something said between them, V thought. There was just so much to be said. "I want it from you," V bit out. "I need it." Butch nodded. "I know." "When?" The cop nodded down at V's fucked-up leg. "Get healed up first." Butch groaned and got to his feet. "On that note, I'll go get the Escalade. Be careful. Take one of the brothers with." "Fuck off with that. And you stay put." "I'm not going anywhere with this knee, cop." Butch walked off, his stride only marginally better than V could have pulled off with the dislocated mess he was rocking. Craning his neck, he looked over at the others. They were prevailing slowly but surely, the tide was turning in their favor. Until about 5 minutes later, when 7 more slayers showed up at the alley. Clearly the second wave had likewise called for backup, and these were also new recruits who were unsure how to handle the mice. They'd obviously been provided an address by their comrades, but their eyes could see nothing but an empty alley. They were going to get over the what the hell's fast, however, and breach the barrier. Moving as quickly as he could, V shoved his palms into the ground and dragged his ass into an inset doorway. The pain was so bad, his vision momentarily fritzed out, but that didn't keep him from stripping his glove off and putting it into his jacket. He hoped like hell Butch didn't double back and come to fight. They were going to need transport as soon as this was over. As the enemy's next wave surged forward, he let his head flop onto his chest and breathed so shallowly his rib cage barely moved. With his hair falling into his face, his eyes were shielded and he was able to stare through the black veil at the onslaught of slayers. Given the incredible number of fresh inductees, he knew that the society had to be drawing psychos and socios from Manhattan. The pool in Caldwell simply wasn't big enough to account for this surge in forces, which was going to work in the Brotherhood's favor. And he was right. 4 of the lessers went straight for the thick of the fighting, but one, a bulldog with thick shoulders and arms that hung like a gorilla's, came over probably to check him for weapons. This house waited patiently, not moving, giving off a fuckload of next stop coffin. Even when the bastard went to lean down, V stayed where he was, little closer. "Surprise, motherfucker," he bit out. Then he grabbed the nearest wrist and yanked hard. The slayer went over like a stack of plates, right across V's bad leg. But it didn't matter, adrenaline was a hell of a painkiller and gave him the strength not just to withstand the agony, but to hold the SOB in place. Lifting up his glowing hand, Vishouse brought his curse down on the face of the lesser. No reason to slap or slam, simple contact was enough. And just before it landed, his prey's eyes popped wide, the illumination making the whites fluorescent. "Yeah, this is gonna hurt," V growled. The sizzle and the scream were equally loud, but only the former persisted. In the latter's place, a nasty stench like burned cheese wafted up along with a sooty smoke. It took less than a moment for the power in his hand to consume the slayer's puss, the flesh and bone eaten away as the bastard's legs jerked and his arms flailed. When it was a case of headless horseman, V disengaged his palm and sagged. It would have been great to get the weight off his bum knee, but he just didn't have the strength. His last thought, before he passed out, was that he prayed his boys kicked this one fast. The mize wasn't going to linger if he wasn't there to support it, and that meant they would be fighting in public on a big scale. Lights out. 29. As Payne's feet hung off the side of her bed, she flexed one and then the other over and over again, marveling at the miracle of thinking something and having her limbs follow the command. Here, put this on. Glancing up, she was momentarily distracted by the sight of her healer's mouth. She couldn't believe that they had that he had until she. Yes, a robe would be good, she thought. I won't let you fall, he said as he helped her into the thing. You can bet your life on it. She believed him. Thank you. No problem. He jogged his arm. Come on, let's do this. Except the gratitude she felt was so complex she could not leave it unexpressed. For all of it, healer. Everything. He smiled at her briefly. I'm here to make you better. You are. With that, she carefully pushed herself onto her feet. The first thing she noticed was that the floor was cold on her soles, and then her weight was transferred and things went haywire. Her muscles spasmed under the load and her legs bowed like feathers flexed asunder. Her healer was there when she needed him, however, scooping his arm around her waist and supporting her. I stand, she breathed. I am standing. You sure the hell are. Her lower body was nothing like it had been, her thighs and calves trembling so badly her knees knocked together. But she stood. We shall walk now, she said, gritting her teeth as shafts of hot and cold rocketed up and down her bones. Maybe taking it slow is. To the lavatory, she demanded, whereupon I shall relieve myself unattended. The independence was absolutely vital. To be allowed the simple, profound dignity of taking care of her body's needs seemed like manna from above, proof positive that blessings, like time, were relative. Except as she tried to step forward, she could not pick her foot up. Shift your weight, her healer said as he pivoted her and moved in behind her. And I'll take care of the rest. When he clasped her about the waist, she did as he'd told her and felt one of his hands grasp the back of her thigh and lift her leg. Without cueing, she knew to lean forward and place her weight gently as he put her knee in the correct position, restricting the bend in the joint as she straightened her leg. The miracle was mechanical in its expression, but no less heartwarming for its one-step, two-step. She walked to the loo. When the goal was obtained, her healer gave her privacy at the toilet and she used the handlebar bolted into the wall to aid herself. She was smiling the whole time, which was utterly ridiculous. After she had finished, she stood herself up using the bar and opened the door. Her healer was right outside and she reached for him at the same moment he put his arms out for her. Back to the bed, he said, and it was a command. I'm going to examine you and then get you some crutches. She nodded and they slowly made their way across to the mattress. She was panting by the time she stretched out, but she was more than satisfied. This she could work with. Numb and cold and going nowhere? That was a death sentence. Shutting her lids, she swallowed through deep breaths as he checked her vitals with efficiency. Your blood pressure's up, he said as he put aside the cuff-like object she knew all too well. But that could be because of what we all did. He cleared his throat. Something he seemed to be doing rather a lot. Let's check your legs. I want you to relax and close your eyes. No looking, please. After she did as he requested, he said, Can you feel this? Frowning, she sorted through the various sensations in her body, from the softness of the mattress, to the cool breeze on her face, to the sheet her hand was resting upon. Nothing, she felt. Sitting up in a panic, she stared at her legs only to find that his touch was not on her. His hands were down by his sides. You tricked me. No, I'm not assuming anything, that's what I'm doing. As she resumed her position and shut her eyes once more, she wanted to curse, but she could see his point. How about now? Down below her knee, there was a subtle weight. She could feel it clear as day. Your hand is on my leg. She cracked one of her eyelids and saw that she was right. Yes, you are touching me there. Any difference from before? She frowned. It's slightly easier to feel. Improvement is good. He palpated the other side, then went up to nearly her hip, then down to the bottom of her foot, then inside her thigh outside her knee. And now he asked one last time. Against the darkness, she strained for sensation. I feel nothing now. Good. We're finished. As she opened her eyes, she looked up at him and felt an odd chill go through her. What was the future for them? She wondered. Beyond this sequestered period of her convalescence, her incapacity simplified things in a grand way. But that would end if she were well. Would he have her then? Payne reached out and clasped his hand. You are a blessing unto me. Because of this? He shook his head. This is you, Bambina. Your body is healing itself. It's the only explanation. Bending down to her, he smoothed her loose hair back and pressed a chaste kiss to her forehead. You need to sleep now. You're exhausted. You are not leaving, are you? Nope. He glanced at the chair he'd used to get up to the ceiling fixture. I'll be right over there. This bed, 'tis large enough for both of us. When he hesitated, she got the impression something had changed for him. And yet he had just treated her with such erotic perfection and his scent had flared, so she'd known he'd been aroused. Still there was a subtle distance now. Join me? She asked. Please. He sat down on the bed beside her and stroked her arm slowly, rhythmically, and the kindness he showed her made her nervous. I don't think that's a wise idea, he murmured. Why ever not? I think it's going to be easier on everyone if the way we're treating you stays between you and me. Oh, that brother of yours brought me here because he'll do anything to make you better. But there's a difference between theory and practice. He comes in here and finds us in bed together. We're just adding another problem to the pile. And if I tell you I do not care what he thinks, I'd ask you to go easy on the guy. Her healer shrugged. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a fan of his, but on the other hand, your brothers had to watch you here suffering. Payne took a deep breath and thought, oh, if only that were the half of it. It is my fault. You didn't ask to get hurt. Not the Injuramy brother's consternation. Prior to your arrival, I requested of him something I should not have, and then compounded that with, she slashed her hand through the air. I am a curse upon him and his mate. For truth, I am a curse. That she had lacked any faith in the benevolence of destiny was perhaps understandable, but what she had done in asking Jane to help her was unforgivable. The interlude with her healer had been a revelation and a blessing beyond measure, but now all she could think of was her brother and his Shellen and the repercussions of her selfish cowardice. On a curse, she shuddered. I must needs speak to my brother. Okay, I'll get him for you. Please. Her healer rose to his feet and went to the exit. With his hand on the knob, he paused. I need to know something. Inquire and I shall tell you anything. What happened right before I was brought back to you? Why did your brother come and get me? Neither was phrased as a question, which made her suspect he could well guess. That is between him and me. Her healer's eyes narrowed. What did you do? She sighed and fiddled with the blanket. Tell me, healer, if you had no hope of getting up out of bed again, and you couldn't get a weapon, what would you do? His lids squeezed shut for a brief moment. Then he opened the door. I'll go find your brother right now. As Payne was left alone with her regrets, she resisted the urge to curse. Throw things. Yell at the walls. On this night of her resurrection, she should have been ecstatic, but her healer was distant, her brother was incensed, and she very much feared for the future. The state did not last long, however. Even as her mind churned, her physical exhaustion soon overrode her cognition, and she was sucked down into a dreamless black hole that consumed her, body and soul. Her last thought, before all went dark and sounds ceased to register, was that she hoped she could make amends, and somehow stay with her healer forever. Outside in the corridor, Manny collapsed back against the cinder block wall and rubbed his face. He was not an idiot, so deep down, he'd had a feeling what had happened. Only some flavor of true desperation would have gotten that hard-ass vampire to come into the human world and get him. But Christ, what if he hadn't been found in time? What if her brother had waited, or... Fucking hell. Pushing himself free of the wall, he went into the supply room and grabbed new scrubs, putting his used ones into the laundry bin after he changed. The exam room was the first stop, but Jane wasn't there, so he went down farther, all the way to that office with the glass door. No one. Back out in the hall, he heard the same pounding coming from the weight room as before, and he glanced inside, getting an eyeful of a guy with a brush cut who was running his balls off on a treadmill. Sweat was literally pouring out of the SB, his body so lean it was almost painful to look at. Manny ducked back out. No reason to ask that motherfucker. Are you looking for me? Manny turned to Jane. Nice timing. Payne needs to see her brother. You know where he is. Out fighting, but he'll be back just before dawn. Is there something wrong? There was the temptation to reply, you tell me, but he resisted. That's between the two of them. I don't know much more than she wants him. Jane's eyes drifted away. Okay. Well, I'll get word to him. How's she doing? She walked. Jane's head flipped around. By herself. With only a little assistance. You got any braces? Crutches? That kind of thing. Come with me. She led him into the professional-sized gym and across to an equipment room. No basketballs or volleyballs or ropes in there, though. Hundreds of weapons hung on racks, knives, throwing stars, swords, nunchakus. Hell of a gym class you guys got going on here. It's for the training program. Bringing along the next generation, huh? They were at least until the raids. Walking past all the Bruce Willis and Arnold, she pushed through a door marked PT and showed him into a well-appointed rehab suite with everything a pro athlete would need to keep himself loose, limber, and lightning fast. Raids? The Lessening Society slaughtered dozens of families, she said. And what was left of the population fled Caldwell. They're coming back slowly, but it's been a bad time lately. Manny frowned. What the hell is the Lessening Society? Humans are not the real threat. She opened a closet door and swept her hand over every kind of crutch, cane, and cast support. What are you looking for? Is that what your man is fighting every night? Yes, it is. Now, what do you think you want? Manny stared at her profile and added up the math. She asked you to help her kill herself. Didn't she? Jane's eyes shut. Manny, no offense, but I don't have the strength for this conversation. That's what it was. Part of it. A lot of it. She's better now, he said roughly. She's going to be fine. So it is working. Jane smiled a little. Magic touch and all that. He cleared his throat and resisted footing the floor like a 14-year-old who'd been caught necking. Yeah, guess so. I think I'll take a pair of leg braces as well as a set of arm crutches. I think that should work for her. As he took out the equipment, Jane's eyes stayed on him. To the point where he had to mutter, "Before you ask, no." She laughed softly. I wasn't aware I had a question. I'm not staying. I'll get her up and walking and then I'm going back. That wasn't on my mind, actually. She frowned. But you could hang around, you know. It's happened before. Me. Butch. Beth. And I thought you liked her. Like, doesn't begin to cover it, he said under his breath. So don't make any plans until this is over. He shook his head. I have a career that's going into the shitter, the cause of which, incidentally, is all the in and outing you guys have done to my brain. I have a mother who isn't all that fond of me, but who will nonetheless wonder why she's not hearing from me on major holidays. And I have a horse that is in bad shape. You mean to tell me that your boy and his ilk are going to be down with my having one foot in each world? I don't think so. Besides, what the fuck would I do with myself? Servicing her is a pleasure, I assure you, but I wouldn't want to make a profession out of it or have her end up with the likes of me. What's so wrong with you? Jane crossed her arms over her chest. Not for nothing, but you're a great guy. Nice dodge on the particulars. Things could be worked out. Okay, say they were. Then answer me this: how long do they live for? Excuse me. Life expectancy of vampires. How long? It varies. By decade or century? When she didn't reply, he nodded. Just what I thought. I am probably good for another, 40 years? And the shriveling is going to start in about 10. I've already got aches and pains every morning and the beginnings of arthritis in both hips. She needs one of her own to fall in love with, not a human who's going to be a geriatric patient in the blink of an eye. He shook his head again. Love can conquer everything but reality, which will win every stinking time. Now her laugh was hard-edged. Somehow I can't argue with that one. He glanced down at the braces. Thanks for these. You're welcome, she said slowly. And I'll get word to V. Good. Back at Payne's room, he entered silently and stopped just inside the door. She was dead asleep in the dimness, the glow gone from her skin. Would she wake up paralyzed again? Or would the progress stay with her? He guessed they would have to find out. Leaning the crutches and braces against the wall, he went over to the hard chair by the bed and sat down, crossing his legs and trying to get comfortable. No way he was going to sleep. He just wanted to watch her. Join me, she said into all the quiet. Please. I need your warmth right now. As he remained where he was, he realized the stay-sitting routine wasn't really about her brother. It was a coping mechanism to keep him separate from her whenever he could. They were absolutely going to be hooking up again likely soon, and he would go down on her for hours if that was what it took. But he couldn't afford to lose himself in some fantasy that this was going anywhere permanent for them. Two different worlds. He just didn't belong with her. Manny leaned forward, put his hand on hers and stroked her arm. Sure, I'm right here. As she turned her head toward him, her eyes were shut and he had a feeling she was talking in her sleep. Do not leave me, healer. My name is Manny, he whispered. Manuel Manello, MD. 30. The whistle was hard and sharp, and as it bulleted around the mansion's foyer, Quinn knew the shrill demand had been made by John Matthew. Fuck knew he'd heard it enough over the last 3 years. Stopping with one foot on the grand staircase's bottom step, he mopped up his sweaty face with his balled-up shirt and then caught his balance on the massive carved banister. His head was as light and fluffy as a pillow after his workout, which was in direct contrast to the rest of him. His legs and ass felt like they weighed as much as this goddamned mansion. When the whistle came again, he thought, oh right, someone was talking to him. Pivoting around, he got an eyeful of John Matthews standing in between the ornate jambs of the dining room doorway. What the hell did you do to yourself? The guy signed before pointing at his own dome. Well, check his shit out, Quinn thought. In the past, a question like that would have covered a fuck of a lot more than a change in hairstyle. It's called a trim. You sure about that? I'm pretty sure it's called a hot mess. Quinn rubbed the fade he'd given himself. It's no big deal. At least you know toupees are an option. John's blue eyes narrowed. And where is all your metal? In my gun closet. Not your weapons, the shit that was on your face. Quinn just shook his head and turned to go, uninterested in discussing all the piercings he'd taken out. His brain was tangled and his body was exhausted, so stiff and sore from his daily runs. That whistle came again and nearly had him tossing a fuck off over his shoulder. He cut the crap though because it would save time. John never let up when he was in this kind of mood. Glancing back, he growled, "What? You need to eat more. Whether it's at meals or on your own. You're turning into a skeleton." "I'm fine." "So either you start working the chow or I will have that gym locked and not give you the key. Your choice." "And I called for Layla. She's in your room waiting for you." Quinn spun completely around. That idea, it turned the foyer into a tilt-a-whirl. Grabbing for the banister again, he bit out, "I could have done that. But you weren't going to, so I did it for you. Short of slaughtering a dozen lessers, it's going to be my good deed for the week. You want to be Mother Teresa, you'll have more luck practicing that shit on someone else." "Sorry. I picked you and you'd better shake a leg. Didn't want to keep the lady waiting. Oh, and while Shex and I were in the kitchen, I had Fritz make you a meal and take it up later." As the guy walked off in the direction of the butler's pantry, Quinn called out, "I'm not interested in being saved, asshole. I can take care of myself." John's response was a middle finger flipped up and held over his head. "Oh, for fuck's sake," Quinn muttered. He so didn't want to deal with Layla right now. Nothing against the chosen, but the idea of being in an enclosed space with someone who was interested in sex just shut him right down. Which was ironic as shit. Up until now, fucking had not just been a part of his life, it had all but defined him. For the last week, the idea of being with someone left him nauseous. Christ, this kept up, and the last person he was going to be with in his whole life was a redhead. Har har, hardy har har, clearly the scribe virgin had a nasty-ass sense of humor. Forcing his deadweight up the stairs, he was ready to tell Layla as politely as he could that she needed to go on about her business. The lightheadedness that hit on the second landing stopped him in his tracks. Over the past 7 nights, he'd gotten used to the permafloat that came with running as much as he was and eating as little as he did, and he looked forward to the stone disassociation. For God's sakes, it was cheaper than drinking, and it never wore off, at least not until he ate. This was something different. He felt like someone had bulldozed him from behind and swept his legs out from under him, except his line of vision told him he was still standing, as did the fact that his hips were against the banister. Without warning, one of his knees buckled and he went down like a book from the shelf. Throwing out a hand, he pulled himself up over the damn rail until he was all but hanging off it. Glaring at his leg, he kicked the thing a couple of times and breathed deeply, willing his body to get with the program. Didn't happen. Instead, he slowly slid from the vertical and had to turn around so it looked like he was just copping a squat on the blood-red carpet. He couldn't seem to breathe, or rather, he was breathing but it wasn't doing shit. Goddamn, pull it together. Fucking hell. "Sire," came a voice from above. "Make that a double hell." As he squeezed his eyes shut, he thought Layla's showing up right now was Murphy's frickin' Law alive and in color. "Sire, may I help you?" Then again, maybe there was a bright side to this. Better her than one of the brothers. "Yeah. My knee's off. Heard it running." He looked up as the chosen floated down to him, her white robe a shock against the deep color of the carpet and the resonant golden glow of the foyer's artwork. Feeling like a right moron as she reached down for him, he tried to pull himself to his feet only to get nowhere. I warn you, I weigh a lot." Her lovely hand took his, and he was astonished to find that his fingers were shaking as he accepted her help. He was also surprised to get hauled to his feet on a oneer. "You're strong." he said as her arm hitched around his waist and hefted him to the vertical. We walk together. Sorry, I'm sweaty. I do not mind. On that note, they were off. Moving slowly, they inched up the stairs and headed down the second-floor corridor, gimping by all kinds of blissfully closed doors. Wrath's study. Torment's room. Blaze not looking at that. Saxton Snot busting that down and Boot licking his cousin out the window. John Matthew and Shex's. I shall open the way, the Chosen said as they stopped at his own. They had to turn sideways to get through the jams because of his size, and he was grateful as shit when she closed them in together and took him to the bed. No one needed to know what was doing, and chances were good the Chosen would buy his just an owie excuse. Sitting upright was the plan. Except the second she let go of him, he flopped back onto the mattress and made like a welcome mat. Looking down his body toward his running shoes, he wondered why he couldn't see the car that was parked on top of him. Definitely wasn't a Prius. More like a Chevy fucking Tahoe. Whatever, try Suburban. Ah, listen, can you go into my leather coat? I've got a protein bar in there. Abruptly, there was a shift of metal on porcelain from over by the door, and then a whiff of something dinnerish. Perhaps you would like this roast beef, sire? His stomach clenched hard as a fist. God, no. There is rice. Just one of those bars. A subtle squeaking sound suggested she was rolling a tray over, and a second later, he got so much more than a mere sniff of whatever Fritz had prepared. Stop, fuck. He lurched over and dry heaved into a wastebasket. Not the food. You need to eat, came the surprisingly strong reply. And I shall feed you. Don't you dare. Here. Instead of the meat or the rice, a small piece of bread was presented to him. Open. You need food, sire. Your John Matthew said so. Sinking back against the pillows, he put his arm over his face. His heart was all hopscotch behind his sternum, and on some dim level he realized he could actually kill himself if he kept going like this. Funny, the idea struck him as not all that bad. Especially as Blaze's face came to mind. So beautiful. So very, very beautiful. It seemed silly and emasculating to call the guy that, but he was. Those damn lips were the problem, nice and cushioned on the bottom. Or maybe the eyes. So fucking blue. He'd kissed that mouth and loved it. Seen those eyes go wild. He could have had Blay first and only. But instead, his cousin. Oh God, he groaned. Sire. Eat. Out of energy to fight anything, he did as he was told, opening up, chewing mechanically, swallowing down his dry throat. And then he did it again. And again. Turned out that the carbs quieted the earthquake zone in his stomach, and faster than he would have thought possible. He was actually looking forward to something a little more substantial. Next up on the menu, though, was just some bottled water, which Layla held while he took small sips. Maybe we should take a break, he said, holding off on another bread run just in case the tide turned. As he rolled over onto his side, he felt the bones in his legs knock together and realized his arm was hanging differently across his chestless pecs to get in the way. His Nike running shorts were likewise baggy at the waistband. He'd done all this damage in 7 days. At this rate, he wasn't going to look like himself for much longer. Screw that, he already didn't. As John Matthew had frickin' noticed, not only had he buzzed his head, he'd taken his eyebrow piercing out as well as the one on his lower lip and the dozen or so up his ears. Gone too were his nipple rings. He still had his tongue stud and the shit below, but the vizzy stuff was gone. He was through with himself on so many levels. Sick and tired of being the odd man out on purpose. Exhausted with his slut reputation. And uninterested in rebelling against a bunch of dead stiffs anymore. For fuck's sake, he didn't need some shrink to explain the psychology that had shaped him. His family had been all picture perfect. Glimmer Conservativian Payback had been a bisexual, metal-headed whore with a goth wardrobe and a needle fetish. But how much of that shit was him and how much was a mismatched eye-based mutiny? Who the fuck was he really? More now? Layla asked. Wasn't that the question? As the Chosen went front and center again with the baguette, Quinn decided to cut the shit. Opening his mouth, he pulled a baby bird and ate the damn stuff. And some more. And then, like she read his mind, Layla brought a sterling silver fork with a piece of roast beef on it to his lips. Let us try this, sire. Chew slowly, however. Fat. Chance. Starvation immediately became the name of the game, and he went Rex on the meat, nearly biting tines off in the rush. But Layla was right on it, feeding him another round as fast as he could take it in. Wait, stop, he mumbled. Afraid he was going to throw up, he eased over onto his back again and let one hand rest on his chest. Shallow breaths were his savior. Anything deeper and he was going to pull a technicolor yawn all over himself. Layla's face appeared above his. Sire, perhaps we should cease. Quinn narrowed his stare on her, and saw her properly for the first time since she'd shown up. God, she was a looker. All that pale blonde hair swept up high on her head, her face stunningly perfect. With strawberry lips and green eyes that were luminous in the lamplight, she was everything the race valued in terms of DNA, not a defect in sight. He reached up and brushed at her chignon. So soft. No hairspray for her. It was as if the waves knew their job was to frame her features, and they were eager to do their best. Sire? She said as she tensed. He knew what was under that robe of hers. Her breasts were absolutely stunning and her stomach flat as a board, and those hips and the silky smooth sex between her thighs were the kinds of things that a naked male would fall on glass shards for. He knew these particulars because he'd seen all of it, touched a lot of it, and had his mouth in a few choice places. He hadn't taken her, though. Hadn't gone very far, either. As an Arrows, she had been trained for sex, but with no pre-male to service the chosen in that way, she was all academic learning, nothing in the field, as it were. And for a while he'd been happy to show her some of the ropes. Except it hadn't felt right. Well, she'd felt a lot that she'd thought was right, but her eyes had had too much in them and his heart way too little for things to keep going. Will you take my vein, sire? She whispered huskily. He just stared at her. Those red lips of hers parted. Sire, will you take me? Closing his lids, he saw Blaze's face again, but not how it was now. Not the cold stranger that Quinn had created. The old Blaze, with those blue eyes that were somehow always pointed in his direction. Sire, I am yours for the taking. Still, evermore. When he finally looked at Layla again, her fingers had gone to the lapels of her robe and she had spread the halves wide, showing him her long, elegant neck and the wings of her collarbones and all that glorious cleavage. Sire, I want to serve you. Inching the sateen fabric even farther apart, she offered him not just her vein, but her body. Take me. Quinn stilled her hands as they went to the tie around her waist. Stop. Her eyes dropped to the duvet, and she seemed to turn to stone. At least until she pulled herself out of his hold and roughly rearranged the robe. You shall take my wrist then. Her hand was shaking as she yanked up her sleeve and stuck out her arm. Take from my wrist what you so obviously require. She did not look at him. Likely could not. And yet here she was shut down from a disgrace she had never earned, and he had never meant to call out of her still offering herself to him, except not in a pathetic way, but because she had been born and bred to serve a purpose that had nothing to do with what she wanted and everything to do with social expectation, and she was determined to live up to the standard. Even if she wasn't wanted for who she was. Christ, he knew what that was like. Layla. Do not apologize, sire. It belittles me. He took her arm because he got the impression she was about to get to her feet. Look, this is my fault. I should never have started the sex stuff with you. And I say unto you, stop. Her back was ramrod straight and her voice strident. Do let me go, will you? He frowned. Shit, you're cold. Am I? Yeah. He ran his hand up and down her arm. Do you need to feed? Layla? Hello? I have been over on the other side in the sanctuary, so no. Well, that he could buy. If a chosen was over there, she existed without existing, her blood needs suspended and apparently refreshed. For the last couple of years, Layla alone had been servicing the brothers who couldn't feed from their shellins. She was everyone's go-to chosen. And then it dawned on him. Wait, you haven't been up north at all? Now that Fury had freed the chosen from their rigid and confined existence, most of them left the sanctuary they'd been stuck in for eons and went to the Adirondack Great Camp to learn about the freedoms of life over on this side. Layla? No, I do not go there anymore. Why? I cannot. She waved the conversation away and pulled up her sleeve again. Sire? Are you taking my vein? Why don't you go there? Her eyes finally met his and they were flat out pissed, which was a strange relief. Her meek acceptance of everything made him question how smart she was. But going by her expression now, there was a whole lot of something underneath the mantle she wore, and he wasn't just talking about her perfect body. Layla, answer me. Why not? I cannot. Says who? Quinn wasn't totally tight with fury, but he knew the brother well enough to bring a problem to the guy. Who? 'Tis not a who, and worry not. She pointed to her wrist. Partake so that you are as strong as you need to be, and then I shall leave you in peace. Fine, if you want to joust about words, what is it, then? Frustration flared in her face. That is not your concern. I'll decide what's my concern. He wasn't into bullying females, but apparently his dormant gentle male had gotten off its powder puff bed and found its knickers in a bunch. Talk to me. He was the last person to put the share/care card on the table, yet here he was, slapping it down. The thing was, though, he wouldn't stand for anything hurting this female. Fine. She threw up her hands. If I tarry up north, I cannot supply all of you with what you need for blood. Therefore I go unto the sanctuary for my recovery, and I wait to be summoned. Then I come unto this side and service you, and after that I must needs return. So no, I cannot go to the mountains. Jesus, what a bunch of users they were. They should have anticipated this problem, or Fury should have. Unless, have you talked to the pre-mail? About what, precisely? She snapped. Tell me, sire, would you be in a hurry to present your failures on the field to your king? How the hell are you failing? You're keeping, like, 4 of us going. Exactly. And I am serving you all in a very limited capacity. Layla burst up and walked over to the window. As she stared out, he wanted to want her. In that moment, he would have given anything to feel for her what she did for him. She was, after all, everything his family valued, the social pinnacle for a female. And she wanted him. But when he looked inside, there was another in his heart. And nothing was going to change that, ever, he feared. I do not know who or what I am exactly, Layla said, as if she were speaking to herself. Well, looked like both of them were on the same train to nowhere with that question. You won't find out unless you leave that sanctuary. Impossible if I am to service. We'll use someone else. It's just that simple. There was a sharp inhale and then, but of course, you shall do as you wish. Quinn stared at the hard line of her chin. That's supposed to help you. She glared over her shoulder. It does not, for then you would leave me with nothing. Your choice, my repercussion. It's your life. You can choose. We shall not speak of this anymore. She threw up her hands. Dearest scribe virgin, you have no idea what it is like to desire things you are not fated to have. Quinn let out a hard laugh. The fuck I don't. As her brows popped, he rolled his eyes. You and I have more in common than you think. You have all the freedom in the world. What could you possibly want for? Trust me. Well, I want you and I cannot have you. That is not of my choosing. At least by servicing you and the others, I have a purpose other than mourning the loss of something I dreamed of. As Quinn took a deep breath, he had to respect the female. There was no pity party going on over there at the window. She was stating the facts as she knew them. Shit, she really was precisely the kind of Shellen he'd always wanted. Even as he'd been fucking anything that walked, in the back of his mind, he had always seen himself with a female long-term. One with impeccable bloodlines and a lot of class, the kind his parents would have not only approved of, but might have respected him a little for getting. That had been his dream. Now that it had shown up, however, now that it was standing across his bedroom and looking him in the face, he wanted something else entirely. I wish I did feel something deep for you, he said roughly, meeting truth for truth. I would do almost anything to feel what I should for you. You are my fantasy female. Everything I always wanted, but thought I could never have. Her eyes got so wide they were like 2 moons, beautiful and shining. Then why? He rubbed his face and wondered what in the fuck he was saying. What the fuck he was doing. When he took his palms away, there was a slickness left behind. One that he refused to think too much about. I'm in love, he said hoarsely. With someone else. That's why. 31. Commotion out in the hall. Scrambling footsteps, low, cursing, the occasional dull thud. All the noise woke Manny up, and he went from out like a light to fully conscious in a split second as the parade of sound passed by in the corridor. The disturbance continued onward before it got cut off sharply, as if a door had been shut on the show. Whatever it might be. Straightening from where he'd put his head down on Payne's bed, he looked at his patient. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. And sleeping steadily. The shaft of light smacked him right in the face. Jane's voice was strained as she stood in the lee of the doorway, a black cutout of herself. I need another set of hands in here. Stat. No asking twice. Manny shot for the door, the surgeon in him ready to go to work, no questions asked. What we got? As they rushed along, Jane brushed at her red-stained scrubs. Multiple traumas. Mostly knives, one gunshot. And there's another being driven in. They broke into the exam room together, and goddamn there were wounded men everywhere standing in the corners, propped on the table, leaning down on the counter, cursing while they paced. Elena, the nurse, was busy getting out scalpels and thread by the dozen and the yard, and there was a little old man bringing water to everyone on a silver tray. I haven't triaged yet, Jane said. There are too many of them. Where's an extra stethoscope and BP cuff? She went over to a cabinet, popped a drawer, and tossed both over. BP is much lower than you're going to be used to. So is the heart rate, which meant that, as a medical professional, he had no true way of judging whether they were in trouble or not. He put the equipment aside. You and the nurse had better make the assessments. I'll do prep. Probably better, Jane agreed. Manny stepped up to the blonde nurse who was working efficiently with the supplies. I'm going to take over from here. You help Jane with the readings. She nodded briefly and got right to work taking vitals. Manny threw open drawers and took out surgical kits, lining them up on the counters. Pain meds were in an upright cupboard, syringes were down below. As he rifled through everything, he was impressed by the professional quality. He didn't know how Jane had done it, but everything was hospital grade. 10 minutes later, Jane, he, and the nurse met in the middle of the room. We've got two in bad shape, Jane said. Rage and Fury are both losing a lot of blood. I'm worried that arteries have been nicked because those cuts are so damn deep. Z and Tor need x-rays, and I think Blaylock's got a concussion along with that nasty gash on his stomach. Manny headed for the sink and started scrubbing up. Let's do this. He glanced around and pointed to the mammoth blonde son of a bitch with the puddle of blood under his left boot. I'll take him. Okay, I'll deal with Fury. Elena, you start getting pictures of those broken bones. Given that this was a field situation, Manny took his supplies over to his patient who was stretched out on the floor, right where he'd collapsed earlier. The big bastard was dressed in black leather from head to foot, and he was in a lot of pain, his head kicked back and his teeth gritted. I'm going to work on you, Manny said. You got a problem with that? Not if you can keep me from bleeding out. Consider it done. Manny grabbed a pair of scissors. I'm going to cut off your pant leg first and ditch the boot. Shit kicker, the guy groaned. Fine. Whatever you call it, it's coming off. No unlacing cut through the latticework at the front of the damn thing and slipped it off a foot the size of a suitcase. And then the leather sliced easily up the outside all the way to the hip, falling open like a set of chaps. What we got, Doc? A Christmas turkey, my friend. That deep? Yup. No need to mention that the bone was showing through and blood was pumping out in a steady stream. I've got to rescrub. I'll be right back. After he hit the sink, Manny snapped on a pair of gloves, sat back down, and went for a glass bottle of lidocaine. Big, blonde, and bleeding stopped him. Don't worry about the pain, document, stitch me up, and treat my brothers, they need it more than I do. I'd take care of it myself, but Jane won't let me. Manny paused. You'd sew yourself up. Done it for more decades than you've been alive, document. Manny shook his head and muttered under his breath. Sorry, tough guy. I'm not running the risk of you jerking right when I'm working on your leak. Doc. Manny pointed his syringe right into the stunningly handsome face of his patient. Shut it and lie back. You should be put out cold for this, so don't worry, there's going to be plenty to suck up and be a hero about. Another pause. Okay. Document, don't get your thong in a wad. Just get through me and help them. Hard not to respect the guy's loyalty. Working fast, Manny numbed the area as best he could, pushing the needle into the flesh in a controlled circle. Christ, this took him back to medical school and, in a strange way, brought him alive in a manner that the operations he'd been doing lately didn't. This was reality with the volume turned way up. And damn him if he didn't like the sound of it. Grabbing a stack of clean towels, he shoved them under the leg and rinsed the wound out. As his patient hissed and stiffened, he said, "Easy, big guy. We're just getting it cleaned. No problem." The hell it wasn't, and Manny wished he could have done more in the pain control realm, but there was no time. There were compound fractures to deal with, stabilize. Move on. As someone moaned and yet another string of curses rang out over on the left, Manny took care of a minute tear in the artery, then he closed the muscle and moved on to the fascia and the skin. "You're doing great," he murmured as he noticed those white-knuckled fists. "Don't worry about me." Right, your brothers." Manny paused for a split second. "You're all right, you know that." "Fuck that," the fighter smiled, flashing fangs. "I'm perfect." Then the guy closed his eyes and lay back, his jaw so tight it was a wonder he could swallow. Manny worked as quickly as he could without sacrificing quality. And just as he was swiping down his line of 60 sutures with a gauze cloth, he heard Jane cry out. Jacking his head around, he muttered, "Fucking hell." In the doorway to the exam room, Jane's husband was draped in the arms of red socks, looking like he'd been run over by a car. His skin was pasty, his eyes had rolled back in his head, and holy hell, his butchikicker was facing the wrong way. Manny called out for the nurse. "Could you bandage this?" Glancing at his current patient, he said, "I've got to go look at." "Go." The guy slapped his shoulder. "And thanks, document. I won't forget this." As he headed for the newest arrival, Manny had to wonder whether that goateed big mouth was going to let him operate. Because that leg? It looked utterly destroyed even from across the damn room. This house was lapsing in and out of consciousness by the time Butch got him to the exam room. That knee and hip combo of his was beyond agony and into some other kind of territory, and the overwhelming sensations were sapping his strength and his thought processes. He wasn't the only one in bad shape, however. As Butch lurched weakly through the doorway, he knocked V's head against the jamb. "Fuck. Shitsuri." "Drop in the bucket," V gasped as his temple started screaming, the fucker harmonizing in a cappella version of Welcome to the Jungle. To shut out the concert from hell. He opened his eyes and hoped for a distraction. Jane was right in front of him, a suturing needle in one bloody, gloved hand, her hair pulled back by a headband. "Not her," he groaned. "Not her." Medical professionals should never treat their mates. It was a recipe for disaster. If his knee or hip was permanently fucked up, he didn't want that on her conscience. God knew they had enough problems between them already. Manny stepped in front of his Shellin. "Then I'm your only option." "You're welcome." This house rolled his eyes. "Great. What a choice." "Do you consent?" the human demanded. "Or maybe you'd like to think about it for a while so that your joints heal up like a flamingo's. Or the leg goes gangrenous and falls the fuck off." "Well, if that isn't a sales pitch." "And the answer is?" "Fine. Yes." "Get him on the table." Butch was careful with the layout routine, but even so, V nearly threw up over both of them as his weight was redistributed. Motherfucker, just as the curse was leaving his lips, the surgeon's face appeared over his own. "Word up, Manaloya, don't want to be that close to me." "You want to punch me?" "Okay, but wait until after I've worked on your leg." "No, sick to stomach." Manello shook his head. "I need some pain control over here. Let's get some Demer." "Not Demerol," V and Jane said together. V's eyes shot over in her direction. She'd gone across the way and was down on the floor, leaning over Blaylock's stomach, stitching up a mean-looking slice. Her hands were rock-steady and her work was absolutely perfect. Everything about her the very picture of professional competence. Except for the tears running down her face. With a moan, he looked up to the chandelier above him. "Morphine okay?" Manello asked as he cut through the sleeve of V's biker jacket. "And don't bother being tough. The last thing I need is you woofing all over yourself while I'm poking around down there." Jane didn't answer this time, so V did. "Yeah, that's cool." As the syringe was filled, Butch stepped up into the surgeon's grill. Even as incapacitated as the cop was from the inhaling, he was straight up deadly as he spoke. "I don't need to tell you not to fuck my buddy, right?" The surgeon looked around his little glass bottle and needle routine. "I'm not thinking about sex at the moment. Thank you very much. But if I was, it sure as shit wouldn't be with him. So instead of worrying about who I'm tapping, how'd you like to do us all a favor and have a shower?" "You stink." Butch blinked, then smiled a little. "You have balls. And they're made of brass. Big as church bells, too." Next thing V knew, Something cold was rubbing on the juncture of his arm. Then there was a prick, and shortly thereafter, he went on a little ride, his body turning into a cotton ball, all light and airy. From time to time, pain broke through, rocking up from his gut and nailing him in the heart. But it wasn't connected to whatever Manello was doing to his injury. V couldn't take his eyes off his mate as she treated his brothers. Through the wavy pain of his vision, he watched as she dealt with Blay and then worked on Torment. He couldn't hear what she was saying because his ears weren't really working all that well, but Blay was clearly grateful and Tor seemed eased just by her presence. From time to time, Manello asked her something, or Elena stopped her with a question, or Tor winced and she paused to calm him. This was her life, wasn't it? This healing, this pursuit of excellence, this abiding devotion to her patients. Her duty to them defined her, didn't it? And seeing her like this made him rethink what had happened between her and Payne. If Payne had been hell-bent on taking her own life, Jane would undoubtedly have tried to stop her. And then when it became apparent she couldn't. Abruptly, as if she knew he was staring at her, Jane's eyes flipped to his. They were so shadowed he could barely tell their color, and she momentarily lost her corporeal form as if he'd sucked the will to live right out of her. That surgeon's face got in the way. You need more pain relief? What? V asked around his thick, dry tongue. You groaned. Not about the knee. It's not just your knee. What? I think your hip's dislocated. I'm going to take the pants all the way off. Whatever. As V went back to staring at Jane, he was only vaguely aware of scissors going up both sides of his leathers, but he knew exactly when the surgeon got all the cowhide off of him. The guy let out a sharp hiss that was quickly covered up. Sure as shit the reaction was not about the tattooed warnings in the old language. Sorry, Doc, V mumbled. Not sure why in the hell he was apologizing for the mess down below his waist. I'll cover you up. The human shot off and returned with a blanket that he put on V's lower abdomen. I just need to look your joints over. You do that. Vicious's eyes returned to Jane, and he found himself wondering if she hadn't died and been brought back as she had. Would they have tried to have young? It was doubtful he could sire anything other than an orgasm with the damage his father had done to him. And he'd never wanted kids, still didn't. She would have been a stellar mother, though. She was good at everything she did. Did she miss being alive? Why had he never asked her that? The return of the surgeon's face cut off his thinking. Your hip's dislocated. I'm going to have to set it before I work on the knee because I'm worried about your circulation. Okay. Just fix me, V moaned. Whatever it takes. Good. I've put the knee in a temporary brace for this. The human looked over to Butch, who, shower request notwithstanding, had propped himself up against the wall no less than 2 feet away. I need your help. There's no one else around with free hands. The cop was right on it, shoring up his strength and coming over. What do you want me to do? Hold his pelvis in place. The human hopped up onto the stainless steel table at V's legs, crouching down to avoid banging his head on the chandelier. This is going to be a muscle job. There's no other way to do it. I want you facing me and I'll show you where to put your hands. Butch got right with the program, sidling in close and reaching down. Where? Here. V had some vague sensation of warm weight on both sides of his hips. Little more to the outside right. Good. Butch looked around his own shoulder at V. You ready for this? Silly question. Like asking someone if they were prepared for a head-on collision. Stoked, V muttered. Just focus on me. And V did, seeing the flecks of green in the cop's hazel eyes and the contours of that busted nose and the 5 o'clock shadow. When the human grabbed V's lower thigh and started lifting, V jacked up against the table, his head kicking back, his jaw straining. Easy there, the cop said. Focus on me. Right? There was pain and then there was pain. This was pain. This house labored for breath, his neural pathways crammed with signals, his body exploding even as his outer skin stayed intact. Tell him to breathe, someone said. Probably the human. Yeah, that was going to happen. Not. Okay, on 3 I'm going to force the joint back into place. You ready? V had no clue who the guy was talking to, but if it was him, there was no way to answer. His heart was jumping and his lungs were stone and his brain was Las Vegas at night and... 3. This house screamed. The only thing that was louder was the pop as the hip was relocated, as it were. And the last thing he saw before he checked out of the conscious inn and suites was Jane's head whipping around in a panic. In her eyes was stark terror, as if the single worst thing that she could imagine was him in agony. And that was when he knew that he still loved her. 32. Up at the mansion, in Quinn's bedroom, there was nothing but a whole lot of silence, which was typical when you dropped a bomb, be it real or metaphorical. Jesus Christ, he couldn't believe he'd said the words. Even though only he and Layla were in here, he felt like he'd gone to the top of a building in downtown Caldwell and bullhorned the announcement. Your friend, Layla whispered. Blaylock. Quinn's heart froze. But after a moment, he forced himself to nod. Yeah, it's him. He waited for some kind of disgust or grimace or even shock. Coming from where he did, he was all too versed in homophobia, and Layla was a chosen, for God's sakes, which made that old-school glimmer of bullcrap look positively enlightened. Her beautiful stare lingered on his face. I think I knew. I saw the way he looked at you. Well, that was no more. And it doesn't bother you? That he's another male? There was a slight pause, and then the answer she gave him transformed him in a curious way, not in the slightest. Why would it? Quinn had to look away, because he worried about what was shining in his eyes. Thank you. Whatever for? All he could do was shrug. Who'd have thought acceptance would be as curiously painful as all that rejection had always been? I think you'd better go, he said roughly. Why? 'Cause he was strongly considering a job as a lawn sprinkler, and he didn't want to go all weeping willow in front of anyone. Even her. Sire, it is all right. Her voice was rock-solid serious. I judge you not by the sex of whom you love, but by how you love them. Then you should hate me. Christ, why the hell was his mouth still going? Because I broke his fucking heart. So he knows not how you feel? Nope. Quinn narrowed his eyes at her. And he's not going to clear? No one knows. She inclined her head. Your secret is safe with me, but I know well the way he regarded you. Mayhap you should tell him. Let me save you from a lesson I learned the hard way. There are times when it is too late. He's happy now and he deserves that. Fuck it. I want him to have love, even if I'm just watching it from on the sidelines. But what about you? What about me? He went to drag his fingers through his hair and realized he'd cut it all off. Listen, enough with this. I only told you because I need you to know that this shit between you and me isn't about you not being good enough or attractive enough. Honestly, I'm done with being with other people sexually. I'm not doing that anymore. It gets me nowhere, and yeah, I'm finished with all that. How ironic. Now that he wasn't with Blay, he was being faithful to the fucker. Layla came across to him and sat down on the bed, arranging her legs and smoothing her robe with her elegant, pale hands. I am glad you told me. You know, so am I. He reached out and took her palm. And I've got an idea. Indeed. Friends. You and me. You come here, I'll feed you, and we'll hang together. As friends. Her smile was incredibly sad. I must say, I always knew you cared not for me in that special way. You touched me with great restraint and showed me things that enraptured my butt beneath the flush of passion that I felt. I knew. You're not in love with me either, Layla. You just aren't. You felt a lot of physical shit, and that made you think it was emotional. The trouble is, body needs a hell of a lot less than the soul does to connect. She placed her free hand over her heart. The sting is there. Because you've had a crush on me. That'll fade. Especially when you meet the right guy. God, check his shit out. From slut to camp counselor in a week. Next up, a guest stint on The Fucking View. He extended his forearm. Take my vein so you can stay longer on this side and figure out what it is that you want from life, not what you're supposed to be or do, but what you want. I'll even help you if I can. God knows I'm well-versed in being lost. There was a long moment, and then her green eyes shifted to his. Blaylock knows not what he is missing. Quinn shook his head grimly. Oh, he's very aware of it. Trust me. Cleanup was not a cinch. As Jane rolled a bucket and mop out from the housekeeping closet, she ran through the reordering that was going to be necessary to get her supplies back where they needed to be. They'd used up 100 packages of gauze. Her needle-to-thread ratio was a joke. They were straight out of wrap bandages. Opening the door to the exam room with her butt, she swung the pail around using the mop head and then took a breather. There was blood everywhere on the floor and also down the walls. Wads of red-stained white gauze were the Freddy Krueger equiv of dust bunnies. 3 biohazard bags were full to the point of needing an antacid for the bloating. And a partridge in a pear tree. Confronting the aftermath, she realized that if Manny hadn't been with her, they might have lost one of the brothers. Rage, for instance, could have bled out, or tore because what had looked like a simple shoulder injury had turned out to be so much more. Manny had ended up having to operate on him, after he'd finished doing surgery on Vishouse. Closing her eyes, she propped her heavy head against the pointy top of the mop. As a ghost, she didn't become exhausted the way she'd used to. No aches or pains, no dragging sense like someone had tied barbells to both her ankles. Now it was her psyche that grew weary to the point where she had to shut her lids and see and do absolutely nothing, like her brain's circuit board needed to be turned off and cooled down. And she did sleep then. And dreamed. Or, as probably would be the case today, not. Insomnia was still an issue from time to time. You're going to need to broom it first. Snapping her head up, she tried to smile for Manny. I think you're right. How about you let me take care of this? No way. She was not in a hurry to go lock herself in the other recovery room and stare at the ceiling. Besides, Manny had to feel as tired as she did. How long has it been since you ate last? She asked him. What time is it? She glanced at her watch. 1 o'clock. In the afternoon? Yes. About 12 hours or so. He seemed surprised at that. She reached for the phone on the desk. I'll call Fritz. Listen, you don't have to. You must be about to fall over. Actually, I feel great. Wasn't that just like a man? Unless, well, hell, he did look energized instead of drained. Whatever. She was still feeding him. The ordering didn't take longer than a minute, and Fritz was thrilled by the request. Usually after last meal, the butler and his staff retired for a brief rest before the daily cleaning started. But they would much rather have been working. Where's the housekeeping closet? Manny asked. Out in the hall. To your left. While she filled the bucket with Lysol and water, he found a broom, came back and took care of business. While they worked side by side, all she could think about was Vishouse. During the rush of treating the brothers, there had been so much to concentrate on, but now, sweeping the mop's sloppy dreads back and forth over the tiled floor, it was as if all the angst that had been behind the scenes in her brain broke free and rushed her mental guardrails. Anyone but her. She heard him say that over and over again, saw his ashen face and his icy eyes and the way he had closed her out. Funny, the eternity she'd been granted had always seemed like the grandest blessing, until she pictured going eons without the man she loved. Now it was a curse. Where would she go? She couldn't very well continue at the compound. Not if they were estranged like this. It was too hard on everyone. Here. Jane jumped as a tissue fluttered in front of her face. The little white square was hanging from Manny's blunt fingertips, and he wagged it again as she just stared at the thing. You're crying, she heard him say. Moving the mop handle into the crook of an elbow, she took what he offered and was surprised to find that he was right. When she blotted at her eyes and took a peek, the Kleenex was damp. You know, Manny drawled. Seeing you like this makes me wish I'd amputated that damn leg of his. This is only partially his fault. So say you. I'm allowed to look at it any way I like. She glanced over. You have another one of those? He held a box forward and she snapped out a couple more. Dab. Dab. Delicate nose blow. Dab. She rounded out the crying jag with a quick 1, 2, 3 tosses into the trash bin. Thank you for helping me. As she glanced up, his glower was front and center on his face and she had to smile. I've missed that. Missed what? That pissed off expression you were so often. Reminds me of the good old days. She regarded him steadily. Is V going to be okay? If I don't kick his ass for fucking with US. So gallant. And she meant that. You were amazing tonight. She meant that too. He put the Kleenex aside on a counter. So were you. That happened a lot. Not really. But I have a feeling that may be changing. Getting back to work, she made some perfunctory passes with the mop, not really improving the condition of the floor, but just moving the blood around. At this point, she probably would have more luck hosing the place down. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door and Fritz put his head in. Your repast is ready. Where would you wish to dine? He'll take it in the office, Jane answered. At the desk. She glanced over at her former colleague. Better go before it gets cold. The look in Manny's eye was the ocular equivalent of a middle finger, but she just waved bon voyage. Go. And then get some rest. Except no one told Manny Manello what to do. I'll be right there, he said to the butler. As Fritz ducked out, her old boss put his hands on his hips. And although she braced herself for an argument, all he said was, Where's my briefcase? When Jane blinked, he shrugged. I'm not going to berate you into talking to me. So you've turned over a new leaf. Go me. He nodded over at the phone that was mounted on the wall. I'm going to have to check my messages, and I want my damn cell phone back. Okay, your car has to be in the parking garage. Just go down the corridor. Maybe it's in your Porsche. Thanks. Are you thinking of leaving? All the time. He turned and went for the door. It's all I can think about. Well, didn't that make two of them? But then Jane had never imagined that she'd not be here. Proof positive that it wasn't helpful to have a lot of bright ideas about your future. 33. Traditionally, in and among the Glimmer, when one entered the house of another, a calling card was to be placed upon a silver tray that was held out by the butler Doggen of the host. The card was to have one's unique name and lineage listed, and the purpose was to announce the visitor whilst at the same time pay homage to the social mores that shaped and defined the upper classes. However, when one could not write or read, or more to the point, when one preferred methods of communication that were more visceral and less viceroy, well, then one left the bodies of the dead he'd rendered in an alley for his host to find. Ecker got up from the table he had been sitting afore and took his mug of coffee with him. The others were asleep below, and he knew he should join them, but there would be no rest. Not this day, mayhap not the next. Leaving those split yet writhing lessers behind had been a calculated risk. If humans found them, trouble. And yet it was worth it. Wrath and the Brotherhood had too long ruled this continent, and to what end? The lessening society persisted. The vampire population had scattered, and those arrogant, flabby, feckless humans were everywhere. Ecker paused in the downstairs hallway and looked around his permanent accommodations. The house that Thro had secured was indeed appropriate. Made of stone, it was old, and on the outskirts, two measures of value that were highly appropriate for their purposes. At some point in its life it had been quite a showplace, but that time had faded and so had its gentility. Now it was a shell of what it had been, and all of what he required. Stout of wall, sturdy of roof, and more than big enough to house his males. Not that anyone would be up in these above-ground rooms or the 7 bedrooms on the second floor very often. Even though heavy drapery was pulled o'er every window, the countless panes of glass needed to be bricked in before things were really safe enough during the daylight hours. Indeed, all stayed underground in the cellar. It was the good old days returned, he thought, for only in modern times had the conception of separate accommodations taken root. Afore they had eaten together, fucked together, and taken their repose as a group. As soldiers should. Mayhap he would require them to remain beneath the earth. Together. And yet he was not down there with them and had not been. Antsy and unsettled, ready to pursue but lacking prey at the moment, he'd been going from empty room to empty room, stirring dust along with his desire to conquer this new world. I have them. All of them. Ecker stopped. Took a grab off the lip of his mug. Turned around. How clever of you. Thro entered what had once been a rather grand parlor room, but was now naught but cold and empty. The fighter was still dressed in leather, except somehow he gave off an elegant appearance. Not a surprise. Unlike the others, his pedigree was as perfect as his golden hair and his sky-blue eyes. So too were his body and visage. No defects dwelled upon him or within him. He was, however, very much one of the bastards. As the male cleared his throat, Ecker smiled. Even after all these years together, Thro was uncomfortable in his presence. How quaint. And Ecker prompted. There are remnants of 2 families in Caldwell at present. What is left of the other 4 main bloodlines is scattered around what is classed as New England. So some are mayhap up to 500 to 700 miles away. How many are you related to? More with the throat clearing. 5. 5? That would fill your social calendar, rather quickly planning on dropping by for any visits. You know that I cannot. Oh, indeed. Ecker finished off his coffee. I had forgotten you'd been denounced. Guess you shall have to tarry with us heathens herein. Yes. I shall. Ecker took a moment to enjoy the awkward silence. Except then the other male had to ruin it. You have no grounds to proceed, Thro said. We are not of the Glimmer. Ecker flashed his fangs in a smile. You worry Oermic about rules, my friend. You cannot call a meeting of the council. You do not have standing. True enough. It is, however, another story to present them with a reason to convene. Was it not you yourself who said there were grumbles about the king following the raids? Aye. But I am well aware of what you seek, and the end goal is treason at best, suicide at worst. Such a narrow thinker you are, Thro. For all of your practical education, you have a gross lack of vision. You cannot depose the king, and surely you are not thinking of trying to kill him. Kill? Ecker cocked a brow. I do not wish him a coffin for a bed. Not at all. I bid him a long life such that he may stew in the juices of his failure. Thro shook his head. I know not why you hate him so. Please. Ecker rolled his eyes. I have nothing against him personally. It is his status that I covet, pure and simple. For him to be alive whilst I sit upon his throne is just an added spice for my meal. Sometimes I fear you are mad. Ecker narrowed his eyes. I assure you I am neither enraged nor insane. And you should walk carefully the line you stand upon with comments like that. He was fully capable of killing his old friend. Today, tonight, tomorrow. His father had taught him that soldiers were no different from any other weapon, and when they were in danger of misfiring, they had to go. Forgive me. Thro bowed slightly. My debt to you remains, as does my loyalty. Such a sap. Although in truth, Ecker murdering the male who had defiled Thro's sister had been a very worthwhile investment of time and blade, for it had tied the steadfast and true fighter to him. Earmore. Thro had sold himself to Ecker to get the deed done. Back then, the male had been too much of a dandy to commit the murder with his own hand, and so he had forced himself into the shadows to seek what he would never have invited in through even the service entrance of his mansion. He had been shocked when the money offered had been turned down, and had started to walk off when Ecker had made his demand. A quick jogging of the memory as to the condition his sister had been found in had been enough to get a pledge out of him, and subsequent training had done wonders. Under Ecker's tutelage, Thro had hardened over time like steel forged in heat. Now he was a killer. Now he was useful for something other than playing social statue at dinner parties and balls. Such a shame his bloodline hadn't seen the transformation as an improvement in spite of the fact that his father had been a brother, for God's sakes. You'd think the family would have been grateful. Alas, they had disowned the poor fucker. It made Ecker positively weep every time he thought about it. You will write to them. Ecker smiled again, his fangs tingling, his cock doing likewise. You will write to all of them, and you will announce our arrival. You will point out their losses, reminding them of the young and the females that were cut down that summer night. You will recall to their minds all the audiences they have not had with their king. You will express the proper outrage on their behalf, and you will do it in a way they will understand because you were once one of them. And then we shall wait to be summoned. Thro bowed. I, my Leodire. In the meantime, we shall hunt for lessers and keep a tally of our killings, so that when they ask after our health and well-being, which the aristocracy is wont to do, we can inform them that although prime-bred horses are pretty in the stables, a pack of wolves is what you want guarding your back door. The Glimmerer were worthless on so many levels, but they were as predictable as a pocket watch. Self-preservation was what made their hands, big and small, go round and round and round once more. Best go get your rest, Ecker drawled. Or are you already on the hunt for one of your diversions? When there was no answer, he frowned at the reply hidden within the lack of response. You have a purpose above and beyond what passed our fighting hours previously. The human dead are of far less concern than the living enemy of ours. I read, nay. Do not tarry in other pursuits to the disadvantage of our goals. Have I ever let you down? There is still time, old friend. Ecker stared at the male from beneath half-masted lids. There is always time for your bleeding heart nature to get you into trouble. And lest you disagree, may I remind you of the circumstances you have found yourself in for the last 2 centuries. Thro stiffened. No, you need not. I am perfectly aware of where I am. Good. Ecker nodded. That is rather important in this life. Carry on. Thro bowed. I bid you good sleep, my Leodire. Ecker watched the male depart, and as he found himself alone once again, the burning in his body annoyed him. Sexual need was such a waste of time, for it neither killed nor nourished, but on a regular basis, his cock and balls needed something other than a rough tugging session. When darkness fell this coming night, Thro was going to have one other thing to procure for the band of bastards, and this time Ecker was going to be forced to have his fill of it. And they were going to need blood as well. Preferably not human, but if they had to make do for now, well, they'd just have to get rid of the bodies, wouldn't they? 34. Back in the training center, Manny woke up on the hospital bed, not in the chair. After a momentary confusion, hazy memories brought it all back. After the butler had shown up with the food Manny had eaten in the office, as Jane had told him to don that, as opposed to inside his car, was where he'd found his cell phone, wallet, keys, and briefcase. The little collection of Manelementos had been right out in full view, just sitting on a chair, and the lack of security surprised him, given how locked down everything else was. Except then he'd turned his cell phone on and found that the SIM card was gone. And he'd been willing to bet that he'd need an atomic bomb to get into or out of the garage without their permission. So his keys were immaterial. Briefcase? Nothing but a power bar and some paperwork that had absolutely nothing to do with underground facilities, vampires, or pain. Guess all the why bother explained the out in the open. He'd been ready to throw in the proverbial towel when it came to checking his voicemail, but then he'd taken a flyer and reached for the AT&T office phone at his elbow. Picking up the receiver, he'd hit 9 and the dial tone had been a total shocker. Although really, what were the chances that anyone would be left unattended down here? Slim to none. Except on a day when 90% of them had been injured fighting and the other 10% were worried about their brothers. In short order, Manny had run through 3 voicemail systems: home, cell, and office. The first had had 2 messages from his mother. Nothing specific, house repairs were needed, and she'd bogeyed the dreaded 9th hole. The cell had had 1 from the vet that he'd had to listen to twice. And the office had been just as depressing as the glory shit. There had been 7 messages from colleagues around the country, and it was all so shatteringly normal. They wanted him to fly out and do consults or give papers at conferences or make spaces in his residency program for their kids or family friends. The sad truth was, those run-of-the-mill requests lagged behind where his life was really at, kind of like he'd hung a tight Louis and faked out the poor bastards who were calling him. And he had no idea, once these vampires worked on his brain again, whether there would be anything left to count to 10 with, much less used to operate on a patient or run a surgical department. There was no way of knowing what condition he was going to be in when he came out of all this. The sound of a toilet flushing had him bolting upright. As the bathroom door opened, he saw Payne's silhouette spotlit from behind, her Johnny disappearing into nothing more than a filmy sheet. Sweet baby Jesus. His morning hard-on started to pound, and didn't that make him wish he'd slept in the damn chair? Trouble was, when he'd finally come back to her, he hadn't had the strength to say no when she'd asked him to join her. "You wake," she said in a husky voice. "And you are up." He smiled a little. "How are the legs feeling?" "Weak. But they work." She glanced over her shoulder. "I should like a shower." Shit, with the way that trailed off, she was looking for some help, and his mind went straight to the pair of them separated by nothing but soap. "I think there's a bench to sit on." He got up on the far side of the bed so that he could tuck his erection into the waistband of the scrubs. Going over to her, he tried to give her as much room as possible as he ducked into the bath. "Yeah, right here." He reached in and turned on the water, then angled the bench around. "I'll set this up." Glancing over his shoulder, he froze solid. Payne had loosened the ties of her hospital gown and was slowly, inexorably letting the front fall from her shoulders. As the spray hit his arm and started soaking the top of his scrubs, he swallowed hard and found himself wanting to scream when her hands caught the very top and held it to her breasts. She stayed like that, as if she were waiting to see what he was going to say, and as their eyes locked, his cock strained so hard it was a wonder it didn't bust open the front of his frickin' pants. "Let it go, Bambina," he heard himself say. And she did. Fucking hell, he'd never wanted to worship the law of gravity before, but he did now. He wanted to prostrate himself at Newton's altar and weep with gratitude for the blessing that made all things fall to the goddamn ground. "Look at you," he growled, watching those pink tips get tight. Without conscious thought or any warning, his wet arm reached out and grabbed her, pulling her to his mouth, holding her hard as he sucked her nipple in and tongued her. But he didn't need to worry, he'd offended her. Payne's hands dove into his hair and she cradled him against her as he suckled on her, bending her back until he was holding her upright and she was all naked female ready to be devoured. Maneuvering her around, he canned the light and took them both under the warm spray of the shower. As her body illuminated from within, he sank onto his knees, catching with his tongue the hot water that sluiced between her breasts and ran down her stomach. As she threw her hand out to catch her balance, he was on it, guiding her down so that she was safely sitting on the bench. Arching up, he palmed her nape and kissed her deep as he went for the soap and got ready to make sure she was very, very clean. As her tongue met his own, He was so into the feel of her nipples brushing against his chest and her lips against his own that he didn't notice or care that his hair was plastering onto his skull or that the scrubs had saran wrapped on him, clinging to his body. "Healer," she gasped as he started soaping her skin. Her upper body grew slick and hot as his palms went all over her, from her neck to the tops of her hip bones. And then he started in on her legs, working her delicate feet and ankles and moving ever upward, over her calves and the backs of her knees. Water was all around them, falling between them, washing her off as soon as he sudsed her up, and the sound of it falling on the tile was drowned out only by her moans. Shit was only gonna get louder, too. Sucking on her neck, he spread her knees wider and wider, pushing himself between them. "I told you," he bit her a little, "you would like bath time." In response, her hands speared into his shoulders, her nails digging in and making him wonder if it wasn't time to start thinking about baseball stats, zip codes, car prices. "Eleanor Roosevelt." "You were correct, Healer," she said, panting. "I love it, but you are too well clothed." Manny closed his eyes as he shuddered, and then he got enough control over himself so he could speak. "Nah, I'm good the way I am. You just lean back and let me take care of this." Before she could respond, he sealed his mouth on hers and pushed her against the wall with his chest. To get her to stay away from the subject of his getting naked, he slid both hands up the insides of her thighs and ran his fingertips across her sex. As he felt how wet she was, and it was the kind of wet that had nothing to do with water and everything to do with what he wanted all over his tongue, he pulled back a little and looked down. Fucking hell, she was so ready for him. And man, what she looked like, all bent back, the water making her breasts glisten, her lips parted and a little bruised from him kissing her, her legs spread apart. "Will you take me now?" she moaned, her eyes flashing, her fangs elongating. "Yes." He gripped her knees and went down, putting his mouth where his eyes had locked. As she cried out, he went for it hard and fast, engulfing her sex, driving her hard, making no excuses for how much he wanted her. When she blew apart, his tongue went into her and he felt it all, the pulses, the way she jerked against his chin and nose, the hard grip of her hands on his head. No reason to stop there. With her, he had endless stamina, and he knew as long as his scrubs stayed on him, he could keep going like this with her forever. This house woke up in a bed that was not his own, but it didn't take him more than a nanosecond to know where he was, the clinic, in one of the recovery rooms. After giving his eyes a good rub, he glanced around. The light was on in the bathroom and its door was cracked, so there was plenty to see by, and the first thing that stood out was the duffel bag across the way on the floor. It was one of his. Specifically, the one he'd given Jane. She wasn't here, however. Not in this room, at least. As he sat up, he felt as if he'd been in a car accident, aches and pains blooming all over his body like he was an antenna and every single radio signal in the world was channeling into his nervous system. With a groan, he shifted around so that his legs dangled off the bed, and then he had to take a little breather. Couple of minutes later, it was a case of push and pray. He shoved his weight off the mattress and hoped. Bingo! Legs held. The side that had been worked on by Manello was not exactly ready to run a marathon, but as V ripped off the bandages and did some flexing, he had to be impressed. The scars from the knee surgery were almost completely healed already, nothing except a pale pink line left behind. But more importantly, what was underneath was straight-up magic. The joint felt fantastic. Even with the stiffness that remained, he could tell it was functioning perfectly. Hip felt good as new, too. Goddamn human surgeon was a miracle worker. On his way to the loo, his eyes passed over that duffel bag. Memories from his morphine trip filtered back and were far clearer than the actual experience had been. God, Jane was a spectacular doctor. In the night-to-night running of life, he hadn't so much forgotten that has not experienced it in a while. She always went the extra mile with her patients. Always. And she didn't treat his brothers so well because they were tied to him. It had nothing to do with his, as those people were hers in those moments. She would have treated civilians, members of the Glimmer, even humans, in exactly the same way. Inside the bathroom, he got into the shower, and man, it was crowded in the stall. As he thought about Jane and his sister, he had a terrible feeling he'd oversimplified what he'd walked in on the night before yesterday. He hadn't stopped to consider that there was some other relationship at work between the two females. It had been all about him and his sister, nothing about the doctor-slash-patient bond. Scratch that. It had been all about him, nothing about pain and what she wanted out of her life. Or what Jane had done or not done for her patient. Standing with his head down and the water hitting the back of his neck, he stared at the drain between his feet. He wasn't good with apologies. Or talking. But he was not a pussy either. 10 minutes later, he threw on a hospital Johnny and limped out into the corridor for the office. If his Jane was down here, he figured she'd be asleep at the desk, given how many of the recovery beds were no doubt filled with brothers she'd treated. He still had no clue what to say to her about the leathers, but he could at least give it a shot about pain. Except the office was empty. Sitting down at the computer, it took him less than 15 seconds to find his Shellin. When he'd hardwired the security system for the mansion, the pit, and this facility, he'd put cameras in every single room there was except for the first family suite. Naturally, the equipment could be disconnected easily with an unplug, and what do you know, the bedrooms of his brothers all showed black on the computer screen. Which was a good thing. He didn't need to see all that banging. The blue toile guest room up at the big house, however, was still being monitored, and in the light of the bedside lamp that had been left on, he saw the curled figure of his mate. Jane was dead to the world, but it was damn clear she wasn't resting comfortably. Her brows were clenched as if her brain were desperately trying to hold on to the sleep she was getting. Or maybe she was dreaming of things that prickled instead of pleasured her. His first instinct was to march right over there, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized that the kindest thing he could do was leave her where she lay and let her rest. She and Manello had gone for hours straight, all morning long. Besides, he was staying in tonight. Wrath had taken everyone off rotation in light of all the injuries. Christ, that lessening society. He hadn't seen so many slayers in years, and he wasn't thinking about just the dozen that had shown up last night. Over the previous 2 weeks, he was willing to bet the Omega had turned 100 of those fuckers, and he had a feeling they were like cockroaches. For every one you saw, there were another 10 that you didn't. Good thing the brothers were lethal as fuck. And Butch healed relatively easily after doing his destroyer business. Hell, this house had even been able to take care of the cop after the operation. Not that he remembered much about doing it, but still. Stifled by so much, he patted his pockets for his rolling paper and tobacco and realized he was wearing a Johnny, no merch for a smoke. Out of the chair, back in the hall, heading down to where he'd crashed. The door to Payne's room was closed, and he didn't hesitate before he opened the way in. Chances were good that the human surgeon was in there with her, but there was no way the guy wasn't out like a light. He'd worked his ass off. As Vishouse stepped inside, the scent in the air probably should have registered more clearly, and he maybe should have paid a little more attention to the fact that the shower was running. But he was just so shocked to see the bed was empty and that there were braces and crutches over in the corner. Patient was paralyzed? You needed a wheelchair, not equipment that aided mobility. So was she walking? Payne. He raised his voice. Payne. The response he got back was a moan. A very deep, satisfied moan. Which was not the kind of thing evoked even by the best shower anyone ever had. He shot across and nearly broke the door down as he burst into the hot, humid bathroom. And holy shit, the scene before him was so much worse than he'd thought. The irony, however, was that what they were, oh God. He couldn't even put into words what was doing saved the surgeon's life. V was so horrified he had to look away, and the ostrich routine kept him from tearing a hole the size of a sewer pipe in Manello's neck. As Vishouse stumbled back out, he heard all kinds of scrambling from the bath. And then it was a case of him going a swipe wall. He slammed into the bed, rebounded, knocked over a chair, bounced into a wall. At this rate, he'd find his way out in a week. Or so. Vishouse. As Payne came up to him, he kept his eyes on the floor and ended up with a clear shot of his twin's bare feet. So she'd regained feeling in her legs. Hey. Please spare me an explanation, he bit out before glaring over at Manello. The bastard was soaking wet, hair slicked to his head, scrubs sucked into his body. And do not get used to her. You're here only until I don't need you anymore, and given how well she's doing, it ain't for much longer. How dare you just for me to choose with whom I mate? He shook his head at his sister. Then pick something other than a human half your size and a quarter your strength. Life down here is not what it's like in the clouds, sweetheart, and the lessening societies slapped a bullseye on your chest just like the rest of us wear. He's weak, he's a security risk, and he needs to go back where he belongs and stay there. Well, didn't that make his twin furious? Her icy eyes went nuclear, her black brows slamming down. Get out. Ask him what he did all morning long, V demanded. Wait till I'll tell you. He sewed me and the Brotherhood up because we were trying to defend our females and our race. That human? He's a lesser waiting to happen, in my opinion, nothing less, nothing more. How dare you? You know naught of him. V leaned into her. And neither do you. Which is my fucking point. Before shit got really out of control, he spun around to leave, only to catch sight of them all in the mirror on the wall. What a fucking tableau they were. His sister, naked and unashamed, the human, wet and grim, himself, wild-eyed and ready to kill something. Rage built up so fast and so high, it broke free before he even recognized the emotion. Vishouse took 2 steps over, reared back his head, and slammed his face into the glass, shattering the reflection to fucking gone. As his sister screamed and the surgeon shouted, he left them to their own devices and stalked off. Out in the hall, he knew precisely where he was going. Out in the tunnel, he was oh so very aware of what he was about to do. As he went, the blood dripped down his cheeks and off his chin, the red tears falling onto his chest and his abs. He didn't feel any pain at all. But with any luck, he would. Very soon. 35. By the time Payne got herself dressed and went out into the hall, her twin was gone. The blood on the floor told her in which direction he had headed, however, and she followed the trail down the corridor and into the glass-enclosed space marked office. Inside, the little specks of red cut a path around the desk and disappeared through a door, so she went over and opened up. Just a closet. Nothing but supplies of papers and writing instruments. There was more to it, however. There had to be. The track of droplets terminated at a wall of shelving. Padding around, she searched for a lever or release to shift the casing over, all the while replaying the scene of the mirror smashing. She had such fear, not for herself, but for Vishouse and what she had driven him to. Again, she had wanted a relationship with her brother. Not like this, though. Never this toxic interplay. You getting anywhere? She looked over her shoulder at her healer. Standing in the doorway to the office, he was still wet, but no longer dripping, and had a white towel wrapped around his neck. His short, dark hair was askew, as if he had rubbed it dry and left it as it stood. I cannot find the way through. And wasn't that apt on so many levels? Payne wasted some time just staring at the neatly lined up stacks of yellow pads and boxes of pens and orderly rows of things the purposes of which she could only guess at. When she finally gave up and stepped out, her healer was still in the doorway to the office, still staring at her. His eyes were black with emotion, his lips thin, and for some reason his expression made her realize how fully clothed he was. How fully clothed he had always been whenever he had lain with her. He hadn't let her touch him, had he? You agree with my brother, she said darkly. Do you not? It was not a question. And she was not surprised when he nodded. This isn't a long-term thing, he said with horrible gentleness. Not for you. So that is why I have not had the pleasure of your sex. His brows flared briefly, as if her candor discomforted him. Payne, this can't work between us. Says who? It is our choice whom we. I've got a life to go back to. As her breath grew tight, she thought how incredibly arrogant of her. It had never occurred to her that he had somewhere else to go. Then again, just as her brother had pointed out, how much did she know of him? I've got family, he continued. A job. A horse I have to go see. Payne walked over to him, approaching him with her head high. Why do you assume it is an either/or? And before you try, do not waste words telling me you do not want me. I know it is true your scent does not lie. He cleared his throat. Sex isn't everything, Payne. And when it comes to you and me, even that's just about getting you to where you are now. At that, another chill ran through her, sure as if there were a draft in the room. But then she shook her head. You wanted me, healer. When you came back here and saw me in that bed, your scent was nothing about the condition I was in, and you are a coward if you pretend otherwise. Hide if you will, healer. My name is Manny, he snapped. Manuel Manello. I was brought here to help you, and in case you haven't noticed, you're on your feet. So I have. Right now? I'm just waiting until you people rip into my brain again and leave me strapped to separate night from day and dreams from reality. This is your world, not mine, and there is only either/or. Their eyes locked together, and in that moment, if the facility had been on fire, she would not have been able to look away, and neither, she realized, would he. If it could work, she said roughly. If you were allowed to come and go as you pleased, would you stay with me? Payne. My question is clear. Answer it. Now. As his brows rose, she could not tell whether he was excited or repulsed by her brashness, and she did not care in that moment. The truth is what it is, spoken or not. So we might as well have it all out. He slowly shook his head. Your brother doesn't think. Fuck my brother, she countered. Tell me what you think. In the strained silence that followed, she realized what she had just said and wanted to curse anew. Dropping her head, she stared at the floor, not in meekness, but out of frustration. Females of worth did not use words like that, and they did not pressure people for a tea towel, much less something like this. Indeed, a proper female would stand by as the eldest male of her family, handled the big decisions in her life, shaping the course of everything from where she lived to unto whom she was betrothed. Outbursts, sex, swearing, any more of this and she was going to make Vicious's wishes come true because her healer Manuel that would find her so unattractive he would beg to be taken away from her with no memories of their time together. Would she never fit the Layla standard of feminine perfection? Rubbing her temples, she muttered, "You are both right just for the wrong reasons. You and I could never last because I am not a good match for any male." What? Tired of everything, of him and her brother, of herself, of females and males in general, she waved him off and turned away. "You say this is my world? You have that so very wrong. I do not belong here any more than you do. What the hell are you talking about?" Verily, he might as well get the true picture of things on his way out. What the hell? She stared over her shoulder. "I am the daughter of a god, Manuel. A deity. That glow you call forth from me? It is her very essence as an entity. That is what she is. As for my father, he was nothing but a sadistic bastard who imparted unto me the urge to kill. That was his gift. And do you want to know what I did with it? Do you?" She was aware that her voice was rising but was singularly disinclined to quiet herself. "I killed him, Manuel. And for that crime against mine bloodline, for that offense against the standards of behavior for females, I was imprisoned and held for centuries. So you are too right. Go and do it now. It is for the best. But do not think that I fit in here any better than you do." With another curse, she pushed past him and strode out into the corridor, figuring Manuel would find himself freed very shortly. "It was your brother, wasn't it?" The calm, low words echoed down the barren hallway, stopping not just her feet, but her heart. "I saw the condition he's in," Manuel said in a deep voice. "Any chance your father did that to the guy?" Pain slowly turned back around. Standing in the middle of the corridor, her healer was showing neither shock nor horror, just an intelligence she was coming to expect from him. "Why would you think that?" she said in a dead tone. "When I operated on him, I saw the scars, and it's pretty clear someone tried to castrate him." Extrapolating? From my limited interaction with him, I'd say he's way too touchy and aggressive for anyone to get the better of him. So it was either a gang of people or somebody who got him when he was really profoundly vulnerable. I'm thinking the latter is more likely because, well, let's just say I'd be surprised if abusive parents didn't happen for your kind too. Payne swallowed hard, and it was a long, long while before she could find her voice. "Our father had him held down. A blacksmith was ordered to tattoo him and then get a pair of pliers." Manuel squeezed his eyes shut briefly. "I'm sorry. I'm really damned sorry. Our father was chosen as a sire for his aggression and ruthlessness, and my brother was given over to him when he was very young, whereas I stayed up at the sanctuary with our maman. With not to pass my time, I watched what transpired down here on Earth in the seeing bowls, and over the course of years in the war camp, my brother was abused. I brought this to my mother time and time again, but she insisted upon adhering to the deal she had made with the bloodletter." She curled her hands into tight fists. That male, that forsaken, sadistic male, he was not capable of siring sons, but she guaranteed him one so he would agree to mate with her. 3 years after we were born, she relinquished this house unto our father's cruelty, whilst she did her best to force me into a mold I would ne'er fit into. And then that last episode where this house was tears speared into her eyes. No more, not any longer could I do nothing. I came down here and I hunted the bloodletter down. I held him to the ground whilst I burned him into ash. And I do not regret it. Who put you in jail? My mother. But the imprisonment was only partially because he was dead. Sometimes I believe it was more her colossal disappointment in me. She wiped her face quickly and rubbed the wetness away. But enough of this. Enough of all of it. Go now, I shall speak to the king and send you off. Goodbye, Manuel. Rather than waiting for him to respond, she headed off once more. Yes, I want you. Payne stopped and then looked over her shoulder again. After a moment, she said, "You are a fine healer and you have done your job, as you so aptly pointed out. We have no further cause to speak." When she resumed walking, his footsteps approached fast and he caught her, wheeling her around. "If I didn't keep my pants on, I couldn't have kept myself out of you. Really? Give me your hand." Without looking, she held one unto him. Why ever for? He moved fast, putting her palm between his legs, and pressing her into the hot, hard length at his hips. You're right. He moved against her, his pelvis undulating, the arousal pushing against her palm as he started to breathe deeply. Even as I tried to tell myself otherwise, I knew that if I got naked, you were going to stay a virgin only long enough for me to get you on your back. Not romantic, but really totally fucking true. As her lips parted, his eyes dropped to her mouth and he growled, "You can feel the truth, can't you? It's in your goddamn hand. Do you not care about what I did?" "You mean with your father?" He stopped the rubbing and frowned. "No. To be clear, I'm a Lex Talionis kind of guy. Your brother could easily have died from those wounds. I don't care how fast you people heal. But more to the point, I'm willing to bet that father/son bonding moment fucked his head up for the rest of his life. So yeah, I don't have a problem with what you did." Retaliatory justice, she thought as his words sank in. Tightening her hold on him, she resumed what he had stopped, tracing up and down his sex, stroking. "I am glad you feel this way. And wasn't that true on a lot of levels?" His erection was delicious, so hard and blunt at the tip. She wanted to explore him as he had her with her fingers, her mouth, her tongue. Manuel's eyes briefly rolled back into his head as he gritted his teeth. "But your brother's still right. Is he?" She leaned in and licked at his lips. "Are you sure?" When she drew back, there was a sizzling moment as their eyes met, and then, with a growl, he spun her around and pushed her into the wall. "Be careful," he growled. "Why?" She dipped her lips to his neck and slowly, inexorably dragged one thong up over his jugular. "Oh fuck!" With a desperate curse, he locked his hand on hers, holding her palm in place at his hips, obviously trying to refocus. "Listen to me. As good as this is between us," he swallowed hard. "As good shit. Look, your brother knows what's doing. I can't take care of you properly, and I can take care of myself." She pressed her mouth to his, and she knew she had him when his pelvis began to push forward and ease back again. He may have halted her hand, but his body was more than making up the slack on the friction front. "Fucking hell," he groaned. "Do you want me to come right here?" "Yes, I do. I want to know what it is like. More kissing." And even though he was the one gripping her and pinning her against the wall, she was the aggressor. Manuel pulled back, but only, it seemed, upon a great struggle within himself. After taking a number of deep breaths, he said, "You asked me whether I would stay if I could?" "In a heartbeat. You are beautiful and sexy, and I don't know what the hell your mother or anyone else is doing comparing you to anything or anybody. Nothing comes close to you on any level." As he spoke, he was lethally serious and abidingly sincere, and the acceptance he offered was as generous as it was unique. She had never gotten it from anyone. Even her own brother wanted to deny her her choice of mate. "Thank you," she whispered. "It's not a compliment. That's just the way it is." Manuel kissed her mouth softly and lingered with the contact. "But the goateed hater is still right, Payne." "Goateed hater?" "Sorry. Little nickname I dreamed up for your twin." He shrugged. "But even still, I really think he does have your best interests at heart, and you do need someone other than me long term. Whether I can stay here or not is just part of the problem." "Not in my eyes." "Then you need to see more clearly. I'm going to be dead in another 4 decades. If I'm lucky. Do you really want to watch me age? Die?" She had to close her eyes and turn her head away at the thought of him passing away. Fates know. In the quiet that followed, the energy between them changed, shifting from everything sexual to a different kind of yearning. And as if he felt as she did, he tucked her in against his body, holding her tightly within his strong arms. "If there's one thing that I've learned as a doctor," he said, "it's that biology prevails. You and I can do all the deciding we want, but the biological differences are nothing that we can change. My life expectancy is a fraction of yours at most. We get a 10-year window before I'm in Cialis land." "What's that?" "A very, very flat, gelded place," he said drily. "Well, I would go there with you, Manuel." She pulled back so she could look into his beautiful brown eyes. "Wherever it is." There was a beat of silence, and then he smiled sadly. "I love the way you say my name." Sighing, she put her head on his shoulder. "And I love saying it." As they stood there, one against the other, she wondered whether it was for the very last time. And that made her think of her brother. She was worried about Vis's house and needed to talk with him, but he had chosen to leave her with no way of finding him. So be it. Difficult as it was, she would let Vis's house go temporarily for now and focus on the male who was with her. "I have something to ask of you," she said to her healer. Manuel, she corrected herself. "Name it. Take me into your world. Show me if not everything, Then something. Manuel stiffened. I don't know if that's such a hot idea. You've been on your feet for just over 12 hours at this point. But I feel strong and I have ways of dealing with travel. Worst came to worst, she could just dematerialize back here to the compound. She knew from the seeing bowls that her brother had surrounded this facility with mice, and that was a beacon she could readily find. Trust me, I shall be in no danger. How would we get out together, though? Payne stepped from his hold. You redress your body whilst I take care of everything. When it looked like he was going to argue, she shook her head. You say biology always wins? Fine. But I say to you, we have this night, why should we waste it? More time together is only going to make it harder to leave. Oh, how that hurt. You said you would grant me a favor. I have put it upon you. Is your word not your bond? His lips thinned out. But then he inclined his head. Fair enough. I'll go change. As he headed back to their room, she returned to the office and picked up the phone, as Jane and Elena had shown her how to do. The dialing went well enough and the butler Doggen answered in a cheery voice. This had to work, she told herself. This absolutely had to work. In the old language, she said, this is Payne, blooded sister of the Black Dagger Brotherhood house, son of the Bloodletter. I should wish to speak with the king if he would grant me the courtesy. 36. As Vis House burst into the pit from the underground tunnel, he had to wipe his bloody face with his palm so he could keep going down to the bedrooms. He supposed it was a good thing that the mirror had mostly bullseyed, because it meant there were few shards in him, but in truth, he didn't really give a shit. When he came up to Butch and Marissa's door, he knocked. Hard. Gimme a minute. Butch didn't take that long to open up, and he was still pulling his robe on when he did. That was as far as he got. Jesus Christ, V. Over the guy's shoulder, Marissa sat up in their bed, her cheeks flushed, her long blonde hair tangled, the covers pulled up to her breasts and held there. Drowsy satisfaction was quickly replaced with shock. I should have just called. V was impressed at the calm tone of his voice, and he tasted copper as he spoke. But I don't know where my phone is. As his stare locked onto his best friend's, he felt like a diabetic desperate for insulin. Or maybe it was more like a heroin addict pining for a needle. Whatever the metaphor, he had to get out of himself or he was going to lose his mind and do something criminally stupid. Like get his blades on and turn that surgeon into so much hamburger meat. I caught them together, he heard himself say. But don't worry. The human is still breathing. And then he just stood there, the question that he'd come to ask as plain as the blood on his face. Butch glanced back at his Shellen. Without hesitation, she nodded. Her eyes sad and kind and so understanding that V was momentarily touched, even in his numbed-out state. Go, she said. Take care of him. I love you. Butch nodded at her. Probably mouthed an I love you back. Then he looked at V and muttered gruffly. You go wait in the courtyard. I'll bring the Escalade around and get a towel from the bathroom, would ya? You look like Freddy frickin' Krueger. As the cop peeled off for the closet and ditched his robe to get dressed, V looked at the male's Shellen. It's all right, Vis House, she said. It's going to be all right. I do not crave this. But he needed it before he became a danger to himself and others. I know. And I love you too. You are a blessing beyond measure, he pronounced in the old language. And then he bowed to her and turned away. When the world came back into focus sometime later, V found himself sitting on the passenger side of the Escalade. Butch was behind the wheel, and the pedal metal routine the cop was pulling meant some serious mileage had been covered. The lights of downtown Caldwell were not just in the distance. They were all around, glimmering through the front and side windows. The silence in the SUV was as tense as a dagger hand and as dense as a brick. And even as they closed in on their destination, V had trouble comprehending this trip they were taking. There was no going back, however. Not for either of them. Down into the Commodore's parking garage. Engine off. 2 doors opening, 2 doors closing. And then the ride up in the elevator, which was like the trip from the compound to the Commodore. Nothing that stuck in V's mind. Next thing he knew, Butch was using the copper key to open the way into the penthouse. V walked in first and he willed the black candles on their stanchions to light up. The instant the black walls and flooring were illuminated, he went from zombie to live wire, his senses coming alive to the point where his own footfalls sounded like bombs dropping. And the sound of the door shutting them both in was like the building falling in on itself. Every breath he took was a gust of wind. Every beat of his heart was a boxer's punch. Every swallow he took was a guzzle down his throat. Was this how his subs had felt? This too alive tingle? He stopped by his table. No jacket to take off. Nothing but the now bloody hospital Johnny on his back. Behind him, Butch's presence loomed big as a mountain. "Can I use your phone?" V asked roughly. "Here." V spun around and caught the tossed BlackBerry with his gloved hand. Calling up a blank text, he chose Doc Jane out of the address book. His fingers stilled at that point. His brain was clogged with emotion, the screams he needed to let out getting in the way and turning his normal reserve into a solid steel set of bars that bolted him inside of himself. But then, this was why they were here. With a soft curse, he canceled the empty text. When he went to pass the phone back, Butch was over by the bed, taking off one of his many fancy-dancy leather jackets. No biker's spiky bullshit for the cop's downtime. The coat was hip-length and had been fitted perfectly to his barrel chest. The material beyond butter and into cloud soft, which V knew because he'd handed the thing over a number of times. This was not something the guy fought in. And he was taking it off for the right reasons. No reason to get blood on the likes of that. As V put the phone down on the bed and backed away, Butch folded the jacket with careful, precise hands, and when he laid the leather down it was as if he were settling a young on the black duvet. Then those strong, blunt fingers of his pulled up his belted black slacks and smoothed his black silk shirt. Silence. And not the comfy kind. This house looked to the banks of plate glass that ran around the penthouse and stared at his best friend's reflection. After a moment, the cop's head turned. Their eyes met in the glass. "Are you going to leave that on?" Butch asked darkly. This house reached up to the tie at the back of his neck and popped the bow that held the two halves of the Johnny together. And then he did the same at his waist. As the shift fell from his body, the cop watched from across the room as it hit the floor. "I need a fucking drink," Butch said. Over at the bar, the guy poured himself a shot of Lagavulin. And another. And then he pushed the squat glass away, picked up the bottle, and sucked hard. This house stayed where he was, his mouth open, his breath shooting in and out of him as he remained focused on the image of his best friend. Butch put the bottle down, but held on to it, his head falling forward as if he'd closed his eyes. "You don't have to do this," V said hoarsely. "Yeah, I do." The cop's dark head lifted, and then he pivoted. When he finally came forward, he left the booze at the bar, and he stopped when he was behind this house. He was close enough so that the heat from his body easily registered. Or maybe that was V's own blood beginning to boil. "What are the rules?" the cop said. "There are none." This house spread his stance and braced himself. "Do whatever you want, but you have to break me. You've got to tear me apart." Back at the compound, Manny changed into yet another set of scrubs. Things kept going like this, and he should buy stock in the goddamned garment company. Or in laundry machines. Out in the hall, he took up residential against the concrete wall and stared at his Nikes. He so did not think the Sauls should get excited. He had a feeling that he and Payne were not going anywhere. At least not together. Daughter of a deity. And it didn't matter to him. She could have been the offspring of an ostrich for all he cared. Rubbing his face. He couldn't decide whether he was impressed with himself or terrified that he was so accepting of that news flash. Probably healthier to be shocked and disbelieving and all about the hell no. His brain just rolled with it, though, which meant he was either getting really flexible with what he considered reality or his gray matter had fallen into a state of learned helplessness. Probably the former. Because all in all, he felt with it. Shit, he felt better than he had in ages, in spite of the fact that he'd operated for 10 hours straight and he'd slept in a chair for part of the night or day, or whatever time it was. The body/mind combo of his was strong and healthy and sharp as a tack. Even as he stretched, there was no stiffness or creaks or pops. It was as if he'd been on vacation for a month, getting massages and doing yoga in front of the ocean. Not that he'd ever done the downward dog. And on that note, a truly fabulous, utterly filthy image of Payne came to mind. As his cock raised its hand to be called on, he thought it would no doubt be a good idea not to take her on a guided tour of, say, his bedroom. Actually, given recent events which had involved him on his knees, his bathroom was probably off limits, too. Maybe he should avoid rooms with tile? So his kitchen was a no-go. His front hall, too. Payne all but jumped out from the office, and she had his briefcase and other things with her. "We're free." With all the grace of an athlete, she ran to him, her hair flowing out behind her, her stride just as fluid as those dark waves on her head. "We're free. We're free." As she leaped into his arms, he caught her and spun her around. "They're letting us go," he said. "Indeed. We have clearance to take your automobile out from here." As she handed him his things, She smiled so widely her fangs flashed. I thought you might need these. And the phone works now. How did you know they're mine? They carried your scent. And Wrath told me about the card thingy that my twin removed. Phonchmone. The fact she recognized him by smell turned him on, reminding him of exactly how close they had gotten. Okay, time to stop that film reel. She put her hand up to his face. You know what? What? I like the way you look at me, Manuel. Oh yeah. It makes me think of when your mouth was upon me. Manny groaned and nearly lost it. So to keep things from getting out of hand, he put his arm around her waist. Come on. Let's take off before we lose the chance. Her laugh was so carefree that for some reason it split his chest wide and exposed the beating heart behind his ribs. And that was before she leaned in and kissed his cheek. You were aroused. He glanced over at her. And you were playing with fire. I like being hot. Manny barked out a laugh. Well, don't you worry, you are just that. When they came up to the fire door, he put his palm on the push bar. This really going to open? Try it and find out. He tilted in and what do you know, the latch sprang free and the heavy metal panel went wide. As vampires with guns and machetes didn't come streaming down on them from every direction, he shook his head. How in the hell did you manage this? The king was not happy. But I am not a prisoner here, I am of age, and there is no reason I should not be able to leave the compound. And at the end of the evening, what then? As her joy diminished, he thought, that was how she'd pulled it off. Technically, she was escorting him home. This was their goodbye. He smoothed her hair back. It's okay. It's all right, Bambina. She seemed to swallow hard. I shall not think of the future, and neither should you. There are hours and hours to be had. Hours. Not days or weeks or months or years. Hours. God, he didn't feel free at all. Come on, he said, stepping out and taking her hand. Let's make this count. His car was parked in the shadows on the right, and when he got over to it, he found the thing unlocked. But come on, like anyone was going to get at it? He opened the passenger side door. Let me help you in. Taking her arm like a gentleman, he settled her and then stretched the seat belt across her breasts, clicking it into place. As her eyes bounced around the interior and her hands stroked the sides of the bucket seat, he figured this could be her first car ride. And how cool was that? You ever been in one of these before? He asked. Verily, I have not. Well, I'll take it slow. She caught his hand as he straightened. Does this go fast? He laughed a little. It's a Porsche. Fast is what it does. Then you shall take us upon the wind. It shall be as my days astride were. Manny took a mental snapshot of the wild happiness on her face. She was glowing and not in the ethereal sense, but in the simple joy of life way. He leaned in and kissed her. You are so beautiful. She captured his face. And I thank you for it. Oh, but it so wasn't him. What was lighting her up was freedom and health and optimism, and she deserved nothing less out of life. I have someone I want you to meet, he blurted. Payne smiled at him. Then drive on, Manuel. Take us into the night. After a moment more of staring at her, he did just that. 37. Standing naked in his penthouse, this house waited for something, anything. Instead, Butch backed off and disappeared into the kitchen. As he was left to his lonesome, V closed his eyes and cursed. This was a bad idea. You didn't ask a good Catholic boy to play with the kind of toys, V. The hit came from behind, fast and sure. It was a modified body slam, and executed beautifully. Two huge arms wrapped him at the chest and the hips, and he was slung around and spun out into the far wall by the work table. Which was when the slam part came in. Every square inch of him made impact. No bounce back, though. No ricocheting. He was pinned in place by the nape and the ass. Arms over your head. That growl was like a gun to the back of his skull, and V struggled to comply, fighting against the pressure that trapped both his arms in front of his chest. The right side came free first, and the instant his wrist was out from under, it was grabbed and forced into a cuff. Left side happened just as fast. Then again, cops were good with the steel. There was a brief release where he was able to catch some air. And then the sound of metal chain links being churned through a gear announced where things were headed. Up. Gradually, his weight shifted off his feet and onto the sockets and lengths of his arms. The ascent stopped right before his toes left the floor completely, and then he just hung there, facing toward the windows, breath squeezing in and out of his lungs as he heard Butch moving behind him. Open your mouth. At the command, V cranked his jaw wide, the joint at his cheekbone cracking, his eyes pulling down at the corners, his facial cuts coming alive with a chorus of howls. The gag was pulled down over his head and it fit right where it should, the ball squeezing between his fangs and forcing shit open even farther. With a quick jerk, the leather strapping tightened across the back of his skull and the buckle was fastened until it dug into his scalp. It was a perfect setup. The suspension and the choking confinement did their job, spurring on his adrenaline, making his body strain in so many different ways. A barbed corset was next, the contraption not going over his shoulders but around his torso, the metal points on the inside of the leather bindings sinking into his skin. Butch started with the strap right across the sternum, and then it was a case of sequential squeeze, down, down, down until from V's rib cage to his stomach to the tops of his hips, concentric circles of bright white pain tingled into his spine, shooting north to the receptors in his brain and south into his rock-hard cock. Oxygen whistled through his nostrils as there was a brief calm of no touch, and then Butch was back with 4 lengths of rubber strapping. For an amateur, he had great instincts. Both the ball gag and the chest harness had stainless steel rings that hung inch by every inch, and clearly the cop was going to put them to good use. Working steadily, Butch slipped hooks through the gag's fixtures and stretched the tubing down, attaching it on the front and the back of the corset, which effectively locked Vicious's head into the forward position. Then Butch gave him a swing and sent him on a little merry-go-round. In his frozen state, it was a mind fuck and a half, and it didn't take long before he wasn't sure whether he was moving or the room was on the ride. Things passed by one after the other, the bar, the door out, the work table, Butch, the bed, the glass. Then it was back to the bar, the door, the table, and Butch, who had walked over to the hanging whips and chains. The cop just stood there, his eyes locked on V's house. Like a train pulling into a station, the rotation grew slower and slower until it stopped altogether with the pair of them facing each other. "You said no rules," Butch gritted out. "Do you still mean that?" With no way to nod or shake his head, V did what he could with his feet, moving them up and back on the floor. "Are you sure?" When he repeated the motion, Butch's eyes glittered in the candlelight as if there were tears in them. "Okay, then," he said hoarsely. "If that's the way it's going to be." Butch wiped his face, turned to the wall, and then walked down the lineup of toys. As he approached the whips, V imagined the spiked fringe cutting into his back and his thighs, but the cop kept going. Next were the cat-o'-nines, and V could just feel them lashing his flesh, but Butch didn't stop. Then it was the nipple clips and the barbed, stainless steel cuffs that could be applied to ankles, forearms, the throat. When each section was passed, Vishouse frowned, wondering if the cop was just being a tease, and how unimpressive was that. Butch did stop, however, and his hand reached out. V moaned and began to thrash against the binds that held him aloft. Eyes peeling wide, he did what he could to beg, but there was no moving his head and no way to speak. "You said no limits," Butch choked out. "So this is how we're going to do it." V's legs spasmed and his chest started to scream for lack of oxygen. The mask the cop had chosen had no holes in it, not for the eyes or ears or mouth. Made of leather and stitched together with thin stainless steel thread, the only way oxygen got in was via 2 mesh side panels that were far enough back so that there was no leaching of light and the air would be circulated across hot, panicked skin before it went through the mouth and down into the lungs. The contraption was something V had bought but had never used. He'd kept it only because it had terrified him, and that was reason enough to own the thing. To be robbed of sight and hearing was the one thing guaranteed to make him lose his fucking shit, which was precisely why Butch picked the mask. He knew too well the buttons to push physical pain was one thing, but the psychological stuff was so much worse, and therefore more effectual. Butch walked slowly around and out of sight. With furious paddling, V tried to get himself repositioned to face the guy, but his toes couldn't quite manage good purchase on the floor, which was another success of the cop's strategy. To fight and squirm and get nowhere just heightened the terror. On a oneer, it was lights out. Jerking uncontrollably, Vishouse tried to fight, but it was a battle he was going to lose. With a quick yank, the mask went tight around his neck, secure and going nowhere. Mental hypoxia set in immediately. There was no oxygen to be had, none coming through, nothing. He felt something on his leg. Something long and thin, and cold, like a blade. He went utterly still, to the point where his previous exertions swung him back and forth on the chains above him, his body a statue suspended by twin strings of metal. V's inhales and exhales inside the hood were a roar in his ears as he zeroed in on the sensation below his waist. The knife traveled slowly, inexorably upward, and as it went, it moved to the inside of his thigh. In its wake, a liquid trail welled and eased down over his knee. He didn't even feel the pain of the cutting as that blade headed for his sex. The implications were that much of a sucker punch to his destruct button. In a flash, past and present mixed, the alchemy ignited by the adrenaline pumping through every vein he had, he was instantly ripped back through the many years to the night when his father's males had held him down in the dirt at the bloodletter's command. The tattoos had not been the worst of it. And here it was happening again. Just not with the pliers. Vishouse screamed around the ball gag and kept at it. He screamed for all he had lost, screamed for the half-male he was, screamed for Jane, screamed for who his parents were and what he wished for his sister, screamed for what he had forced his best friend to do. He screamed and screamed until there was no breath, no consciousness, no nothing. No past or present. Not even himself anymore. And in the midst of the chaos, in the strangest way, he became free. Butch knew the moment his best friend fainted. It wasn't just that those dangling feet went still, it was the sudden relaxation of all that musculature. No more straining in those huge arms and massive thighs. No more pumping of that big chest. No more ripped cords in the shoulders or down the back. Butch immediately took the spoon he'd gotten from the kitchen off V's leg and likewise stopped pouring the lukewarm water out of the glass he'd grabbed from the bar. The tears in his eyes didn't help him loosen the hood and pull it free. Nor did they make removing the immobilizer setup simple. And he struggled with the ball gag especially. The corset was a bitch and a half to get loose, but however desperate he was to get V down, it was vastly easier to take everything off when he had a 360 to work with. And soon enough, the brother was bloody but unencumbered. Over at the wall, Butch released the winch and slowly lowered Vicious's tremendous, inanimate body down. There were no signs that the change in altitude registered, and the floor made an impact only so far as it collapsed V's loose legs, those knees bending up as the marble rose to greet his butt and torso. There was more blood when Butch released the cuffs. God, his friend was a mess. The gag straps had left red welts on his cheeks, the corset's damage was even more pervasive, and then there were the wrists that were torn ragged. And that was in addition to the condition the guy's face was in, courtesy of whatever he'd slammed the thing into. For a moment, all he could do was brush V's jet black hair back with hands that shook like he had palsy. Then he looked down his friend's body to the ink below the waist and the flaccid sex and the scars. The bloodletter was a shit beyond measure for torturing his son as he'd done. And the scribe virgin was a useless planker to have let it happen. And it had killed Butch to use that horrible pass to crack his friend wide. Except he hadn't wanted to beat V physically, wasn't a pussy, but he did not have the stomach for that. Besides, the mind was the most powerful weapon anyone had against themselves. Still, tears had been rolling as he'd taken the spoon and put it against the inside of that leg because he'd known instantly the extrapolation that would be made. And he'd been well aware that the lukewarm water would really cement the dislocation from the present. The screaming had been muffled by the gag and the hood, and yet the no sound had pierced Butch's ears as nothing else could. It was going to be a long, long while before he got over this. Every time he closed his eyes, all he could see was his best friend's body jerking and spasming. Scrubbing his face, Butch got up and went to the bathroom. From off the shelf in the closet, he grabbed a stack of black towels. Some he left dry, others he wet with warm water at the sink. Back beside Vishouse on the floor, he wiped off the blood and fierce sweat from his best friend's body, rolling him from side to side so there was nothing missed. The cleanup took a good half an hour, and several trips back and forth to the sink. The session had lasted a fraction of that. When he was finished, he gathered V's tremendous weight in his arms and carried the guy to the bed, laying him out with his head against the black satin pillows. The sponge bath, such as it had been, had left V's skin with a rash of goosebumps, so Butch tacoed the brother, untucking the sheets and rolling them up and over him. The healing was already happening, the flesh that had been scraped or cut reknitting and erasing the marks that had been made. This was good. As he stepped back, part of Butch wanted to get on the bed and hold on to his friend. But he hadn't done this for himself, and besides, if he didn't get out of here and get drunk fast, he was gonna lose his motherfucking mind. When he was sure V was settled, he grabbed his jacket, which he'd had to shove off onto the floor. Weight, the bloody towels, and the mess under the hanging unit. Moving quickly, he swiped over the floor and then grabbed the load of damp and weighty and took it into the hamper in the bathroom, which made him wonder who the hell did the housekeeping here? Maybe it was Fritz, or maybe V did the Merry Maid's routine himself. Back in the main room, he took a second to double-check that all the evidence was gone except for the glass and the spoon, and then he went over to see if V was still asleep or in that semi-coma. Stone. Cold. Out. I'm getting you what you really need, Butch said softly, wondering if he was ever going to breathe right again. His chest seemed as constricted as V's had just been in reality. Hold tight, my man. On his way to the door, he got out his cell phone to dial and dropped the damn thing. Huh. Looked like his hands were still shaking. Go fig. When he eventually hit send, he prayed that the call would be "It's done," he said roughly. Come over here. No, trust Mayhay's going to need you. This was for the two of you. No, yeah. No, I'm leaving now. Good. Okay. After he hung up, he locked V in and called for the elevator. As he waited, he tried to put his coat on and fumbled with the suede so badly he gave up and slung it over his shoulder. When the doors dinged and opened, he stepped inside, hit the button that had AP on it and went down, 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 falling in a controlled, seamless way thanks to the little metal box of the elevator. He texted his Shellen instead of calling her for 2 reasons. He didn't trust his voice, and in truth, he wasn't ready to answer the questions she would inevitably and fairly have. All okay. AM going home to rest. I love you, XXXB. Marissa's response was so fast, it was pretty clear she'd had her phone in her hand and been waiting to hear from him. I love you too. AM at safe place but can come home? The elevator opened and the sweet smell of gasoline told him he'd reached his destination. As he went over to the Escalade, he texted back, No, really am fine. You stay and work, I'll be there when you're done. He was taking out his keys as his phone went off. Okay. But if you need me, you are the most important thing. God, she was such a female of worth. Right back at you, XXX, he typed out. Canning the SUV's alarm and unlocking the driver's side. He got in, shut the door, and relocked. He was supposed to get driving. Instead, he put his forehead down on the steering wheel and took a deep breath. Having a good memory was an overrated skill set. And as much as he didn't envy Manello and all the erasing, he would have given almost anything to get rid of the pictures in his head. Not V, though. Not that relationship. He would never give the mail up. Ever. 38. Here, thought you might like some coffee. As Jose de la Cruz put the Starbucks venti latte on the desk of his partner, he parked his ass in the seat across the way from the guy. Vec should have looked like roadkill, considering he was in the same clothes he'd had on when he'd Mission Impossibled that car hood the night before. Instead, the SOB somehow managed to seem rugged instead of ratty. So Jose was willing to bet the 6 other cups of half-drunk Java around the computer had been brought by various ladies in the department. Thanks, man. As Vec palmed up the newest offering of hot and steamy, his eyes didn't budge from the Dell Monitor fair guess that he was searching the missing persons files and pulling out women aged 17 to 30. What you doing? Jose asked anyway. Missing persons. Vec stretched in his chair. Have you noticed how many 18 to 24s have been listed recently? Men, not women. Yup. The mayor's pulling together a task force. There are plenty of girls as well, but Christ, there's an epidemic going on. Out in the hall, a pair of Eunice walked by and both he and Vec nodded to the officers. After the footsteps faded, Vec cleared his throat. What did Internal Affairs say? Not a question. And those dark blues stayed locked on the database. That's why you've come, right? Well, and also to deliver the coffee. Looks like you were taken care of, though. Reception downstairs. Ah, yes. The 2 Kathys, Brittany spelled Brittany, and Teresa. They probably all thought the guy was a hero. Jose cleared his throat. Turns out the photographer already has some harassment charges pending against him because he's got a habit of showing up in places he's not welcome. He and his lawyer just want to make it all go away, because another trespassing into a crime scene thing is so not going to go well for him. IA has taken statements from everyone, and bottom line, it's a simple assault on your part, nothing aggravated. Plus the FOTIG says he'll refuse to cooperate with the DA against you if it comes to that. Likely because he thinks that it'll help him. Now those peepers shifted over. Thank God. Don't get too excited. Vec's eyes narrow but not in confusion. He knew exactly what the hitch was. And yet he didn't ask, he just waited. Jose glanced around. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the homicide department's office was empty, although the phones were still ringing, little chirping noises springing up here and there until voicemail ate the callers. Out in the hall, the housekeeping staff was all about the rug suck, the whirring of multiple vacuums coming from far down the way by the CSI lab. So there was no reason not to talk straight. Jose shut the main door anyway. Back with Vec, he sat down again and picked up a stray paperclip, drawing a little invisible picture with it on the desk's fake wood top. They asked me what I thought about you. He tapped his temple with the clip. Mentally. As in how tight you are. And you said. Jose just shrugged and stayed quiet. That motherfucker was taking pictures of a corpse. For profit. Jose held up his palm to cut the protest off. You'll get no argument there. Fuck it, we all wanted to beat him. The question is, Thuff, if I hadn't stopped you, how far would it have gone, Vec? That got another frown from the guy. And then shit got real quiet. Dead quiet. Well, except for the phones. I know you've read my file, Vec said. Yup. Yeah, well, I am not my father. The words were spoken on a low and slow. I didn't even grow up with the guy. I barely knew him and I'm nothing like him. File that one under, sometimes you luck out. Thomas Del Vecchio had a lot of things going for him. He'd gotten straight A's in his criminal justice major, top of his class at the Policy Academy. His 3 years on patrol were spotless. And he was so good looking he never bought his own coffee. But he was the son of a monster. And this was the root of the problem they had. By all that was right and proper, it was not fair to lay the sins of the father around the neck of the son. And Vec was right. On his own psych assessments, he'd come up as normal as anyone else. So Jose had taken him on as a partner without a second thought about that pops of his. That had changed since last night. And the issue was the expression that had been on Vec's face when he'd gone for that fodig. So cold. So calm. With no more effect than if he'd been popping the top off a soda can. Having worked in homicide almost all of his adult life, Jose had seen a lot of murderers. You had your crime of passion types who lost it over a guy or a woman. You had the stupid-ass department which in his mind covered drug and alcohol-related as well as gang violence. And then you had the sadistic sickos who needed to be put down like rabid dogs. All of these variations on the theme caused unimaginable tragedy for their victims' families and the community. But they weren't the ones who kept Jose up at night. Vec's dad had murdered 28 people in 17 years and those were only the bodies that had been found. The bastard was on death row right now, a mere 125 miles away in Somers, Connecticut, and he was about to get the injection in spite of the number of appeals his lawyer had filed. But what was really fucked up? Thomas Del Vecchio, Sr. had a fan club that was worldwide. With 100,000 friends on Facebook, merchandise on Cafe Press, and songs that had been written about him by death metal bands, he was an infamous celebrity. Fucking hell, as God was his witness, all that shit made Jose mental. Those idiots who idolized the fucker should come work his job for a week. See how cool they thought killers were in RL. As things went, he'd never met Del Vecchio, the elder, in person, but he'd seen plenty of video from various DA and police department interviews. On the surface, the guy was straight up lucid and as calm as a yoga instructor. Pleasant, too. No matter who was in front of him or what was said to inflame him, he never wavered, never broke, never gave an indication that any of it mattered. Except Jose had seen the tell in his face, and so had a few of the other professionals. Every once in a while, he'd get a twinkle in his eye that made Jose reach for his cross. It was the kind of thing a 16-year-old boy might have when he saw a cherry ride drive by or an apple-bottom girl with a belly shirt. It was like sunlight glinting off of a sharp blade, a brief flash of light and delight. That was all he'd ever given away, however. The evidence had convicted him, never his testimony. And that was the kind of murderer who left Jose staring at the ceiling while his wife slept beside him. Del Vecchio Sr. was smart enough to stay in control and cover his tracks. He was self-reliant and resourceful. And he was as relentless as the change of seasons. He was Halloween in a parallel universe. Instead of a normal Joe with a mask on, he was a fiend behind a friendly, handsome face. Vec looked just like his dad. Did you hear what I said? At the sound of the kid's voice, Jose refocused. Yeah, I did. So is this it for you and me? Vec said sharply. You saying you don't want to work with me anymore? Assuming I still have a job. Jose went back to his paperclip sketching. Internal Affairs is going to give you a warning. Really? I told them your head was where it needed to be, Jose said after a moment. Vec cleared his throat. Thanks, man. Jose kept moving the clip around, the little scratching noise so very loud. The pressure in this job is a killer. At this, he looked Vec right in the eye. It is not going to get easier. There was a pause. Then his partner murmured, You don't believe what you told them, do you? Jose shrugged. Time will tell. Why the hell did you save my job then? I guess I feel that you should have a chance to right your wrongs, Seven, if they're not really yours. What Jose kept to himself was that it wasn't the first time he'd taken on a partner who had things to work out on the job, so to speak. Yeah, and look at how Butch O'Neill had turned out. Missing. Presumed dead. In spite of whatever Jose had thought he'd heard on that 911 tape. I am not my father, detective. I swear to you. Just because I was being professional when I hit the guy. Jose leaned forward, his eyes boring into the kids. How did you know that was what bothered me about the attack? How did you know the comm was the thing? As Vec blanched, Jose eased back again. After a bit, he shook his head. It doesn't mean you're a killer, son. And just because you fear something doesn't mean it's true. But I think you and I need to be real clear with each other. Like I said, I don't think it's fair for you to be held to a different standard because of your pops, but if you have another outburst like that over anything, and I mean parking tickets, he nodded toward the Starbucks mug, bad coffee, too much starch in your shirt, the goddamn photocopier, it's game over. Do we understand each other? I'm not going to let someone dangerous wear a badge or a gun. Abruptly, Vec went back to staring at his monitor. On it was the face of a pretty blonde 19-year-old who had disappeared about 2 weeks prior. No body yet, but Jose was willing to bet she was dead by now. After nodding, Vec picked up the coffee and sat back into his chair. Deal. Jose exhaled and put the paper clip where it belonged, in the little clear box with the magnetic rim. Good. Because we've got to find this guy before he takes anyone else. 39. Traveling south on the Northway, as Manuel called it, Payne's eyes were starved for the world around her. Everything was a source of fascination, from the streaming lines of traffic on either side of the road to the vast black heavens above to the bracing night chill that rushed into the car's cockpit every time she opened her window. Which was about every 5 minutes. She just loved the change in temperature, warm to cool, warm to cool. It was so totally unlike the sanctuary where everything was monoclimatic. Plus there was the great blast of air that blew into her face and tangled her hair and made her laugh. And then, of course, every time she did it, she looked over at Manuel and found that he was smiling. You haven't asked where we're going, he said after her most recent shutting. In truth, it did not matter. She was with him and they were free and alone, and that was more than enough. You scrub him. At the end of the night, you scrub him and come back here. Alone. Payne kept her wince to herself. Wrath, son of Wrath, had the kind of voice that went with the likes of thrones and crowns and black daggers hung about the chest. And the royal tone, 'twas not window dressing. He expected to be obeyed, and Payne was under no misapprehension that just because she was the scribe virgin's daughter, somehow she was not subject to his rule. As long as she was down here, this was his world and she was in it. Whilst the king had uttered those awful words, she had squeezed her eyes shut, and upon the silence that had reigned thereafter, promptly realized that she and Manuel would be going nowhere unless she avowed. And so she had. Would you like to know? Hello? Payne. With a start, she forced a smile to her face. I would prefer to be surprised. Now he grinned deeply. Even more fun. Well, as I said, I want to introduce you to someone. His smile faded a little. I think you might like her. Her? As in a female? Like? Verily, that would happen only if the she in question had a horse face and a big butt, Payne thought. How lovely, she said. Here's our exit. There was a soft click, 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 and then Manuel turned the wheel and drew them off the larger road onto a declining ramp. As they stopped in a line of other vehicles, she saw off on the far, far horizon a huge city, the likes of which her eyes struggled to comprehend. Great buildings marked with an incalculable number of pinhole lights rose up from a ground cover of smaller structures, and it was not a static place. Red and white lights snaked in, and around its edges no doubt hundreds of cars on roads similar to the one they had just traveled upon. You're looking at New York City, Manny said. It's beautiful. He laughed a little. Parts of it certainly are. And darkness and distance are great makeup artists. Payne reached out and touched the clear glass window in front of her. Where I tarried in the above, there were no long vistas, no grandeur, nothing but the oppressive milky sky and the choking boundary of forest. This is all so wondrous. A harsh sound rang out behind them, and then another. Manny glared into the small mirror overhead. Relax, buddy. I'm going. As he accelerated, quickly closing the distance to the next car ahead, she felt badly that she had distracted him. I am sorry, she murmured. I do not mean to go on. You can talk forever and I'll listen quite happily. Well, wasn't that good to know? I am not unfamiliar with some of the things I witness here, but for the most part this is all a revelation. The seeing bowls we have on the other side offer but snapshots of what transpires upon the earth, focusing on people, not objects, unless such an inanimate is part of someone's fate. Indeed, we are provided only destiny, not progressed life, not landscape. This is everything I wanted to become free for. How did you get out? Which time? She thought. Well, in the first instance I realized that when my mother granted audiences to people from down below, there was a small window whereby the barrier between the two worlds was a kind of mesh. I discovered that I could move my molecules through the tiny spaces that were created, and that was how I did it. The past drew her in, memories flaring to life and burning not just in her mind, but her soul. My mother was furious and came forth unto me, demanding that I return to the sanctuary, and I told her no. I was on a mission, and not even she could derail me. Pain shook her head. After I did what I had to, I thought I would just live my life. But there were things I did not anticipate. Down here, I need to feed, and there are other concerns. Her needing, specifically, although she wasn't going to explain the way her fertile time had hit and crippled her. It had been such a shock. Up above, the scribe virgin's females were ready to conceive nearly all of the time, and thus the great swings of hormones did not overtake their bodies. Once they came down below, however, and spent more than a day or so thus, the cycle came upon them. Thank fate it was only once a decade, although Pain had wrongly assumed she'd have 10 years until she had to worry about it. Unfortunately, it had turned out that that was 10 years after the cycle first initiated itself. Her needing had started up no more than a month after she'd been out of the sanctuary. As she remembered the great pains to mate that had left her defenseless and desperate, she focused on Manuel's face. Would he service her in her time of needing? Take care of her violent cravings and ease her with the release of his sex? Could a human even do that? But you ended up back there again, he said. She cleared her throat. Yes, I did. I had some difficulty, and my mother came unto me anew. Verily, the scribe virgin had been terrified that rutting males would set upon her only daughter, who had already ruined so much of the life that she had been given. She told me that she would aid me, although only on the other side. I agreed to go with her, thinking that it would be as before and I could once again find the way out. That was not what transpired, however. Manny's hand covered her own. You're 6 foot of all that now, though. Was she? The blind king was seeking to rule her destiny just as her mother had. His reasons were less selfish. Granted, after all, he had the Brotherhood and their shellens and a young living under his roof, and that was a lot worthy of protecting. Except she feared her brother's view of humans was shared by Wrath, namely that they were but lessers waiting to be called into service. You know what? She said. What? I think I could stay in this automobile with you forever. Funny, I feel the exact same way. More clicking, and then they took a right. As they went along, there were fewer cars and more buildings, and she saw what he meant about night improving a city's visage. There was no grandeur to be had in this neighborhood. Broken windows were blackened out like missing teeth, and the grime that faded down the flanks of the warehouses and stores were age lines. Pockmarks made by rot or accident or vandalism marred what once had no doubt been smooth facades, and bright, fresh paint jobs had faded, the bloom of youth long lost to the elements and to time's passage. And indeed, the humans who were propped up in the shadows were in no better condition. Wearing wrinkled clothes in the colors of pavement and asphalt, they appeared to be weighted down from above as if an invisible bar had forced them all to their knees and was going to keep them there. Don't worry, Manuel said. The doors are locked. I am not afraid. I am saddened. For some reason. Urban poverty will do that to you. They went by yet another rotting, barely roofed box attended by 2 humans sharing a single coat. She never thought she would find any value in the sanctuary's oppressive perfection. But mayhap her mother had created the haven to protect the chosen against sights like this. Lives like those. The environs soon improved slightly, however, and shortly thereafter, Manuel pulled off the road into a lot that ran parallel to a sprawling, new facility that appeared to cover a great plot of land. All around, lights on towering, craned arms cast peachy illumination upon the low-slung building and the shiny tops of the 2 vehicles that were parked and the clipped shrubs that bordered the walkways. Here we are, he said, stopping their ride and turning to her. I'm going to introduce you as a colleague, okay? Just roll with it. She grinned. I shall endeavor to do that. They got out together, and oh, the air. Such a complex bouquet of good and bad, of metallic and sweet, of dirty and divine. I love this, she said. I love this. She put her arms out and swung herself in a circle, pivoting on a foot that had been booted just prior to their leaving the compound. As she halted her spin and her arms came to rest at her sides, she found him staring at her and had to laugh in embarrassment. I am sorry. Come here, he growled, his eyelids dropping low, his stare hot and possessive. Instantly, her sex was aroused, her body flushing. And somehow she knew to take her time as she approached him, knew to draw it out and make him wait, even if it wasn't for long. You want me, she drawled when they were face to face. Yeah. Hell yeah. His hands grabbed her waist and pulled her in tight. Gimme your mouth. As she did just that, she wrapped her arms around his neck and melded into his solid body. The kiss had ownership all over it on both sides, and when it ended, she could not stop smiling. I like it when you demand of me, she said. It takes me back to the shower when you were... He let out a groan and cut her off, putting his hand gently over her mouth. Yeah, I remember. Trust may remember. Payne gave his palm a lick. You will do that to me again. Tonight. I should be so lucky. You shall be. And so shall I. He laughed a little. You know what? I'm going to need to put one of my coats on. Manuel reopened his door and leaned into the car. When he re-emerged, he drew on a pressed white jacket that had his name in cursive by the lapel. And she knew by the way he closed the two halves that he was trying to cover up his body's response to her. Pity. She liked to see him in that condition, all proud and hard. Come on, let's go inside, he said, taking her hand. And then under his breath, he seemed to add, before I come inside. As he didn't finish the sentence, Payne left her smile right where it was, front and center on her face. Upon closer examination, the facility seemed to be fortified for a siege, with discreet bars on its windows and a tall fencing stretching far down into the distance. The doors they approached were also barred, and Manuel didn't test their handles. Logical to secure the building, she thought, given what the greater part of town had looked like. Manuel pushed a button and immediately a tinny little voice said, Tri-County Equine Hospital. Dr. Manuel Manello. He turned his head toward a camera. I'm here to see. Hey, document. Come right in. There was a buzz and then Manuel held the door open for her. After you, Bambina. The interior they walked into was sparse and very clean, with a smooth stone floor and rows of seating, as if people spent much time tarrying in this front room. On the walls, pictures of horses and cattle were framed, many of the animals with ribbons of red and blue hanging from their halters. Over across the way, there was a glass panel with the word reception embossed upon it in formal gold letters, and there were doors, so many doors. Those with a male symbol and a female symbol, those with signs such as veterinary director and finance and staff manager. Whatever is this place? She asked. A lifesaver. Come on, we go this way. He pushed their way through a pair of double doors and went over to a uniformed human male who was seated behind a desk. Hey, Dr. Manello. The man put down a newspaper that had New York Post in big letters across the top. We haven't seen you for a little bit. This is a colleague of mine, Pa Pamela. We're just going to see my girl. The human man focused on Payne's face, and then seemed to shake himself. Ah, she's where you left her. Doc spent a lot of time with her today. Yeah. He called. Manuel knocked the desktop with his knuckles. See you in a few. Sure thing, document. Nice to meet you, Pamela. Payne inclined her head. It is lovely to meet with you as well. There was an awkward silence as she straightened. The human man was absolutely struck by her, his mouth slightly parted, his eyes wide and very appreciative. Easy there, big guy, Manuel said darkly. You can resume blinking at any time, like, as in, now. Really? Truly? Manuel put himself in between the two of them, and took her hand at the same time, both blocking the view and establishing dominion over her. And that wasn't all. Dark spices wafted up from him, the scent a warning to the other man that the female being admired was available only over Manuel's cold, dead body. And didn't that make her feel like there was a blazing sun in the center of her chest? Come on, pay Pamela. As Manuel tugged at her and the pair of them started walking, he added in a mutter, before John Boy's jaw drops off his face and lands on the sports section. Payne skipped once, and then did it again. Manuel looked over. That per guard back there almost has a near-death experience with his badge being shoved down his throat, and you're happy? Payne kissed Manuel's cheek quickly, seeing behind the faux grin on his handsome face. You like me? Manuel rolled his eyes and pulled her over by the neck, returning the kiss. Duh, she mimicked. Someone tripped over someone's foot. Hard to say who it was. And Manuel was the one who caught them from falling. We'd better pay attention, her male said. Before we're the ones who need resuscitating. She elbowed him. A wise extrapolation. Are you smacking my ass? Payne glanced over his shoulder, and then slapped his butt hard. As he yelped, she winked at him. Indeed, verily, I am. Dropping her lids and her voice, she hammed. Would you like me to do it again, Manuel? Perhaps on the other side. As she joggled her eyebrows at him, the sound of his laughter broke out and filled the empty hallway, ringing far and wide. And when they bumped into each other again, he pulled her to a stop. Wait, we need to do this better. He tucked her under his arm, kissed her forehead, and lined himself up with her. On 3, lead with the right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. On cue, they both stretched out their long right legs, and then it was left and right and left. Perfectly in step. Side by side. They went down the corridor. Together. It had never dawned on Manny that his sexy vampire might have a sense of humor. And didn't that round out her package perfectly? Ah, hell, it wasn't just that. It was her wonder and her joy and the sense that she was up for anything. She was absolutely nothing like those fragile, brittle socialites or the pretzel-thin models he'd dated. Payne. Yes. If I told you I wanted to climb a mountain tonight. Oh, I would love to. I should love to see a long view from. Bingo. Although, God, he had to wonder at the cruelty of finally finding his perfect match in someone so fundamentally incompatible. When they came up to the second set of double doors that led into the clinical part of the horse pidal, he pushed one half wide, and without missing a beat, they turned sideways and shuffled through, and that was when it happened. That was when he fell completely in love with her. It was her happy chatter and the bounce in her step and the icy eyes that shone like crystal. It was the backstory she'd shared and the dignity she showed and the fact that she'd been judged against a standard he'd used to date and now wouldn't be able to bear sitting across a dinner table from. It was the power in her body and the sharpness of her mind and, Christ, he hadn't even thought about the sex. Ironic. She'd given him the orgasms of his life and they hadn't even made the top of his I love you because list. He guessed she was just that kind of spectacular. Whatever are you smiling for, Manuel? Payne said. Perhaps anticipating some future instance of my hand upon your derriere? Yup, that's exactly it. He pulled her in for another kiss and tried to ignore the pain in his chest. No need to spoil the time they had with the goodbye that was waiting for them. That was going to come soon enough. Besides, they'd nearly reached their destination. She's over here, he said, hanging a left and pushing into the recovery stall area. The instant the door opened, Payne hesitated, a frown appearing as whinnies and the occasional hoof stamping broke through the hastened air. Farther down, Manny tugged at her hand. Her name's Glory. Glory was the last one on the left. But the instant he said her name, her long, elegant neck stretched out and her perfectly proportioned head emerged from the top of her stall. Hey, girl, he said. In response, she let out a proper greeting, her pointed ears pricking, her muzzle pumping the air. Merciful fate, Payne breathed, dropping his hand and going forward ahead of him. As she approached the stall, Glory tossed her head, her black mane flaring, and he had a sudden vision of Payne getting bitten. Be careful, he said as he broke into a jog. She doesn't like. The instant Payne put her hand on that silken muzzle, Glory went right in for more, bumping against the palm, seeking a proper cuddle. New people, Manny finished lamely. Hello, darling one, Payne murmured, her eyes going over the horse as she leaned into the stall. You are so beautiful, so big and strong. Pale hands found a black neck and stroked in a slow rhythm. Why are her forelegs bandaged? She broke the right one. Badly. About a week ago. May I go inside? Ah, God, he couldn't believe it, but Glory appeared to be in love, her eyes all but rolling back into her head as she got a good scratching behind the ears. Yeah, I think it'll be okay. He sprang the latch on the door and they both slipped in. And when Glory went to move back, she hobbled on what had been her good side. She'd lost so much weight that her ribs were showing like picket fence rails under her coat. And he was willing to bet when the newness of her visitors dimmed, her burst of energy would fade fast. The voicemail message from the doctor had been all too apt. She was failing. That broken bone was healing, but not nearly fast enough, and the redistribution of mass had caused the layers of the opposite hoof to weaken and separate. Glory extended her muzzle into his chest and gave him a quick shove. Hey, girlie. She's extraordinary. Payne patted her way around the filly. Just extraordinary. And now he had another thing on his conscience. Maybe bringing pain here was not a gift, but a cruelty. Why introduce her to an animal who was likely going to be? God, he couldn't even think it. You are not the only one who is territorial, Pain said softly. Manny glanced around Glory's head. I'm sorry. When you told me I was to meet a female, I had hoped she was one with a horse face. He laughed and smoothed Glory's forehead. Well, she is that all right. What are you going to do with her? As he tried to form the words, he gathered the mane that fell just above the filly's nearly black eyes. Your lack of reply is answer enough, Pain said sadly. I don't know why I brought you here. I mean, he cleared his throat. Actually, I know why, and it's pretty fucking pathetic. All I have is my job. Glory is the only thing that is not my job. This is personal for me. You must be brokenhearted. I am. Abruptly, Manny looked over the back of his failing horse to the dark-headed vampire who had laid her cheek against Glory's flank. I am absolutely destroyed at the loss. 40. Mere moments after Butch called her, Jane became solid on the terrace of V's penthouse. As her form took weight within its shape, the night air cold fingered her hair and made her eyes water. Or maybe that was just her tears. Looking in through the glass, she saw everything much too clearly, the table, the lashes, the whips, the other things. When she'd come here with V's house before, those trappings of his hardcore predilections had seemed nothing more than a tantalizing and slightly frightening backdrop to the incredible sex they themselves had. But her version of play was poodle to his werewolf. And how clearly did she know that now? What had Butch used? What kind of shape was her made in? Was there going to be a lot of blood? Wait a minute. Where was V? Passing through the sliding glass door, No blood on the floor. Or dripping from instruments. No suspension hooks hanging from the ceiling. Everything was exactly as it had been the last time she'd been here, as if nothing had happened. A groan came from outside the circle of candlelight, and the sound ripped her head around. Of course, the bed. As she pierced the veil of darkness, her eyes adjusted, and there he was, under a wrap of satin sheets, stretched out flat, writhing in pain, or was it sleep? This house, she said softly. With a shout, he came instantly awake, his torso shooting upright, his lids popping wide. Immediately, she noticed that his face was marked by fading scars, and there were others across his pecs and abdomen as well. But the expression he wore was what really got to her. He was terrified. Abruptly, there was a furious flapping as he shoved the covers off his body. As he looked down at himself, sweat broke out across his chest and shoulders, his skin taking on a sudden gleam even in the shadows as he cupped his sex like he was protecting what was left. Hanging his head, he drew great breaths. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. The pattern transformed into sobs. Curling into himself, his hands sheltering the butcher job that had been done long, long ago, he wept in great heaves of emotion, his reserve gone, his control gone, his intelligence no longer ruler of his realm, but a subject. He didn't even realize she was standing next to him. And she should leave, Jane thought. He wouldn't want her to see him this way, not even before everything had fallen apart between them. The male she knew and loved and had mated wouldn't want any witness to this. It was hard to say what got his attention, and later she would wonder how he had picked that moment just as she was going to dematerialize to look up at her. She was instantly incapacitated. If he had been pissed off about what had happened with Pain, he was going to hate her now. There was absolutely no going back from this invasion of privacy. Butch called me, she blurted. He thought you'd. He hurt me. My father hurt me. The words were so thin and soft that they nearly didn't register. But when they did, her heart just stopped. Why, his house asked. Why did he do it to me? Why did my mother? I never asked to be born to the pair of them, and I wouldn't have chosen to be if either had asked me. Why? His cheeks were slick with tears that spilled over his diamond eyes, a ceaseless flow he neither noticed nor appeared to care about. And she had a feeling it was going to be a while before the leaking stop at an inner artery had been nicked, and this was the blood of his heart spilling out of him, covering him. I'm so sorry, she croaked. I don't know any of the whys, but I know that you didn't deserve it. And it's not your fault. His hands uncupped himself and he stared downward. It was a long while before he spoke, and when he did, his words were slow and considered and as ceaseless as his quiet tears. I wish I were whole. I wish I could have given you young if you'd wanted them and could conceive them. I wish I could have told you that it killed me when you thought I had been with anyone else. I wish I had spent the last year waking up every night and telling you I loved you. I wish I had mated you properly the evening you came back to me from the dead. I wish now. His shimmering stare flipped up to hers. I wish I were half as strong as you are, and I wish I deserved you. And that's about it. Right? Okay. Now they were both tearing up. "I'm so sorry about Pain," she said hoarsely. "I wanted to talk to you, but she'd made up her mind. I tried to work with her, I really did, but in the end, I didn't want you to be the one to do it. I would have rather lived with the horrible truth on my conscience for an eternity than have you kill your sister. Or have her hurt herself even more than she was. I know that now. And to be honest, the fact that she is healed? It gives me the cold sweats because of the near miss we had. It's all right, though. She's okay." Jane wiped her eyes. "And I think when it comes to," she glanced over at the wall that was draped in a buttery yellow candlelight that did nothing at all to soften the sharp spikes and even sharper implications of what hung there. "When it comes to things about you and sex, I've always worried that I might not be quite enough for you. Fuck no, you're everything to me." Jane put her hand over her mouth so she didn't lose it completely. Because it was exactly what she needed to hear. "I never even got your name in my back," V said. "I thought it was stupid and a waste of time, but how can you feel like we're mated without it, especially when every single male at the compound has been marked for his shellin'? God, she hadn't thought of that." V shook his head. "You've given me space to hang with Butch and fight with my brothers and do my shit on the internet. What have I given you? My clinic, for one thing. I couldn't have built it without you. Not exactly a bouquet of roses. Don't underestimate your carpentry skills." He smiled a little at that, and then grew serious once again. "Can I tell you something that I've thought every time I've woken up next to you? Please." This house, the one who always had an answer for everything, seemed to get tongue-tied. But then he said, "You're the reason I get out of bed every night. And you're the reason I can't wait to come home every dawn. Not the war. Not the brothers. Not even Butch. It's you." Oh, such simple words, but the meaning. Good Lord, the meaning. "Will you let me hug you now?" she said roughly. Her mate stretched out his massive arms. "How about I hold you instead?" As Jane leaped forward and dived into him, she countered, "It doesn't have to be one or the other." Instantly, she became fully corporeal without any effort at all, that magical internal chemistry between them calling her into being and holding her there. And as Vishouse buried his face in her hair and shuddered like he had run a vast distance and was finally home, she knew exactly how he felt. With his shellin' flush against him, V felt like he'd been blown wide open and then stitched back together. God, what Butch had done for him. For them all. The route the cop had gone had been the right one. Horrific and terrible, but the absolute right one. And as V held his female now, his eyes searched the space where it had all gone down. Everything had been cleaned up except for a pair of things that were out of place on the floor. A spoon and a glass that was mostly empty of what had to be water. It had all been an illusion. Nothing had in fact cut him open. And how'd you like to bet Butch had left those two things front and center so that when V woke up and looked over, he'd know the means that had taken him to his end. In retrospect, it seemed so fucking dumb, not the session with the cop, but the fact that V never really thought about the bloodletter and those years in the war camp. The last time that piece of the past had come up at all had been when Jane had first been with him, and then it had only been because she'd seen him naked and he'd had to explain. "My father didn't want me to reproduce." That was pretty much all he'd had to say. And afterward, like a dead body that had rolled over face up in still water, that shit had sunk down again, resettling on the sandy riverbed of the very core of him. BJ, or before Jane, he'd only ever had sex with his pants on. Not from shame, or at least that was what he'd told himself, but because he simply hadn't been interested in going there with the anonymous males and females he'd fucked. AJ? It had been different. Naked was more than cool, likely because Jane had kept a tight head at his revelation. And yet as he thought about it now, he'd always held her at arm's length even if she'd been in his arms. If anything, he'd been closer to Butch, that was male to male, which was somehow less threatening than male to female. Shades of mommy issues, no doubt. After everything his mommin had pulled, he simply couldn't trust females like he could his brothers or his best friend. Except Jane had never betrayed him. In fact, she'd been willing to battle her own conscience just to save him from the unspeakable act his twin had been demanding. "You are not my mother," he said into his Shellen's hair. "Damn right." Jane pulled back and looked him right in the eyes. Was her way. "I never would have abandoned my son. Or treated my daughter that way." V took a long inhale, and when he let the oxygen out of his lungs, he felt like he was expelling the myths by which he'd defined himself and Jane and their mating. He needed to change the paradigm. For them. For himself. For Butch. Christ, the expression on the cop's face when things had been going down here had been beyond tragic. So, yeah, it was time to stop using outside shit to self-medicate his emotions. The extreme sex and the pain had seemed like excellent solutions for a long time, but in reality they had been concealer over a pimple. The ugliness had stayed within him. What he had to do was deal with the inside crap, so he didn't need Butch or anyone else to break him down just so he could let things out. That way, the king could truly be only for pleasure with Jane. Check his shit out looked like he was finally prepared to try a psychiatric version of Proactive. Next thing he knew, he was going to be on TV, staring into a camera and saying, "All it takes is a little dab of self-awareness, and then I rinse with the patented defining yourself wash, and my mind and emotions are clean and glowing." Okay, now he was really losing his damn marbles, true? Stroking Jane's soft hair, he murmured, "About the things I have here. If you're game, I'm still gonna want to play, if you know what I mean. But from now on, it's just for fun. And only for you and me." Hell, they'd had a shitload of good, leathered up, freaky sex in this place, and he was always gonna want that with her. Hopefully, she'd feel the same. "I like what we do here," she smiled. "It turns me on." Well, didn't that get his cock pumping? Me too. As he smiled back at her, he recognized the one spanner in the mix. This turn-a-new-leaf resolution was all well and good, but how did he keep it going? Tomorrow evening, he simply couldn't afford to wake up and be that guy who went off the rails anymore. Shit, he guessed he was going to find out how. Wasn't he? With a gentle hand, he brushed his Shellen's cheek. "I've never been in a relationship before you. I should have known that we'd hit a wall at some point. That's the way it works." He thought of his brothers and the number of times there had been fallouts and fights and arguments among that bunch of meathead fighters. Somehow, they'd always worked it out, usually by popping each other from time to time, which was a guy thing. Clearly, he and Jane were going to be the same. Not with the popping, of course, but with the bumpy roads and the eventual resolutions. After all, this was life, not a fairy tale. "But you know what the best thing is?" his Jane asked as she put her arms around his neck. "I don't feel like I died anymore because you're not in my life." "Well, yeah, that too." She craned up and kissed him. 2 words make up sex. "Oh, yeah. Except, wait, is that 3 words? Or did you hyphenate it?" "I had a hyphen in my head. But I think it goes both ways." "Or is it makeup? 1 word?" "That's also a possibility." Pause. "Have I mentioned you are the hottest geek I've ever known?" "I resemble that remark." He dipped his head and brushed his mouth against hers. "Just keep it to yourself. I have a reputation as a hard ass to protect. Your secret is safe with me." V grew serious. "I'm safe with you." Jane touched his face. "I can't promise you we're not going to hit rough patches again, and I know we're not always going to agree. But on this, I'm very sure you will always be safe with me." "Always?" This house drew her close and tucked his head into her throat. He'd assumed there were no more levels to go after she died and then come back to him in her lovely, ghostly form. But he was wrong. Love, he realized, was like the daggers he made in his forge. When you first got one, it was shiny and new, and the blade glinted bright in the light. Holding it against your palm, you were full of optimism for what it would be like in the field, and you couldn't wait to try it out. Except those first couple of nights out were usually awkward as you got used to it, and it got used to you. Over time, the steel lost its brand new gleam and the hilt became stained, and maybe you nicked the shit out of the thing a couple of times. What you got in return, however, saved your life. Once the pair of you were well acquainted, it became such a part of you that it was an extension of your own arm. It protected you and gave you a means to protect your brothers. It provided you with the confidence and the power to face whatever came out of the night, and wherever you went, it stayed with you, right over your heart, always there when you needed it. You had to keep the blade up, however, and rewrap the hilt from time to time, and double-check the weight. Funny, all of that was, well, duh when it came to weapons. Why hadn't it dawned on him that matings were the same? Rolling his eyes at himself, he thought, Christ, maybe Hallmark would be open to establishing a line of medieval-inspired Valentine's Day cards, some kind of a Holly Goth Lightly kind of thing. He'd be frickin' perfect for supplying content. Closing his eyes and holding his Jane, he was almost glad he'd lost his shit just so they could get to this place. Well, he would have picked an easier route if there had been one. Except he wasn't sure it worked that way. You had to earn where they were now. "I have a question to ask you," he said softly. "Anything." Pulling back a little, he stroked her hair with his gloved hand, and it was a while before he asked what was on the tip of his tongue. "Will you let me make love to you?" As Jane stared at Viz's house and felt his body against hers, she knew she was never letting him go. Ever. And she also knew that if they could make it through the past week, they had the staying power that good marriages or matings required. Yes, she said. Please. Her Helrin had come to her so many times since they'd been together. In the night and in the day, in the shower and in the bed. Clothed, unclothed, half-clothed. Fast and hard and fast. The edge in him had always been part of the excitement that and the unpredictability. She never knew what to expect, whether he was going to demand things of her, or take control of her body, or restrain himself so that she could do whatever she wanted to him. The constant, though, was that he was never one for going slow. Now he just stroked her hair, running his fingers through the waves and tucking them behind her ears. And then he kept his eyes locked with hers as he brought their mouths together softly. Stroking and caressing, he licked at her lips, but when she opened, he didn't dive in as he always did. It was only more with the kissing until she felt drugged by the sucks and drags of flesh on flesh. Her body usually roared for his. Now, though, a delicious unfurling washed through her, relaxing and easing her, bringing a peaceful arousal that was somehow just as profound and shattering as the desperate passion she typically felt. As he shifted position, she followed his lead, going fully onto her back as he reared up and covered her upper body with his. The kissing just kept going, and she was so into it that she didn't notice that he had slipped a hand under the bottom of her shirt. His warm palm lazied upward, honing in on her breasts, finding and capturing. No teasing, no pinching, no tweaks. Just a passing of his thumb back and forth across her nipple until she arched up and moaned into his mouth. Her hands went to his sides and oh God, there was that pattern of marks she'd seen. And they went all the way around his torso. This house took her wrists and moved her arms back down to the bed. Don't think about it. What did he do to you? Shoo. The kissing resumed and she was tempted to fight it, but the pulling strokes gently submerged her brain in sensation. It was over and done with, she told herself. And whatever had happened had helped them get here. That was all she needed to know. Vicious's voice drifted into her ear, deep, low. I want to take your clothes off. May I? Please, yes, God, yes. Him undressing her was a part of the pleasure. The means as glorious as the end that brought them together skin to skin. And somehow, the gradual reveal of what he had seen so many times made it feel like it was new and special. Her breasts tightened even more as the cooler air hit them, and she watched his face as he looked at her. The need was there, except there was so much more reverence, gratitude, a vulnerability that she had sensed but never seen clearly before. You are everything I need, he said as he dipped his head. His hands were everywhere, on her stomach, her hips, between her thighs, on her slick sex. The orgasm he gave her was a warm wave coursing through her body, radiating outward, taking her over in a blissful cloud of pleasure. And in the midst of it, he mounted her and slipped inside. No pounding, just more of the wave inside her and outside, as his body moved and his erection pulled up and back. Nothing fast, only more of the slow love. No urgency, only all the time in the world. When he finally came, it was on a last curl of his spine and a pulsing in her core, and she went along with him, the two of them wrapped up tight, fusing body and soul. With a roll, he brought her on top of him, and she lay draped across his hard, muscled chest, languid as a summer breeze and just about as weighty. She was floating and warm and... Are you okay? Vishouse said as he looked up at her. More than okay. She searched his face. I feel like I've made love to you for the very first time. Good. He kissed her. That was the plan. Laying her head down on his beating heart, she looked across at the wall behind his table. She'd never thought she'd be grateful for such a terrifying bunch of toys, but she was. Through the storm they'd found the calm. Once apart, now they were one again. 41. Back at the mansion, Quinn was pacing around his bedroom like a rat looking for a way out of its cage. Of all the fucking nights for Wrath to hold them penned in. Fucking A. As he made yet another trip past the open door into the bath, he thought the fact that the quarantine made sense somehow pissed him off even more. Only he and John and Shex were not hurt at this point. Everyone else had been in that melee and gotten sliced, diced, or shaved in some way. It was Casa del Heal the fuck up around here. But come on, the three of them could have been out and about doing payback. Stopping in front of the terrace doors, he looked over the manicured gardens that were on the verge of getting their spring on. With the lights turned off in his room, he could clearly see the swimming pool with its winter cover stretched over its belly like the biggest set of Spanx the world had ever seen. And the trees that were still mostly bare. And the flower beds that were. Blay had been injured. Still nothing but orderly boxes of dark brown earth. Shit. Rubbing his now short hair, he tried to negotiate with the pressure at the center of his chest. According to John, Blay had been hit on the head and striped on the stomach. The former was being monitored. The latter had been stitched up by Doc Jane. Neither was life-threatening. It's all good. Too bad his sternum wasn't buying the hunky-dory. Ever since John Matthew had told him the news, this goddamn ache had set up shop, mulling into him and going barkalungar on his bronchial tubes. He literally couldn't take a deep breath. God damn it, if he were a mature male and given the way he handled things sometimes, that was seriously debatable, if not downright wrong, would go out into the hallway, march over to Blay's room, and knock on the door. He'd put his head inside, see for himself that the redhead had a heartbeat and was making sense, and then he'd go about his night. Instead, here he was, trying to pretend he was not thinking about the guy while he wore a path into his carpet. On that note, more with the walking. He would have rather gone to the weight room and had a run, but the fact that Blaylock was up here in this wing was like a tether that kept him stuck in the vicinity. Without a larger purpose to pull him away, like going out to fight or say the house being on fire, he was evidently incapable of breaking free. And when he found himself in front of the French doors again, he had an inkling why he kept stopping there. He tried to talk his palm out of hitting the handle. Didn't work. Pop went the latch and slap went the cool air on his face. Stepping out in his bare feet and his bathrobe, he barely noticed the ice-cube cold slate or the draft that shot up his legs and nailed him in the balls. Up ahead, light streamed out from the double doors of Blay's room, which was good news. Surely they'd closed the curtains before they had sex. So it was probably safe to look in, right? Besides, Blay was just coming off an injury, so they couldn't be going tilt-a-whirl in there. Resolving himself to the role of peeping Quinn, he stuck to the shadows and tried not to feel like a stalker as he tiptoed over. When he got next to the door, he braced himself, leaned in and took a deep, relieved breath. Blay was alone on the bed, lying all propped up against the headboard, his black robe tied at the waist, his ankles crossed, his feet covered in black socks. His eyes were closed and his hand rested just above his belly as if he were carefully looking after what was probably still bandaged. Movement across the way brought Blay's lids up and took his eyes in the opposite direction of the windows. It was Layla emerging from the bathroom and she was walking slowly. The two exchanged some words. No doubt he was thanking her for the feeding he just had and she was telling him that it was her pleasure, not a surprise that she was here. She'd been making the rounds of the house and Quinn had already run into her shortly before first meal, or what would have been first meal if anyone had shown. And as she left Blay's room, Quinn waited for Saxton to come in. Naked, with a red rose between his teeth, and a motherfucking box of chocolates, and a hard-on that made the Washington Monument look stumpy. Nothing. Just Blay letting his head fall back and his lids drift down. He looked utterly exhausted and, for the first time, older. That was no recently out-of-transition boy over there. That was a full-blooded male. A stunningly beautiful, full-blooded male. In his mind, Quinn saw himself opening the door and stepping inside. Blay would look over and try to sit up, but Quinn would wave him down as he walked over. He would ask about the injury, and Blay would open the robe to show him. Quinn would reach out and touch the bandage, and then he would let his fingers wander off the gauze and the surgical tape onto the warm, smooth skin of Blay's stomach. Blay would be shocked, but in this fantasy he wouldn't push the hand away. He would take it lower, down past the injury, down onto his hips and his. Fuck. Quinn leaped back, but it was too late. Saxton had somehow come into the room, walked over to the windows, and started to pull the drapery shut. And in the process, he'd seen the asswipe outside on the terrace who was making like a security camera. As Quinn wheeled around and hot-footed it back for his room, he thought, don't open the door, don't open the door. Quinn. Busted. Freezing like a burglar caught with a plasma screen under his armpit, he made sure his robe was closed before he turned around. Shit. Saxton was stepping out and the bastard was also in a robe. Well, he guessed they were all sporting them. Even Layla had been in one. As Quinn faced off at his cousin, he realized he hadn't said more than 2 words to the guy since Saxton had moved in. I just wondered how he was. No reason to use a proper noun, pretty damn obvi who he'd been staring at. Blaylock's asleep at the moment. He feed. Even though Quinn already knew that. Yes. Saxton shut the door behind himself, no doubt to keep the cold out, and Quinn tried to ignore the fact that the guy's feet and ankles were bare, because it meant that chances were good the rest of him was also. "Ah, sorry to have disturbed you," Quinn muttered. "Have a good end. You could have just knocked." From the hall inside, the words were spoken with an aristocratic inflection that made Quinn's skin tighten up all over. Not because he hated Saxton. It just reminded him too much of the family he'd lost. "I didn't want to bother you. Him. Either one of you." As a gust curled up against the house, Saxton's impossibly thick and wavy blonde hair didn't even ruffle, as if every part of him, down to his follicles, was simply too composed and well-bred to be affected by anything. "Quinn, you wouldn't be interrupting a thing." "Liar," Quinn thought. "You were here first, cousin," Saxton murmured. "If you wish to see him or be with him, I would leave you two alone." Quinn blinked. So the pair of them had an open relationship? What the hell? Or wait, maybe he'd just done a masterful job in convincing not only Blay, but Saxton that he didn't want his best friend for anything sexual. "Cousin, may I speak candidly?" Quinn cleared his throat. "Depends on what you have to say." "I'm his lover, cousin." Whoa, he put his hand up. "That's so none of my business." "Not the love of his life." Quinn pulled another double blink. And then for a split second, he got sucked into someplace where his cousin bowed out gracefully and Quinn more than filled the SOB's chic shoes. Except whatever, there was a big-ass glitch in that fantasy. Blay was through with him. He'd engineered that result over too many years. "Do you understand what I'm saying to you, cousin?" Saxton kept his voice down even though the wind was rolling and the door was closed. "Do you hear me?" Okay, this was not a corner Quinn had expected to come to tonight or any other evening. Fucking hell, his body was suddenly tingling all over, and he had half a mind to tell his cousin to beat it and go wax his eyebrows or some shite, or better yet move the hell out. Except then he thought about how old Blay looked. The guy had finally found a stride in his life, and it was criminally unfair for that to be negotiated away out here in the dark. Quinn shook his head. "It's not right. Not for Blay. You are a fool." "No. I used to be one." "I would beg to differ." Saxton's elegant hand pulled the lapels of his robe closer together. "If you'll excuse me, I'd best return to the interior. It's cold here on the outside." "Well, wasn't that an ass-smacker of a metaphor?" "Don't tell him about this," Quinn said roughly. "Please." Saxton's eyes narrowed. "Your secret is all too well protected. Trust me." With that, he turned and went back into Blaylock's room, the door shutting with a click and then a light getting cut off as those heavy drapes were tugged into place. Quinn rubbed his hair again. Part of him wanted to bust in and say, "I changed my mind. Cuzno, get the fuck out of here so I can tell Blay what he'd told Layla." But Blay might well be in love with Saxton, and God knew Quinn had fucked his best friend too many times. Or not, as the case was. When he eventually headed back to his room, only because it was just too damn pathetic to be out here staring at the ass sides of drapery, realized his life had always been about him. What he wanted, needed, had to have. The old Quinn would have driven a bus through that opening. On a wince, he tried not to take that turn of phrase quietite so literally. The thing was, though, the ridiculous, pansy-ass saying was right: if you loved someone, you set them free. In his room, he went over and sat on the bed. Looking around, he saw furniture he hadn't bought and decorations that were gorgeous, but anonymous and not to his style. The only things that were his were the clothes in the closet, the razor in the bathroom, and the running shoes he'd kicked off when he'd come back earlier. It was just like his parents' house. Well, here, people actually valued him. But as lives went, he didn't have one of his own, really. He was John's protector, the Brotherhood's soldier. And shit, now that he wasn't indulging in his sex addiction anymore, that was the end of the list. Pushing himself back against the headboard, he crossed his feet at the ankles and arranged his robe. The night stretched out ahead of him with a horrible flatness, like he'd been driving and driving and driving through the desert, and he had only nights more of the same up ahead. Months of the same. Years. He thought of Layla and the advice he'd given her. Man, the two of them were in the exact same place, weren't they? Closing his eyes, he was relieved when he started to drift. But he had a feeling any peacefulness he found wasn't going to last long. And he was right. 42. At Tri-County Equine Hospital, Manny stood still while Glory snuffled around his scrubs and knew he should probably leave her. But he found that he was unable to separate himself or pain from the horse. Time was running out for his Glory, and it killed him. But he couldn't very well leave her to waste away, growing thinner and more crippled with each passing day. She deserved so much better than that. You love her, Payne said softly, her pale hand skimming across the thoroughbred's back and going down onto the hip. Yeah, I do. She is very lucky. No, she was dying, and that was a curse. He cleared his throat. I guess we need to. Dr. Manello? Manny leaned back and looked over the stall door. Oh, hey, document. How are you? As the head vet strode down to them, his tuxedo was as out of place as a pitchfork in an opera box. I'm okay, and you're clearly well. The guy repositioned his bow tie. The monkey suit is because I'm on my way home from the Met. I just had to stop and see your girl, though. Manny ducked out and offered his hand. Me too. As they shook, the vet glanced into the stall and his eyes popped when he saw Payne. Hello. When Payne offered the man a small smile, the good doctor blinked like the sun had broken through a cloud bank and shone down upon him. Okay, away. Manny was so through with bastards staring at her like that. Putting himself in the way, he said, is there any kind of suspension we could get her into? To relieve some pressure? We've had her strapped for a couple of hours each day. As the vet replied, he inched to the side until Manny had to follow with his torso to keep blocking the view. I don't want to run the risk of gastrointestinal or breathing problems. Bored with the tilting thing and wanting to spare Payne where the conversation was heading, Manny took the guy's arm and moved them off to the side. What's our next step? The vet rubbed his eyes as if to give his mind a second to unscramble. To be honest, Dr. Manello, I don't have a good feeling about where we are. That other hoof is foundering, and although I've been doing everything I can to treat it, it's not responding. There has to be something else. I'm so damned sorry. How long until we're sure? I'm sure now. The man's stare was positively grim. That's why I came in tonight. I was hoping for a miracle. Well, didn't that make two of them? Why don't I give you some time with her, the vet said. Take all you need. Which was doctor talk for say your goodbyes. The vet put his hand on Manny's shoulder briefly and then he turned and walked away. As he went, he looked in every single stall, checking his patients, patting a muzzle now and then. Good guy. Thorough guy. The kind who would exhaust every single avenue before laying down a stop-loss scenario. Manny took a deep breath and tried to tell himself that Glory was not a pet. People didn't have racehorses as pets. And she deserved better than suffering in a little stall while he worked up the courage to do right by her. Putting his hand to his chest, he rubbed his cross through his scrubs and had a sudden urge to go to church. At first, all he noticed was the shadows getting stronger on the wall across the way. And then he thought maybe someone had turned the overhead lights up. Finally, he realized that the illumination was coming out of Glory's stall. What the? Skidding around, he recoiled and then had to catch his balance. Payne was on her knees in the fluffy sawdust, her hands on his horse's forelegs, her eyes closed, her brows tight, and her body glowing with a fierce and beautiful light. Above her, Glory was stock-still, but her coat was twitching and her eyes were rolling back in her head. Little chuffing whinnies rolled up her long neck and came out her flaring nostrils as if she were overcome by a feeling of relief, an easing of pain. Those injured front legs of hers were softly aglow. Manny didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't blink. He just held his cross even harder and prayed that no one would interrupt this. He wasn't sure how long the three of them stayed as they were, but eventually, it became obvious Payne was straining from the effort. Her body began to vibrate and she started to breathe unevenly. Manny broke into the stall and pulled her free from Glory, holding her lax body against his and moving her out of the way in case the horse spooked or did something unpredictable. Payne. Oh, God. Her eyes fluttered. Did I aid her? Manny stroked her hair back as he looked at his filly. Glory was standing in place, lifting one front hoof and then the other and then going back to the first as if she were trying to figure out what had caused the abrupt comfort. Then she shook herself and went over to nip at the hay that she hadn't touched. As that wonderful sound of a muzzle tip working at dry grass filled the silence, he looked back down at Payne. You did, he said hoarsely. I think you did. Her eyes seemed to struggle to focus. I wish not for you to lose her. Overcome by a gratitude he didn't have enough words for, Manny curled her up closer to his heart and held her for a moment. He wanted to stay like that for so much longer, but she wasn't looking well, and Christ knew who else may have noticed the light show. He had to get them out of here. Let's go to my place, he said. So you can have a lie down. When she nodded, he swung her into his arms, and damn if she didn't feel perfect. As he shut the stall behind them, he glanced over at Glory. The horse was woofing back the hay like the stuff was going out of style. Holy shit, had it really worked? I'll be back tomorrow, he said to her, before he strode away, buoyed by an incandescent hope. Down at the security guard station, he smiled as he shrugged at the guy. Someone's been pulling double shifts at the hospital. She's wiped. The man rose from his seat as if Payne's mere presence, even if she were out cold, was enough to get his attention. Better get her home. You have to take care of a woman like that. Too right. That's just where I'm headed. Moving quickly, he went out to reception and then waited for the buzz to sound so that he could push the final doors open. With any luck, the head vet hadn't seen a thing. Thank you, Jesus, Manny muttered as he got his cue and shoved with his hip. He wasted no time going over to the car, although getting out his keys while keeping Payne off the ground was a scramble. So was opening her door. But then he put her in the passenger seat, all the while wondering if she was ill. Shit, he had no way of getting into contact with anyone from her world. Going around and sitting behind the wheel, he thought, fuck it, he was just going to drive her back to the vampires. May I ask something of you? She said in a slurred way. Anything, what do you? May I take your vein for a moment? I find myself curiously depleted. Okay, right? Talk about your Johnny-on-the-spots. He locked them in and all but tore off his arm and threw it at her. Her soft lips found the inside of his wrist, but her bite was not swift, as if she were having trouble summoning the energy. Still, she got the job done and he jumped, the sharp pain nailing him in the heart and making him a little lightheaded. Or maybe that was a function of the sudden, overwhelming arousal that shot not just through his balls and into his cock, but raced around his entire body. On a groan, his hips rolled in the Porsche's seat and he let his head fall back. God, this felt good. The sucking rhythm she fell into might as well have been on his erection, and even though it should have hurt, the pull and swallow registered only as pleasure. A stinging, sweet pleasure that he was damned certain he would die for. He fell into a blissful state. It felt like centuries that they were linked with her fangs in his flesh. Time had no meaning, and neither did the reality that they were in a parking lot in a car with clear windows. Fuck the world. It was only him and her together. And that was before her diamond eyes opened and looked up at him, locking not on his face but his neck. Vampire, he thought. Beautiful vampire. Mine. As that thought coalesced in his mind, he acted on autopilot, shifting his head to the side, offering his jugular to her. He didn't have to ask twice. In a great surge, Payne sprang up, all but launching her whole body onto him, her hand shoving into his hair and tightening on his nape. As she held him in her grip, he was utterly immobilized, hers for the taking, prey for her predator. And now that she had him, she moved slowly, her fangs dropping to his skin and dragging up the column of his throat, making him stiffen in anticipation of the puncturing and the sucking. Fuck! He barked when she bit him. Oh yeah. His hands grabbed onto her shoulders, pulling her even closer. Take it all, take, oh God, oh shit. Something stroked his cock. And given that he knew exactly where his palms were, it had to be her. Shifting around, going straight up greedy, he gave her as much space to move as he could, and move she did, up and down against his straining erection, his hips helping her, countering the strokes. His breath was loud in the inside of the car as he panted, and so were his moans. It didn't take long at all until his balls went numb and the tip of his cock tightened up against the mounting pressure. I'm going to come, he groaned. You'd better stop if you don't want me to. At that, she popped the bow on the scrubs and burrowed inside. Manny saw motherfucking stars. The instant her skin was against his, he orgasmed like he'd never had one before, his head jacking back hard, his hands digging into her shoulders, his hips bucking like crazy. And she didn't stop the drinking or the pumping, so just as it had been before, he kept it up with the releasing, the pleasure ramping higher with every spasm through his erection. It ended way too soon. Then again, they could have kept at it for a decade and he would have remained starved for more. When Payne pulled out of him, she eased back and licked her way around the sharp points of her fangs, her tongue pink against the white. Man, that gorgeous glow was back underneath her skin, making her seem like a dream. Oh, wait, she was one, wasn't she? Your blood is strong, she said in a husky way as she bent to him again and licked her way up his throat. So very strong. Is it? He mumbled. And then he wasn't sure whether he'd even spoken. Maybe he just thought the words. I can feel the power coursing through me. Man, he'd never been into the SUVs before. The damn things were too clunky and drove like boulders falling down a mountainside, but what he wouldn't have given for a back seat that you could fit more than a set of golf clubs in. He wanted to lay her out and, "I want more of you," Payne murmured as she nuzzled him. Well, he was still hard as stone even though he'd, "I want you in my mouth." Manny's head kicked back and he groaned as his cock twitched like it was taking a jog down there. But as much as he wanted her, he wasn't sure she knew what she was in for. Even the thought of her lips on his. Payne's head went down into his lap before he could find the breath to speak, and there was no preamble. She sucked him right down, pulling him in and holding him in her wet, warm mouth. "Fuck. Payne." His hands went to her shoulders, ostensibly to pull her back, but she was having none of that. Without coaching, she knew just how to rock him, pulling up and sucking down before licking under his shaft. And then she explored him with a thoroughness that told him she was enjoying it as much as he was, and wasn't that a turn-on? Except then he felt her fangs teasing around his head. He jacked her up fast on that one, capturing her mouth in a hard kiss while he held onto her face and started to lose it all over her hands. But that didn't last. She jerked out of his palms and went back to where she'd been, catching him in mid-orgasm, lapping up what his body seemed to have in spades for her. When the kicking spasms stopped, she pulled back, looked at him and slowly licked her lips. Manny had to close his lids at that, his erection pulsing to the point of pain. "You are taking me to your home now," she growled. Not a request from her. And the tone suggested that she was thinking exactly as he was. So that was going to lead to one and only one thing. Manny gathered himself from the inside out and then opened his eyes. Reaching up, he touched her face and then rubbed her lower lip with his thumb. "I'm not sure we should, Bambina," he said roughly. Her hand tightened on his cock and he moaned. "Manuel, I think that is very much where we need to be." "Not a good idea." She pulled back farther and retracted her hand, her glow fading. "But you are aroused. Even now. You think? And that's my point." His eyes raked over her face and went to her breasts. He was so desperate for her, he was tempted to rip her scrubs in half and take her virginity in his car. "I'm not going to be able to hold back, Payne. I'm barely doing that now." She purred in satisfaction and licked those red lips again. "I like when you lose control." Oh God, that was Sue not helping. He shook his head, thinking this was pure fucking hell denying them both hurt that badly. "I think you need to do what you have to and leave me now. While I can still let you go." The knocking sound on the window made no sense at first. It was just the two of them in the empty parking lot. But then the mystery was solved. "Get out the car. And give me your grip." The male voice snapped Manny's head around to the window where he stared into the barrel of a gun. "You heard me, man. Out the car or I'll shoot you." As Manny moved Payne back into her seat and away from point-blank range, he said softly to her, "When I get out, lock the doors. It's right here." He moved his hand over to the dash and tapped the button. "Just let me handle this." He had about $400 in cash in his wallet and plenty of credit cards. "Stay inside." "Manuel." He didn't give her a chance to respond as far as he was concerned. That gun held all the answers and made all the rules. Snagging his wallet, he was slow in opening the door, but quick about his up and out, and when he shut Payne in, he waited to hear the locks go down. And waited. Desperate to hear the punching sound of Payne getting as safe as she could. He only half heard the guy in the ski mask bark, "Your wallet. And tell the bitch to get out the car. There's 400. The wallet disappeared. "Tell her to get out or she comes with me. And the watch. I want the watch." Manny glanced over to the building. There were windows everywhere, and surely that guard had to take a wander to check shit out from time to time. Maybe if he went slow with the handover. That gun muzzle pushed right up into his face. "Watch. Now." It wasn't his good one, didn't operate with his Piaget on, for Chris' sakes. But whatever Scholl could have the fucking thing. Plus, as he feigned hands that shook, he figured it would eat up. Hard to say what happened in what order. In retrospect, he knew that Payne had to have opened her door first. But it seemed like the instant he heard the horrific sound of the passenger side getting cracked, she was behind the robber. And another bizarre thing was that it wasn't until Manny cursed that the bastard seemed to realize a third party had entered the scenario. Except that couldn't be true, he would have seen her coming around the car, right? However it all went down, Ski Mask ended up leaping to the left and going back and forth with the weapon between Payne and Manny. That tennis match thing wasn't going to last. With god-awful logic, Manny knew the guy was going to zero in on Payne because she was the weaker of the. Next time the gun muzzle swung back in her direction, Payne disappeared, and not as in ducked or dodged or took off at a dead run. She was there, taking up space one moment and gone the next. She reappeared a split second later and caught the man's wrist as he went to put the gun back in Manny's face. The disarming was just as fast. 1. She twisted the weapon away. 2. She snapped it out of the SB's hold. 3. She tossed it at Manny, who caught the thing. And then it was beat-down time. Payne spun the guy around, grabbed the back of his head, and pounded him face-first into the Porsche's hood. After she polished the paint job a little with his pie hole, she repositioned him and got a grip on the SOB's baggy-ass jeans. Hefting him up by the hair and what was either his waistband or his rectum, she hauled him back and threw him about 10 yards. Superman didn't fly half as well, and the robber ended up knocking on the side of the horse pidle with his forehead. The building didn't have much to say in response, and what do you know, neither did he. He landed face down in a flower bed and stayed there, his limbs going dead meat and then some. No twitching. No moaning. No attempt to get up. Are you all right, Manuel? Manny slowly turned his head to Payne. She wasn't even breathing hard. Jesus Christ, he whispered. As Manuel's words drifted away on a breeze, Payne fussed with her baggy top and her loose pants. Then she smoothed her hair. It seemed like the only thing she could do to make herself more presentable in the wake of the violence. Such a wasted effort at trying to feminize herself. And meanwhile, Manuel was still just staring at her. Will you say nothing further? She asked in a low tone. Manuel put his free hand on his head. Yeah. Let me go see if he's alive. Payne wrapped her arms around herself as he walked over to the human man. In truth, she did not really care in what condition she had left the robber. Her priority had been to get that lethal weapon out of Manuel's face, and she had accomplished her task. Whatever happened to the thief was immaterial, but she clearly didn't know the rules of this world, or the implications of what she had done. Manuel was halfway across the grass when the victim rolled over with a groan. Hands that had been on the gun went to the mask that covered his face and shoved the knit weave up to his forehead. Manuel knelt down. I'm a doctor. How many fingers am I holding up? What? How many fingers? 3. Manuel put his palm on the guy's shoulder. Don't get up. That was a hell of a belt to the head. Do you have any tingling or numbness in your legs? No, the guy stared at Manuel. Why are you doing this? Manuel waved the question off. It's called medical school creates a compulsive need to treat the ill or injured regardless of circumstance. I think we need to call an ambulance. No fucking way. Payne dematerialized over to them. She appreciated Manuel's good intentions, but she was concerned that the robber had another weapon on him. The instant she appeared behind Manuel, the guy on the ground shrank away in horror, raising his arms and cringing back. Manuel looked up over his shoulder, and that was when she saw that he wasn't naive. He had the gun pointed at the man. It's okay, Bambina. I got him. In a sloppy scramble, the robber got to his feet and Manuel let the muzzle follow him as the human stumbled and caught his balance against the building. Obviously, he was getting ready to run. We're keeping the gun, Manuel said. You understand. And I don't need to tell you, you're lucky to be alive. You don't aggress on my girlfriend. As the human tore off into the shadows, Manuel rose to his full height. I need to turn this weapon into the police. Then he just looked over at her. It is all right, Manuel. I can take care of my presence with the guard so naught will be known. Do what you must. On a nod, he took out a small phoning device, opened it, and hit a few buttons. Putting it up to his ear, he said, Yeah. My name is Manuel Manello and I was held up at gunpoint in my vehicle. I'm at the Trick County. As he spoke, she looked around and thought she didn't want it to end like this. Except, I have to go, she said as Manuel hung up. I cannot be here if there are going to be more humans. It will just complicate things. His phone slowly lowered to his side. Okay, yeah. He frowned. Listen, if the police are coming, I need to remember what just happened or shit. I've got a gun in my hand for no reason I can give them. Indeed, it would appear that they were trapped. And for once, she was grateful for an imprisonment. I want you to remember me, she said softly. That wasn't the plan. I know. He shook his head. You are the most important piece in all this. So you have to take care of yourself, and that means wiping me. Dr. Manello. Dr. Manaloya, okay? Payne glanced over her shoulder. The first human male they had seen at the desk inside was running across the lawn in a panic. "Do it," Manuel said, "and I'll figure something out." As the scampering guard came up to them, Payne faced the new arrival. "I was on my rounds," the man said, "and when I was checking the offices at the other end of the building, I saw you through the window. I ran as fast as I could." "We are fine," she said to the guard. "But would you look at something for me?" "Of course. Have the police been called?" "Yes." She touched below her right eye. "Look at me, please." He was already locked on her face, and the extra focus just made her work easier. All she had to do was open the way into his brain and put a mental patch over everything that pertained to her. As far as the human knew, her surgeon had come and gone alone. She kept the man in a trance and turned to Manuel. "You need not worry. His memories are so short-term, he will be fine." From far off, a howling sound rang out, high-pitched and urgent. "That's the police," Manuel said. "Then I shall go." "How will you get home?" "In the same manner as I got out of your car." She waited for him to reach for her or say something, but he just stood there with the cold, silent night air between them. "Are you going to lie to them?" he asked. "And tell them that you scrubbed me?" "I do not know." "Well, in case you need to come back to do that, I'm at." "Good night, Manuel. Please be safe." With that, she raised her hand and quietly, inexorably disappeared. 43. As tricks went, this one was fucking weird. "So where's your friend at?" Carrie Ravisk, aka Candy on the Streets, had been doing the whore thing proper for about 9 months, so she'd seen a lot of shit. But this... The huge man by the motel room's door spoke softly. "He's coming." Carrie took another Tokay and thought, well, at least the one in front of her was hot. And he'd also paid her 500 and set her up in this room. Still, there was something off here. Weird accent. Weird eyes. Weird ideas. But very hot. As they waited, she lay buck-ass naked on the bed with all the lights off. It wasn't totally dark, though. This John with the heavy wallet had set up a big boxy flashlight across the room, over on the cheapy dresser. The beam was pointed so that it shone on her body, kind of like she was on stage, or maybe a piece of art. Which actually was less weird than some of the things she'd done. Shit, if prostitution didn't make you think men were nasty, sick bastards, nothing else would. Aside from your run-of-the-mill cheaters and the types who were on power trips, you had fuckers with foot fetishes and those who liked to get spanked. And others who wanted to get pissed on. Finishing up her white owl, she stabbed out the stub and thought maybe the spotlight thing wasn't so bad. Some jackass had wanted to eat hamburgers off her 2 weeks ago, and that had just been gross. The click of the lock turning into place made her jump, and she realized with a start that someone had somehow arrived without her knowing it. That was the door being locked. From the inside. And now there was a second man over by the first. Good thing her pimp was right next door. "Evenin'," she said as she stretched mechanically for both of them. Her breasts were fake, but they were good fake, and her stomach was flat even though she'd had 1 kid and she was not just shaved, but electrolyzed. All of which was how she got to charge what she did. "Man, another big one," she thought as the second guy came forward and stood at the foot of the bed. Actually, this fucker was huge. Absolutely mammoth. And not as in fat and sloppy. His shoulders were so square they looked drawn on with a ruler, and his chest formed a perfect triangle into his tight hips. She couldn't see his face, given the light that streamed from behind him, but it didn't matter as the first John stretched out on the bed next to her. Shit, she suddenly found herself turned on. It was the size of them and the danger of the darkness and the sense. Jesus, they smelled amazing. "Roll onto your stomach," the second one demanded. God, that voice? The same foreign accent as the guy who had set this up, but so much deeper, and there was an edge to it. "You really want to see my ass?" she drawled as she sat up. Cupping her DDs, she hefted them and then squeezed them together. "Because the front of me is even better." With that, she stretched one breast up and extended her tongue downward, licking her own nipple while her eyes went back and forth between the men. "On your stomach." Okay, clearly, there was a pecking order here. The guy lying next to her was sporting a tremendous erection, but he made no moves toward her. And Mr. Do It Now was the only one talking. "If that's the way you want it." Pushing the pillows off the bed, she made a show of the roll, twisting her torso around so that one of her breasts was still showing. With her black fingernail, she ran circles around the tip as she arched her lower back and stuck out her ass. A subtle growling weaved its way through the still air of the room, and that was her cue. Spreading her legs, She curled the lower halves up, pointing her toes and arching her spine again. She knew exactly what she was showing the one at the end of the bed, and his growl told her he liked what she had. So it was time to take it further. Looking back at him, she put her middle finger in her mouth and sucked on it. Then she shifted her weight up and took it down to her sex, rubbing herself. Whether it was the weed or shit, something about the men, she was really frickin' horny all of a sudden. To the point where she wanted what was about to happen. As he loomed over her, the one in charge put his hand to the front of his hips. "Kiss her," he ordered. She was so ready for that, even though she didn't normally allow it. Turning her face to the other one, she felt her mouth get owned by a set of soft, demanding lips, and then a tongue entered her. Just as big hands latched onto her upper thighs and spread her farther apart. And another set of hands went for her breasts. Even though she was a professional, her mind went on a little road trip, all the shit she usually preoccupied herself with while she was doing what she did, fleeing and taking with it things like, where were the condoms? What were the ground rules? Buckle. Zipper. And then the sliding sounds of pants going down and the bucking of the mattress as something heavy got up on it. Dimly, she wondered whether the cock that had been sprung was as big as the rest of the man behind her, and if it was, she thought, hell, she might be willing to give them a second round for free, assuming they could go that long. A blunt head pushed into her as hands lifted her hips off the mattress and got her on all fours. God, he was huge, and she braced herself for a hammering as a palm rode up her spine and fingers threaded through her short hair. He was going to yank her head back, but she didn't care. She just wanted even more of him inside. Except he didn't get rough and he didn't move right away. Instead, he stroked her as if he liked the feel of her flesh, running his hand down onto her shoulders and again around to her waist and then down further to her wet sex. And when he entered her fully, it was on a smooth slide, and he even gave her a second to get used to his girth and length. Then he locked onto her hips with his palms and got with the fucking, just as his friend pushed himself under her to suck on her hanging breasts. With the pace intensifying, her nipples whipped back and forth across the mouth of the one underneath her to the beat of the slapping hips that hit her ass over and over again. Faster. Harder. Faster. Fuck me, she barked. Oh, fuck yeah. Abruptly, the one lying on the mattress pivoted himself, repositioned her, and filled her mouth with the largest cock she'd ever swallowed. She actually had an orgasm. They kept going like this, and she was going to tip them. A split second later, the man behind her pulled out and she felt something hot spray across her back. But he wasn't finished. He was at it again a moment later, as fat and stiff as he'd been on the first stroke. The one she was sucking off was moaning, and then she was separated from him by his lifting her head. He came on her breasts, hot jets draping her chest with more of that incredible scent as the other one popped out and ejaculated again on her back. And then the world spun and she found herself on her back, the guy with the wallet taking the place of the one in charge at her sex and filling her just as thickly. She was the one who reached for his silent, commanding friend, bringing his cock to her mouth, pulling him out of his role of spectator and into her once again. He was so big that she had to stretch her jaw to fit him in, and he tasted fantastic, nothing like she'd had before. Sucking on him as his buddy fucked her good. She was all about the sensations of being filled, of being invaded by hard, blunt cocks that rocked her body. In her delirium, she tried to see the man she was blowing, but he somehow always kept his back to the flashlight, and that made everything more erotic. Like she was sucking off a living shadow. Shit, unlike the other one, he made no sounds now, and he didn't even breathe hard. But he was into it. For real, pushing into her mouth and withdrawing and pushing back in. At least until he popped himself out and palmed up that erection. Holding her breasts together, she gave him one hell of a landing pad to come on, and holy crap, even though it was number 3, he covered her. Until her chest was glossy and slippery and dripping. Next thing she knew, her knees were up at her ears and the one with the cash was going for broke in the best possible way. And then his boss was at her lips again, pressing in, wanting more. Which she was perfectly happy to give him. Staring up at them as they moved in sync, she felt a passing fear. Curled beneath them, she had the sense that they could snap her in half if they were so inclined. But they didn't hurt her. And it went on, the two of them trading places again and again. They'd obviously done this a lot, and God, she was so giving them her number. Finally, it was over. Neither of them said a thing. Not to her or to each other, which was odd because most of the threesomes she'd been in had ended with the pair of idiots high-fiving each other. Not these two. They zipped up their cocks and, well, what do you know, wallets were coming out again. As they stood over her, she brought her hands to her mouth and neck and her breasts. She was covered in so many places she couldn't count, and she loved it, smoothing what they'd left on her skin, playing with it because she wanted Tonot for their benefit. "We want to give you another 5, the first one said in a low voice. "For what?" Was that satisfied drawl really her? "It'll feel good, I promise." "Is it kinky?" "Very." She laughed and rolled her hips. "Then I say yes." As the man peeled off the Benjamins, there appeared to be plenty of others in that billfold, and maybe if he were someone else, she might have hit up her pimp and told Mac to hold him up out in the parking lot. She wasn't going to do that, though. Part of it was the incredible sex. More was the fact that these guys would likely beat the ever-living shit out of her boss. "What do you want me to do?" she asked as she took the money and crushed it in her fist. "Spread your legs." She didn't hesitate, her knees flopping wide. And they didn't hesitate, both of them bending over her weeping core. Holy shit, they were going to suck her off? Just the thought of it made her eyes roll back in her head and she groaned. Ouch! She jacked up, but hands forced her back down onto the mattress. The subtle sucking that came next made her lightheaded. It wasn't on her sex, though. It was right off center on both sides, in the juncture where her legs met her torso. Rhythmic sucking like nursing. Carrie sighed and gave herself up to it. She had the shocking sense that they were feeding from her in some way, but it felt amazing, especially as something entered her. Maybe it was finger, probably. Yeah, definitely. 4 of them filled her and 2 separate hands fell into an alternating push and pull as 2 mouths suckled on her flesh. She came again. And again. And again. After God only knew how long, they nuzzled her a couple of times, the places where they'd been sucking, not where their hands were. And then everything was disengaged, mouths, fingers, bodies. Both of them straightened up. "Look at me," the leader said. Her lids were so heavy that she had to struggle to obey. And the moment she did, she felt a searing pain at her temples. That didn't last long, though, and afterward she was just floating. Which was why she didn't pay much attention to the distant, muffled scream that came from next door a little later, not the room that Mac was in, but the one on the other side of her. Boom. Thump. Bump. Carrie started to fall asleep at that point, dead to the world, the cash gluing to her palm as what had been wet turned to dry. She wasn't worried about anything. In fact, she felt amazing. Fuck, who had she been with? As Ecker stepped outside the whore's motel room with Throw directly behind him, he shut the door and looked left and right. The facility that his soldier had chosen for this carnal diversion was on the outskirts of town. Run down and rotting in places, the single-story building had been cut up into some 50 little cupboard-like boxes, with the office all the way down on the left. He had wanted the terminal room on the other end for privacy, but the best Throw had been able to do was the next in from that. Though, truly, what were the chances of occupancy? There was hardly anyone here. Scanning the parking spaces in front of them, he saw a black Mercedes that was desperately trying to look newer than it actually was and a truck with a cap over its bed. The other 2 cars were way down at the far end by the office. This was perfect for the kind of purpose they'd fulfilled. Secluded. Populated with people who wanted no one in their business and were prepared to extend a similar courtesy to others. And the exterior lighting was poor, only 1 out of every 6 bulbs by the door's work hell. The lighting fixture next to his head had been smashed. So everything was dim and dark. He and his band of bastards were going to have to find females of their race to service their blood needs long-term, but that would come. Until then, they would partake from the likes of what he and Throw had just fucked, and they would do it here in this deserted place. Throw spoke quietly. Satisfied. Aye. She was well and good. I'm glad. A scent upon the air drew both of their heads toward the door to the terminating room. As Ecker inhaled deeply to confirm what he had caught a mere whiff of, the smell of fresh human blood was an unwelcome surprise. Unlike the expression on Throw's face, which was an unwelcome non-surprise. Do not even consider it, Ecker bit out. Throwfuck. The fighter was turning to the door with a thunderous expression. His aggression no doubt inflamed because that was female blood being spilled. The fertility was obvious in the air. We have no time for this, Ecker spat. In a manner of reply, Throw kicked the fucking door in. As Ecker cursed, he only briefly considered dematerializing out of the scene. All it took to cure the impulse was a look inside. Throw's ridiculous heroic streak had opened the way to a mess. Literally, a human female was tied down onto the bed, with something crammed into her mouth. She was almost dead and too close to the edge of her grave to save. Her blood was everywhere, on the wall beside her, dripping onto the floor, soaking into the mattress. The tools of whoever had done this were on the bedside table. 2 knives, duct tape, scissors, and half a dozen small clear jars with colorless fluid in them and tops that were set aside. There were things floating in the. A slam echoed out of the bathroom, as if a transom or window had been opened and shut. As Thro ran in, Ecker lunged forward and caught the other male by the arm. In a quick 1/2, Ecker unclipped the steel cuff he kept on his weapons belt and clamped it on the thick wrist of his soldier. Hauling back with all his weight, he hauled the male around, swinging him like the ball on the end of a chain. There was a thump on the far wall as the cheap plaster stopped the vampire pendulum. "Let me go." Ecker yanked the guy right in close. "This is not your concern." Thro pulled back his arm and threw out a punch into the wall, smashing the flat plane. "It is. Release me." Ecker slapped his palm on the back of the male's neck. "Not your world." They struggled at that point, the two of them wrestling and knocking into things, creating more noise than they should. And they were just about to fall on the bloodied carpet when a human man with no neck and sunglasses the size of window panes slid into the doorway. He took one look at the bed, another at Ecker and Thro, and then he muttered under his breath, covering his eyes with his forearms as he ducked out. A split second later, the door to the room they had fucked in opened and shut, then opened and shut again. High heels clip-clopped fast and uncoordinated, and there was a clomp of people getting into a car. An engine roared and the Mercedes peeled out of the parking lot, no doubt with the whore and the cash in it. And didn't the fast departure prove Ecker's assumption about the clientele here? "Listen to me," he said to Thro. "Listen to me, you stupid bastard, this is not our problem. But if you stay here, you make it so. The killer got away. And so are we." Thro's pale eyes shot over to the bed, and the mask of anger slipped for a brief moment. What was underneath arrested even Ecker's aggression. "Such pain. God, such pain." "She is not your sister," Ecker whispered. "Now come with me." "I can't leave her." Wide glassy eyes hit his. "You cannot ask me to." Ecker spun around while keeping hold of his soldier. There had to be something of the murderers in here, something they could. Ecker dragged his fighter into the bathroom, and there was a grim satisfaction to be found upon the window above the toilet. The single, thick pane of frosted glass was unbroken, but there was a bright red streak on the edge of the sharp metal casing. Just the remnant that they needed. Ecker reached up to the window and ran his 2 fingers around what had caught and torn the flesh of that human. The blood cleaved unto his flesh, pooling. "Open," he commanded. Thro parted his mouth and sucked those fingers down, closing his eyes to concentrate as distant sirens began to peal through the night. "We must needs depart," Ecker said. "Come with me now and I shall grant you leave to find the man. Agree?" "Nod." When Thro did, he decided he needed more. "Swear to me." Thro bowed at the waist. "I so swear." The cuff came off and then the pair of them disappeared into thin air just as flashing blue lights announced the arrival of the human police. Ecker was not one for mercy on any occasion. But if he had been, he would have offered no pity unto that human defiler who was now Thro's target and soon to be prey. 44. Dr. Manello? At the sound of his name, Manny snapped back into reality and found that, yes, in fact, he was still at Trick County, out on the lawn. Damn ironic that the security guard had had a mind job done on him, and yet he was the guy who had the focus. "Ah yeah, sorry. What did you say? You okay?" "No, I'm not." "Well, you got jumped. I can't believe how you handled him. One minute he was all up in your face, the next you had the gun and he was flying. Course you'd be out of it." "Yeah, that's it. Exactly." The cops showed up 2 seconds later, and then it was a flurry of questions and answers. And it was amazing. The security guard never mentioned pain. It was as if she had never been there. Shouldn't have been a news flash, considering what Manny had been through not only with her but with Jane. Still was, though. He just didn't understand so much of it all, how pain had disappeared into thin air in front of him, how there had been nothing of her, at least as far as the security guard knew, but the guy remembered Manny just fine. How she had been so calm and in control in a deadly situation. Actually, that last bit had been erotic as hell. Watching her pummel the fuck out of that guy had been an incredible turn-on. Manny wasn't sure what that said about him, but there you go. And she was so going to lie, he thought. Tell her people that he was scrubbed. Say that she'd taken care of things. Pain had found the solution that worked. He had his mind, she had her legs, and no one was the wiser among her brother and his ilk. Yup, everything was taken care of. All he had to do now was spend the rest of his life pining after a female he should never have met. Piece of fucking cake. An hour later, he got into his Porsche and headed back for Caldwell. Driving by himself, the car seemed not just empty but a wasteland, and he found himself putting the windows up and down. Wasn't the same. She didn't know where he lived, he thought. But that didn't matter, did it? She wasn't coming back. God, it was tough to decide what would have been harder. A long, protracted goodbye where he looked into her eyes and bit his tongue to keep from talking too much? Or that short, rip-the-band-aid shit? Sucked either way. At the Commodore, he went underground, parked in his spot, and got out. Hit the elevator. Went up to his apartment. Walked in. Let the door close. As his cell phone went off, he fumbled to take it out of his pocket, and when he saw the number, he cursed. Goldberg from the medical center. He answered without any enthusiasm. Hey, you picked up, the guy said with relief. How are you? Right? So not going there? I'm okay. When there was a pause, he said, and you? I'm good. Things have been hospital. Hospital. Hospital hospital. Hospital ospit el hosp. Ital hospital el hospital. In one ear, out the other. Manny did get busy, however. He went to the bar in the kitchen, took out the lag, and felt like he'd been punched in the head when he saw how little was in the bottle. Leaning into the cabinet, he took out some Jack from the back that had in there so long there was dust on the cap. Sometime later, he hung up the phone and got serious about the drinking. Lag first. Jack next. And then it was a case of the 2 bottles of wine that were in the fridge. And what was left of a 6-pack of Coronas that had been left in the pantry and weren't cooled. His synapses, however, didn't recognize any difference between alcohol that was lukewarm and the shit that was chilly. All told, the festival of consumption took him a good hour. Maybe longer. And it was highly effective. When he grabbed the last beer and started for the bedroom, he walked like he was on the bridge of the Enterprise, shuffling left and right and then listing back again. And even though he could see well enough with the city's ambient light, he ran into a lot of stuff. By some inconvenient miracle, his furniture had become animated and the shit was determined to get in his way, everything from the stuffed leather chairs to the coffee table. And then the fact that he now was rubbing his shin as he went along was like adding a set of roller skates to the party. When he got to his room, he took a slug from the Corona to celebrate and stumbled into the bath. Water on. Clothes off. Stepped right in. No reason to wait for the hot stuff, he couldn't feel anything anyway, and that was the point. He didn't bother to dry off. Just walked over to the bed with the water dripping off his body, and he finished off the beer as he sat down. Then whole lot of nothing. His alky meter was spiking really frickin' high, but it had yet to reach critical mass and knock him the fuck out. Consciousness was a relative term, however. Although he was arguably awake, he was utterly unplugged, and not just because of the alcohol/blood count he was sporting. He was out of gas on the inside in the most curious way. Falling back on the mattress, he supposed now that the pain situation had resolved itself, it was time to start pulling his life back together, or at least give it a shot tomorrow morning when his hangover woke him up. His mind was fine, so there was no reason he couldn't go back to work and make it his business to put distance between this fucked up interlude and the rest of his normal life. As he stared at the ceiling, he was relieved when his vision got fuzzy. Until he realized he was tearing up. Fucking pussy. Wiping his eyes, he was absolutely positively not going there. Except he did, and he stayed. God, he missed her to the point of agony already. Fucking hell. Abruptly, his head shot up and his cock swelled. Looking out through the sliding glass door onto his terrace, he searched the night with a desperation that made him feel like the mental crazies were back. Pain. Pain? He struggled to get up off the bed, but his body refused to budge, like his brain was talking one language and his arms and legs couldn't translate. And then the hooch one, pulling a Control-Alt-L and shutting his program down. No rebooting his ass, however. After his lids crashed shut, it was lights out no matter how hard he fought the tide. Outside on the terrace, Pain stood in the cold wind, her hair whipping around, her skin tingling from the chill. She had disappeared from Manuel's sight, but she hadn't left him. Even though he had proved capable of taking care of himself, she wasn't trusting his life to anyone or anything. Accordingly, she'd coated herself in maize and stood on the lawn at the equine hospital, watching him speak with the police and the security guard. And then when he'd gotten in the car, she had followed, dematerializing from spot to spot, tracking him thanks to the small amount of blood he'd tasted of her. His trip home had culminated in the depths of a city that was smaller than the one that she had seen from his car, but was still impressive with its tall buildings and paved streets and beautiful, soaring bridges that spanned a broad river. Caldwell was indeed lovely at night. Would that she had come for aught but an invisible goodbye. When Manuel had pulled into some kind of underground facility for vehicles, she had let him go on his own. Her purpose had been served when he had safely reached this destination, so she'd known she had to depart. Alas, however, she had tarried down at street level, standing in her maze, watching the cars go by and seeing pedestrians cross corner to corner. An hour had passed, and then some more time, and still she couldn't leave. Giving in to her heart, she had gone up, honing in on where Manuel was, taking form on this terrace outside his home and finding him in the midst of leaving the kitchen to walk through his living room. Clearly unsteady on his feet, he kept running into pieces of furniture, although likely not because the lights were off. 'Twas the drink in his hand, no doubt. Or more accurately, all the drink he'd taken in addition to it. In his bedroom, he didn't disrobe so much as dishevel himself out of his clothes, and then he was into the shower. When he emerged dripping wet, she wanted to cry. It seemed so very hard to comprehend that merely a day separated her and him from the time she had first witnessed him thus, although, indeed, no longer. Over at the bed, he sat down, then fell over onto the mattress. When he went to wipe his eyes, her devastation was complete. And so was her need to go to him. Pain. With a yelp, she spun about. Across the terrace, standing in the breeze, was her twin. And the instant she laid eyes upon this house, she knew something had changed within him. Yes, his face was already healing up from the damage he'd inflicted upon it with the mirror, but that was not what had altered. The inside of him was different, gone were the tension and the anger and the frightening coldness. As the wind whipped her hair around, she quickly tried to compose herself, swiping clear the tears that had glossed over her eyes. "How did you know I was?" With his gloved hand, he pointed upward. "I have a place here, on the top of the building. Jane and I were just leaving when I sensed you were down here." She should have known. Just as she could sense his maze, he could feel and find hers. And how she wished he had just kept going. The last thing she needed was another round of a male figure of authority telling her what she had to do. Besides, the king had already laid down the law. It wasn't as if Wrath's decree needed buttressing from the likes of her brother. She put her hand up to stop him before he said one word about Manuel. "I am not interested in your telling me what our king already has. And I was just leaving." "Is he scrubbed?" She kicked up her chin. "No, he is not. He took me out and there was an incident." The snarl her brother released was louder than the wind. "What did he do?" "Not him. Fates, will you just stop hating him?" As she rubbed her temples, she wondered if anyone's head had actually ever exploded or whether everybody on Earth just felt that way from time to time. "We were attacked by a human and in the process of disarming him." "The human?" "Yes, in the process of that. I hurt the man and the police were called." "You disarmed a human?" Payne glared at her twin. "When you remove a gun from someone, that is what it is called, is it not?" Vicious's eyes narrowed. "Yeah, it is." I could not scrub Manuel's memories because he would not have been able to field the questions put to him from the police. And I am here because I wanted to see him home safely. In the silence that followed, she realized she had just backed herself into a corner. By having to protect Manuel, she had just proven her twin's point that the male she wanted could not take care of her. Oh, but what did it matter? Given that she was prepared to obey the king, there was no future for her and Manuel anyway. When Visaus went to open his mouth, she moaned and put her hands to her ears. "If you have any compassion at all, you will leave me to mourn here alone. I cannot listen to all the reasons I must needs separate myself from him. I know them all. Please, just go." Closing her eyes, she turned away and prayed to their mother above that he would do as she asked. The hand on her shoulder was weighty and warm. Payne, look at me." With no energy left to fight, she dropped her arms and met his grim eyes. "Answer me one thing," her twin said. "What? Do you love the Bahim? Do you love him?" Payne looked back through the glass at the human on the bed. "Yes, I am in love with him. And if you try to dissuade me by the fact that I have not lived yet enough to judge, I say unto you, fuck off. I need not know the world to realize my heart's desire." There was a long silence. "What did Wrath say?" "The same thing you would. That I must erase myself from his memory and never, ever see him again." When her brother did not say anything further, she shook her head. Why are you still here, Vishouse? Are you trying to think of what to say to get me to go home? Let me save you the effort when dawn comes. I shall go and I shall abide by the rules, but not because it is good for you or the king or myself. It is because it's safest for him. Does not need enemies such as yourself and the Brotherhood to torture him just because I feel as I do. So it will be done just as you wish. Except at this, she glared at him. I will not scrub him. His mind is too valuable to waste and it cannot withstand another episode. I shall keep him safe by ne'er coming here again, but I will not condemn him to a life of dementia. That is not going to happen. Has done nothing but help me. He deserves better than to be used and discarded. Pain returned her eyes to the glass. And after a long while of silence, she assumed that her twin had left. So she nearly screamed when he stepped in front of her and blocked the view of Manuel. Are you still here? She snapped. I'll take care of it for you. Pain recoiled and then growled. Do not you dare think of killing him. With wrath. I'll take care of it. Vishouse scrubbed his hair. I'll work something out so you can keep him. Pain blinked, and then felt her mouth drop open. What did you say? I've known Wrath for a lot of years. And technically, according to the old laws, I'm the head of our little happy family down here. I'll go to him and tell him that I approve of this match and that I think you should be able to see the Ba guy. Man Manello. He cleared his throat. Wrath is very security conscious, but with the mice around the compound, Manello couldn't find us if he wanted to. Besides, it's hypocritical to deny you what other brothers have done from time to time. Fuck it, Darius had a kid with a human woman and Wrath's now married to that young. Matter of fact, if you had tried to separate our king from his Beth when he'd met her, he'd have killed anyone who even made the suggestion. Raged Mary? Same diff. And it should be likewise for you. I'll even talk to Maman if I have to. Pain put her palm up to her pounding heart. I don't understand why you would do this. He glanced over his shoulder, staring at the human she loved. You're my sister. And he's what you want. He shrugged. And well, I fell in love with a human. I fell in love with my Jane within an hour of meeting her, and yeah, I've got nothing without her. If what you feel for Manello is even half what I have for my Shellen, your life is never going to be complete without him. Pain tackled her brother in an embrace. Nearly knocked him right off his feet. Oh, brother mine. His arms came around her and held her. I'm sorry I was such an asshole. You were. She searched for another word. Yes, you were such an asshole. He laughed, the sound rumbling up through his chest. See? We can agree on something. As she held on to him, she said, Thank you. After a moment, he pulled back. Let me talk to Wrath first before you go to Manello. Okay? I want to work it all out beforehand, and yes, I'm going home right now. Jane's doing rounds and the Brotherhood is off tonight, so I should get right in with the king. There was a pause. I only want one thing from you in return. What? Anything. Name it. If you're going to hang around until dawn, go inside. It's fucking freezing as shit out here, true. He stepped back. Go on, go hang with your mail. He rubbed his eyes, and she had a feeling he was remembering what he'd walked in on when she'd been in the shower with her healer. I'll come back, call. Do you have a phone? Here. Take my fuck. I don't have it. It is okay, brother mine. I shall return at dawn. Good, yeah, I should know by then. She stared at him. I love you. Now he smiled. Broadly and without reserve. Reaching out, he brushed her face. I love you too, sis. Now get in there and get warm. I shall. She jumped up and kissed him on the cheek. I shall. With a wave, she dematerialized through the glass. Oh, how the interior felt hot in comparison to the terrace, or perhaps it was the rush of joy that had spread throughout her. Whatever it was, she did a spin on one foot and then went over to the bed. Manuel was not just a slumber, but passed out. She did not care, though. Climbing onto the bed, she put an arm around him and instantly he groaned and turned to her, pulling her close, holding her. As their bodies melded together and his erection pushed into her hip, her eyes shot to the terrace. No reason to force their luck with Vicious, but alas, he was gone. Grinning in the dark, she got comfortable and stroked her male's shoulder. This was all going to work out, and the key was the overwhelming logic that Vishouse had detailed. In fact, the argument was so dispositive. She couldn't believe she hadn't thought of it herself. Wrath might not like it. However, he was going to agree because facts were facts, and he was a fair ruler who had proven time and again that he was not a slave to the old ways. As she settled in, she knew there was no chance she was going to fall asleep and thereby run the risk of getting burned by the sun. She was incandescent herself as she lay on the bed beside Manuel, glowing so bright she cast shadows in the room. No sleeping for her. She just wanted to enjoy this feeling. Forever. 45. This house got home in the blink of an eye, and after he checked in with Jane in the clinic, he headed for the big house through the underground tunnel. As he came out in the foyer, all he heard was a resounding nothing much at all, and he was uncomfortable with the silence. So frickin' quiet. Of course, typically, this would be because it was 2 a.m. and the brothers would be out in the field. Tonight, though, everyone was hunkered down, probably having sex, recovering from sex, or in the midst of doing it again. I feel like I've made love to you for the very first time. As Jane's voice came back at him, he didn't know whether to smile or kick his own ass. But whatever, it was a brave new world for him starting tonight. Not that he was entirely sure what that meant, but he was on it. He was so on it. Hitting the grand staircase, he beelined for Rath's study while patting every pocket he didn't have. He was still in the damn Johnny. With the bloodstains. And no damn cigs. Son of a bitch. Sire? Do you require aught? As he stopped at the head of the stairs, he looked over at Fritz, who was cleaning the banister, and nearly kissed the butler on the pole. I'm out of my tobacco. Rolling papers. The old Doggen smiled so widely the wrinkles in his face made him look like a Shar-Pei. I have more of it all down in the pantry. I shall be right back. Are you going in to meet with the king? Yeah. I shall bring them to you there as well as a robe, perhaps? The second half was said delicately. Shit, thank you, Fritz. You're a lifesaver. No, you are, sire. He bowed. You and the Brotherhood save us all each night. Fritz scurried along his way, going down the staircase with more spring in his step than you'd expect. Then again, he loved nothing more than to be of service. Which was very cool. Right. Time to go to work. Feeling like a total reject in the Johnny, V marched over to the closed doors of Rath's study, curled up a fist, and knocked. The king's voice came through the heavy wood panels. Come in. V pushed inside. It's me. Sup, brother? At the far end of the pansy-ass colored room, Rath was behind his massive desk, sitting on his father's throne. Down on the floor beside him, lying on a personalized Orvis dog bed in royal red, George lifted his blonde head and pricked his perfect triangle ears. The golden retriever thumped his tail in greeting, but did not leave his master's side. The king and his seeing-eye dog were never apart. And not just because Rath needed the help. So Rath eased back in the carved chair, his hand falling down to stroke his dog's head. Your scent is interesting. Is it? V took the seat across from the king, putting his palms on his thighs and squeezing in an attempt to distract himself from his nicotine craving. You left the door open. Fritz is bringing me some smokes. You're not lighting up around my dog. Fuck. He'd forgotten the new rule, and asking George to take a breather was a no-go. After all, Rath may have lost his sight, but the fucker was still deadly, and V had gotten enough of the S&M tonight. Thank you very much. Fritz came in just as the king's black brows dropped behind his wraparounds. Sire, your tobacco, the butler said happily. Thanks, my man. V accepted the rolling papers and the pouch and the lighter that the Doggen had thoughtfully provided, as well as the robe. The door shut. V looked over at the dog. George's big boxy head was down on his paws, his kind brown eyes seeming to apologize for the shutdown on the whole light-up routine. He even gave a tentative tip of the tail wag. This house stroked the bag of Turkish delicious like a pathetic loser. Mind if I just rolled up a couple? One flick of the flint and I'll pound you into the carpet. Roger that. V lined things up on the desk. I've come to talk about pain. How's your sis? She's amazing. He cracked open his pouch, took an inhale and had to suck back his mmm. It worked. I am not sure how, but she's up and around, true. On her feet, good as new. The king eased forward. No shit? For real? 100. It's a miracle. Named Manuel Manello, evidently. You could say that. Well, this is great fucking news. You want to get her a room in here? Fritz can. It's a little more complicated than that. As those brows disappeared under the wraparounds again, V thought, man, even though the king was fully blind, he still appeared to focus like he always did. Which kind of made you feel like you had a gun sight trained on your frontal lobe. V started laying out little white squares. It's that human surgeon. Oh, for shit's sake. Rath popped his sunglasses onto his forehead and rubbed his eyes. Do not crank my crap. V remained silent, grabbing the pouch and busying himself with the pinching stage of things. I'm waiting for you to tell me I got it wrong. Wrath let his glasses fall back into place. Still waiting. She's in love with him. And you're okay with this? Of course not. But she could date a brother and the motherfucker wouldn't be good enough for her. He picked up one of the loaded papers and began rolling. So if she wants him, I say live and let live. V, I know what angle you're going to take and I can't allow it. This house stopped in midlick and considered bringing Beth into the happy convo. But the king already looked like he was getting a headache. The hell you can't allow it. Rage and marry. Rage got beaten, remember? God damn it, V thought. Those slaughtered slayers. Plus I just got this. Without looking, Wrath patted to the left and held up a page of braille. It's a copy of a letter that was emailed to what's left of the founding families. Ecker has relocated with his boys, which was why you found those lessers in the condition you did. Fucking hell. I knew it was him. He's setting us up. V stiffened. For what? Wrath sent a get real over the desk. People have lost entire branches of their families. They've fled their homes, but they want to come back here. Meanwhile, things are getting more dangerous instead of safer in Caldwell. Nothing should be taken for granted right now. Reed, he wasn't assuming his throne was secure. No matter what he happened to be sitting on. So it's not that I don't understand where Payne's at, Wrath said. But we've got to circle the wagons and hunker down. Now is not the time to layer on the complication of a human in here. Things grew quiet for a moment. As V considered his counterpoints, he picked up another square, rolled it tight, licked the flap, twisted. He helped my Jane last night. When the brothers and I came back here after the melee in that alley, Manello was hands-on and then some. He's a spectacular surgeon and I should know. He operated on me. He's far from useless. He looked across the desk. If the war intensifies further, we could use an extra set of surgical hands down in the clinic. Wrath cursed in English. And then in the old language. This house. Jane is awesome, but there's only one of her. And Manello has technical skills she doesn't. Wrath popped up his glasses again and rubbed. Hard. You telling me that guy is going to want to live here in this house day and night for the rest of his life? Lot to ask. So I'll ask him. I don't like this. Long silence. Which told V he was making headway. He knew better than to push, however. I thought you wanted to kill the bastard. Wrath groused. As if that would be preferable as a goal. Abruptly, the image of Manello on his knees in front of Payne blazed into V's mind until he wanted to snag a pen and poke his own eyes out. I still do, he said darkly. But he's who she wants, true. What am I gonna do? Another long silence, during which he made a satisfyingly tall pile of light ables. Finally, Wrath dragged a hand through his mile-long black hair. If she wants to see him outside of here, that's none of my business. This house opened his mouth to argue and then shut his trap. This was better than a flat-out no, and who knew what the future held if V could evolve to a place where, even after the shower nightmare, Manello remained above ground and breathing, anything could fucking happen. Fair enough. He resealed the pouch. What are we going to do about Ecker? Wait until the council calls a meeting about him, which will be in the next couple of nights, no doubt. The Glimera is going to eat this shit up and then we've got real problems. In a dry voice, the king tacked on as opposed to all our half-assed ones. You want the Brotherhood up here for a meeting? Nah. Give em the rest of the night off. This is not going away. V stood, pulled on the robe and gathered up his smoking para. Thanks for this. You know about Payne. It's not a favor. It's a better message to carry back to her. This house was halfway to the door when Wrath said she's going to want to fight. V pivoted around. Excuse me. Your sister. Wrath put his elbows on all the paperwork and leaned in, his cruel face grave. You need to prepare yourself for when she asks to go out and fight. Oh, hell, no. I'm not hearing that. You will be. I've sparred against her. She's as lethal as you and I are, and if you think she's going to be content prowling around this house for the next 600 years, you're fucked in the head. Sooner or later, that's what she's going to want. This house opened his mouth, then shut it. Well, he'd had a rockin' good time enjoying life for about 29 minutes. Don't tell me you'd allow it. Shex fights. She's revenge subject, not yours. Wrath's brows made a third disappearance. Different standard. Number 1, everyone under this roof is my subject. And 2, it's not any different just because she's your sister. Of course it is not. Aha, right. This house cleared his throat. You're seriously thinking about letting her. You've seen what I looked like after we worked out, right? I was giving her no leeway at all, this house. That female knows what she's doing. But she's my sister. You can't let her go out there. Right now, I need as many fighters as I've got. This house put a hand rolled between his lips. I think I'd better go. Good idea. The second he was out and had shut the door, he flicked the gold lighter Fritz had given him and inhaled like a Dyson. As he thought about his next move, he supposed he could flash back to the Commodore and deliver the happy news to his sister, but he was more than a little afraid of what he'd materialize into. Besides, he had until dawn to convince himself that pain out in the field was not an Edsel-like idea. Also, he had someone else he had to see. Taking the staircase down, he crossed the foyer and hit the vestibule. Outside, he walked fast through the pebbled courtyard and entered the pit through its stout front door. The familiarity of the couches and the plasma screen and the foosball table eased him. The sight of the empty bottle of lag on the coffee table? Not so much. Butch? No answer. So he went down the hall to the cop's room. The door was open and inside there was nothing but Butch's huge wardrobe and a messy, empty bed. I'm in here. Frowning, V doubled back and leaned into his own room. The lights were off, but the sconces in the hall gave him enough to go by. Butch was sitting on the far side of the bed, his back to the door, his head hanging, his heavy shoulders curled in. This house stepped inside and closed them in together. Neither Jane nor Marissa was going to show up. Both were busy with their jobs. But Fritz and his crew were probably going to sweep through here sometime, and that butler, God love him, never even knocked on closed doors. He'd lived here too long. Hey, V said into the darkness. Hey. V went forward, rounding the foot of the bed, using the wall to navigate. Lowering his ass onto the mattress, he sat beside his best friend. You and Jane okay? The cop asked. Yeah. It's all good. Such an understatement. She arrived right around the time I woke up. I called her. I figured. This house turned his head and looked over, even though that hardly mattered in the pitch black. Thank you for that. I'm sorry, Butch croaked. Oh God, I'm so sorry. The hoarse exhale that came out was a sob barely covered up. In spite of being blind, V put his arm out and curled it around the cop. Pulling the male close to his chest, he laid his head down on his buddy's. It's okay, he said roughly. It's all right? It's okay. You did the right thing. Somehow he ended up moving the guy around so that they were stretched out together and he had his arms around the cop. For some reason, he thought of the first night they'd spent together. It had been 1.5 million years ago back at Darius's in-town mansion. 2 twin beds side by side upstairs. Butch had asked about the tats. V had told him to mind his own biz. And here they were in the dark again. Given all that had happened since then, it was almost unfathomable that they'd ever been those 2 males who had bonded over the socks. Don't ask me to do that again anytime soon, the cop said. Deal. Still, if you need it, come to me. It was on the tip of V's tongue to say something like never again. But that was bullshit. He and the cop had done rounds on this psychiatric floor of V's too many times, and although he was turning over a new leaf, you never knew. So he just repeated the vow he'd made to himself back with Jane. From now on, he was letting shit out. Even if it made him uncomfortable to the point of screaming, it was better than the bottle-up strategy. Healthier, too. I'm hoping it won't be necessary, he murmured. But thanks, my man. One other thing. What? I think we're dating now. As V barked out a laugh, the cop shrugged. Come on, I got you naked. You wore a damn corset. And don't get me started about the sponge bath afterward. Fucker. To the end. As their laughter faded, V closed his eyes and briefly shut his brain down. With his best friend's big barrel chest up against his own and the knowledge that he and Jane were tight again, his world was complete. Now, if he could just keep his sister off the streets and out of the alleys at night, life would be frickin' perfect. 46. When Jose pulled up to the Monroe Motel and Suites, it was pretty clear that the only thing new around the place was the crime scene tape that had just been wrapped around the far end. Everything else was wilted and sagging, including the cars that were parked by the office. Heading past the lineup of beaters, he went all the way down to the last room on the row and pulled his unmarked in diagonally to the other CPD units. As he put the sedan in park, he looked across the seat. You good to go? Vec was already reaching for the door handle. You'd better believe it. When the two of them got out, the other officers came over and Vec got surrounded by a whole lot of backslapping. In the department, people thought the guy was a hero for the paparazzi incident, and that approval roll wasn't slowed in the slightest by the fact that the guy always brushed off any attaboys. Staying tight and cool, he just jacked up his slacks and took out a cigarette. After lighting it and inhaling, he talked through the exhale. How we doing here? Jose left the kid to get up to speed and ducked under the tape. The broken door to the crime scene had been shut loosely and he nudged it open with his shoulder. Shit, he said under his breath. The air was choked with the smell of fresh blood and formaldehyde. At that moment, the photographer's flash went off and the body of the victim was spotlighted on the betas were the specimen jars on the bedside table. And the knives. He closed his eyes briefly. Detective. Jose glanced over his shoulder at Vec. Yeah. We have the registration on the truck. Illinois. Owned by a David Kroner. It has not been reported stolen. And guess what? Kroner is a white male. 33 years old, unmarried, on disability hell. Vec's convo stopped altogether as he came to stand by the bed. Jesus. The flashbulb went off again and there was an electronic wheeze as the camera recovered from the effort. Jose looked at the coroner. How long's she been dead? Not long. She's still warm. I'll give you a better idea when I'm done here. Thanks. Jose walked over to the crappy bureau and used a pen to push around a thin gold ring, a pair of sparkly earrings, and a bracelet that was pink and black. The tattoo that had been cut out of the victim's skin and relocated to the specimen jar next to her was pink and black, too, probably favorite colors of hers. Or had been. He continued to wander around, looking for things that were out of place, checking the waste paper baskets, peeking into the bathroom. Someone had clearly disturbed the killer's fun. Somebody had heard or seen something and busted the door open, causing a fast departure out this back window above the toilet. The 911 call that had come in had been made by a male who refused to identify himself. He'd said only that there was a dead body in the room at the end and that was it. Wasn't their killer. Bastards like him didn't stop unless they had to, and they didn't willingly leave behind the kinds of trophies that were on the nightstand in the bureau. Where did you go after this? Jose said to himself. Where did you run to? There were K-9 units searching the woods out back, but Jose had a hunch that was going to come to nothing. A mere 1/10 of a mile from the motel was a river shallow enough to wade through, and Vec had gone over the little bridge that spanned the damn thing on the way here. He's changing his MO, Vec said. When Jose turned, the guy planted his hands on his hips and shook his head. This is the first time he's done it in this public a place. His work is really messy and potentially noisy. We'd have found more scenes like this after he was done. Agreed. David Kroner is the answer. Jose shrugged. Maybe. Or he could be another body we're about to find. No one's reported him missing. Like you said, unmarried, right? Maybe he lives alone. Who'd know he was gone? Except even as Jose poked holes in the theory, he did the math and came up with a similar conclusion. It was rare that a person could disappear without somebody missing: the family, friends, co-workers, apartment manager. It wasn't impossible, but very unlikely. The question was, where was the killer going to go next? If the bastard followed conventional wisdom, he was probably entering a gorging stage with his pathology. In the past, victims had shown up months apart, but now they'd found 2 in a week. So if he worked off that assumption, he knew the careful actions that had masked the killer previously were going out the window, whatever patterns he'd fallen into dissipating in the face of a frenetic drive. The good news was that Sloppy was going to make him easier to catch. The bad news was that this might well get worse before it got better. That came up to him. I'm going to get into that truck. You want to be there? Yeah. Outside, the air didn't smell like copper and chemicals, and Jose took some deep breaths as Vex snapped on gloves and went to work. Naturally, the vehicle was locked, but that didn't stop the guy. He got a slider and popped open the driver's side door like he was an old hand with the BNE. Whoa, he muttered as he reared back. It didn't take long for the stench to hit Jose, and he coughed into his hand. More formaldehyde, but also the sweet stench of dead things. It's not in the cab. Vex swung his flashlight around the seats. In the back. There was a padlock on the square double doors of the cab, but Vec just went to the trunk of the unmarked and returned with a battery-powered Sawzall. There was a high-pitched whine-a-ping. And then Vec was in. Oh fuck. Jose shook his head as he came around to see what his partner had cursed at. Vec's flashlight beam was illuminating an entire collection of little jars with things floating in or sunken down at the bottom of clear liquid. The containers were held safe in a custom-made rack system mounted on the left side. The right side was reserved for tools, knives and ropes, duct tape, hammers, chisels, razor blades, scalpels, retractors. Hello, David Kroner, Highly improbable that the killer had installed this setup in someone else's truck, and what do you bet that the trophies in all those jars filled the holes in the dermis of the victims? Their best hope was that the K9 units tracked him in the woods. Otherwise, they were going to lose another woman. Jose was willing to bet his house on it. "I'll sync with the FBI," he said. "They need to come down here and see this." Vex scanned the interior. "I'll give the CSI boys a hand. I'd like to get this vehicle moved back to HQ ASAP so everything can be logged properly." Jose nodded, cocked his cell phone, and hit speed dial. As the ringing started, he knew that after he got off with the Fed's regional field office, he was going to have to call his wife. No chance he was coming home in time for breakfast. None at all. 47. The sun. "Oh my God. Quick, you'd better." Manny came fully awake in midair. Evidently, he'd leaped out of bed, taking the duvet and several pillows with him, and they all landed at once, his feet, the comforter, and the quartet of puffies. Bright sunlight was streaming in the glass windows, flooding his bedroom with brilliant illumination. Pain was here, his brain told him. She was here. Looking around frantically, he rushed into the bathroom. Empty. Ran through the rest of the condo. Empty. Rubbing his hair, he went back to the bed and then realized, holy shit, he still had all his memories. Of her. Of Jane. Of the goateed hater. Of the operation and that incredible shower hookup. And of Glory. What the hell? Bending down, he picked up a pillow and put it to his nose. Yeah, she'd definitely been lying beside him. But why had she come? And if she had, why hadn't she scrubbed him? Marching out into the front hall, he grabbed his cell phone and except it wasn't as if he could call her. He didn't have her number. He stood there for a moment like a planker, and then remembered he'd agreed to meet Goldberg in less than an hour. Pent up and strangely panicked over nothing he could really point a finger at, he changed into his running gear and hit the elevator. Down in the gym, he nodded at the 3 other guys who were pumping iron or doing sit-ups, and got on the treadmill he usually used. He'd forgotten his damn iPod, but his mind was churning, so it wasn't like there was silence between his ears. As he fell into his pace, he tried to recall what had happened after he'd taken his shower the night before, but he just came up with nothing. No headache, however, which seemed to suggest his black hole was a natural one, courtesy of the alcohol. Through the course of the workout, he had to juice the machine a couple of times. Some jackass had obviously tuned the damn thing up and the belt was sluggish. And when he reached the 5-mile mark, it dawned on him that he didn't have a hangover. Then again, maybe he had so much buzzing through his head, he was too distracted to care about any ow. When he stepped off the treadmill about 15 minutes later, he needed a towel and headed for the stack by the exit. One of the lifters got there at the same time, but the guy backed off in deference. "You first, man," he said, holding his hands out in offering. "Thanks." As Manny mopped up and headed for the door, he had a moment's pause as he realized no one was moving. Everybody in the place had stopped whatever he was doing and was staring at him. Quick check downward and he knew he wasn't suffering from a wardrobe malfunction. What the hell? In the elevator, he stretched his legs and his arms and thought, hell, he could go another 10-15 miles easy. And in spite of the hooch, he'd had a cracking night's sleep apparently because he felt wide awake and full of energy, but that was endorphins for you. Even when you were falling apart, a running buzz was better than caffeine or sobriety. Undoubtedly, he was going to crash at some point, but he'd worry about that when the exhaustion hit. Half an hour later, he walked into the Starbucks on Everett that he and Goldberg had first met in years ago, only, of course, back then the little cafe hadn't been taken over by the chain yet. The guy had been an alum of Columbia and applying for an internship at St. Francis, and Manny had been on the recruiting team that had been convened to snag the bastard. Goldberg had been a star even back then, and Manny had wanted to build the strongest department in the country. As he got in line to order a venti latte, he looked around. The place was packed, but Goldberg had already gotten them a table at the window. No surprise there. That surgeon was always early for meetings. She'd likely been here for a good 15-20 minutes. He wasn't scanning for Manny, though. He was staring into his paper mug as if he were trying to psychically stir his cappuccino. He had a message. "Manuel?" The guy behind the counter called out. Manny accepted what he'd ordered and threaded in and around the caffeine addicts, the displays of mugs and CDs, and the triangled whiteboard that announced specials. "Hey," he said as he took the seat across from Goldberg. The other surgeon glanced up and did a double take. Hey." Manny took a sip of Java and eased back in the chair, the curved back rail biting into his spine. "How you been?" I'm good. God, you look fantastic. Manny rubbed his stubble jaw. What a lie that was. He hadn't bothered to shave and he was in a fleece sweatshirt and blue jeans. Hardly pin-up material. Let's cut through the pleasantries. Manny took another pull on his latte. What do you have to tell me? Goldberg's eyes shot off in all kinds of different directions. Until Manny took pity on him. They want me to go on a leave of absence, don't they? Goldberg cleared his throat. The hospital board feels that it would be best for everyone. They asked you to be acting chief, yes? Another throat clearing. Ah. Manny put his mug down. It's okay. It's cool. I'm glad you're going to be great. I'm sorry, Goldberg shook his head. This just feels so wrong. But you can always come back, later. Besides, the rest has done you good. You look fantastic, Manny said drily. That was what people told folks they felt sorry for. The pair of them drank their coffees for a while in silence, and Manny wondered if the guy was thinking the same thing he was. Christ, how shit had changed. When they'd first been in this place, Goldberg had been as nervous as he was now, just for such a very different reason. And who'd have predicted that Manny would be getting benched? Back then, he'd been gunning for the top and nothing was going to stop Heimer did. Which made his reaction to this request from the board a surprise. He actually wasn't all that upset. He felt unplugged somehow, as if it were happening to someone he'd once known, but had long since lost touch with. Yeah, it was a big deal, but whatever. Well, the sound of his phone ringing cut him off. And the clue as to what really mattered to him was in the way he scrambled like his fleece had caught fire to get the thing out. It wasn't pain, however. It was the vet. I have to take this, he said to Goldberg. 2 secs. Yeah, Doc, how's Manny frowned? Really? Yeah, a slow grin grabbed traction on his face and took over until he was probably beaming like a headlight. Yeah. I know, right? It's a fucking miracle. When he hung up the phone, he looked across the table. Goldberg's eyebrows were scaling the heights of his forehead. Good news. About my horse. And that pair of brows went even higher. I didn't know you had one. Her name's Glory. She's a thoroughbred. Oh. Wow. I'm into racing. I didn't know that. Yeah. And that was about it for the personal convo, which gave Manny a sense of how much they talked about work. At the hospital, he and Goldberg had gone for hours talking about patients and staff issues and the running of the department. Yeah? They didn't have much to say to each other. Still, he was sitting across from a very good man, one who was probably going to be the next chief of surgery at St. Francis. The board of directors was going to do a nationwide search, of course, but Goldberg would be chosen because the other surgeons who spooked easily and thrived on stability knew and trusted him. And they should. Goldberg was technically brilliant in the OR, administratively proficient and way more even-tempered than Manny had ever been. You're going to do a great job, Manny said. Watto. It's just temporary until you come back. The guy seemed to believe it, which was testament to his kind nature. Yeah. Manny shifted in his chair, and as he recrossed his legs, he glanced around and saw 3 girls across the way. They were probably 18 or so, and the instant he made eye contact, they giggled and put their heads together like they were pretending that they hadn't been staring at him. Feeling like he was back in the gym again, he double-checked himself. Nope. Still very much not naked. What the hell? When he looked up, one of them had gotten to her feet and come over. Hi. My friend thinks you're hot. Thanks. Here's her number. Oh, nope. He took the piece of paper she put on the table and forced it back in her hand. I'm flattered, but she's 18. And I'm 45. At this, the girl's jaw dropped. No. Way. Yes. Way. He pulled a hand through his hair, wondering when he decided to channel Gossip Girl or some shit. And I have a girlfriend. Oh, the Chippus smiled. That's cool, but you coulda just said. You don't have to lie about being an old fart. With that, she sauntered off, and as she sat back down, there was a collective groan. And then he got a couple of winks. Manny looked over at Goldberg. Kids? Honestly? Yeah. Okay, it was time to end this awkwardness. Looking out the window, Manny started to plan his exit. In the glass, he saw the reflection of his face. Same high cheekbones. Same square jaw. Same lip and nose combo. Same black hair. But there was something different. Leaning in, he thought his eyes were. Hey, he said calmly. I'm going to hit the loo. Will you watch my coffee before we leave? Of course. Goldberg smiled in relief, as if he were glad to have both a departure strategy and a job. Take your time. Manny got up and went over to the single unisex bathroom. After knocking and getting no response, he opened the door and turned on the light. As he locked himself in and the overhead fan came on, he stepped up to the mirror with its little employees must wash their hands sign. The light was directly over the sink he was in front of. So by all that was right and proper, he should have looked like shit, all hollowed from exhaustion, with bags you could pack for a week away, and skin the color of hummus. That was not what the mirror was showing. Even with the piss-poor fluorescent light shining down on him, he looked 10 years younger than he remembered. He was positively glowing with health, like someone had photoshopped an earlier version of his head onto his current body. Stepping back, he stretched his arms out in front of his chest and sank down into a squat, giving his hip an opportunity to stand up and holler. Or his thighs, which he'd run hard less than an hour ago. Or his back. No pain. No stiffness. No aches. His body was raring to go. He thought about what the head vet had said to him just now over the phone. The man's voice confused and thrilled at the same time. She's regenerated the bone and the hoof has spontaneously healed itself. It's as if the injury never occurred at all. Holy Christ. What if pain had worked her magic on him? While they'd been together. Without either of them being aware of it, what if she'd healed his body in terms of time, turning the clock back not just months, but a decade or more? Manny grabbed the cross that hung from his neck. When someone knocked on the door, he flushed the empty toilet and then ran some water to make it sound like he wasn't doing something skeevy. As he stepped out in a daze, he nodded to the round woman who wanted to get in and headed back to Goldberg. Sitting down, he had to wipe his sweating palms on the knees of his jeans. I have a favor, he said to his former colleague. It's something I wouldn't ask of anyone else. Name it. Anything. After all you've done for me, I want you to give me a physical and take some scans of me. Goldberg immediately nodded. I wasn't going to say it, but I think that's a good idea. The headaches, the forgetfulness. You need to find out if there's an impairment. The guy stopped there as if he didn't want to tee up an argument or get morbid. Although God, I'm serious, I've never seen you look so good. Manny snagged his coffee and rose to his feet, his sense of buzzing urgency having nothing to do with caffeine. Let's go. If you have the time now. Goldberg was right with him. For you, I'll always have time. 48. Every once in a while, Quinn's death came back to him. It happened in dreams. In rare moments when he was still and quiet. And sometimes just to fuck his head for kicks and giggles. He always tried to avoid the collage of sights and smells and sounds like the plague, but though he'd filed for a restraining order with his inner court, opposing counsel was being a little bitch and putting up objections, so the shit kept popping up. As he lay in his bed now, the foggy stretch of mental landscape that was neither sleep nor waking was like an open line for that horrible night to phone in. And what do you know, it did some dialing, the memories ringing his bells and somehow forcing him to answer. His own brother had been part of the honor guard who had come to beat him, and the bunch of black-robed bastards had tracked him down at the side of the road as he'd walked away from his family's mansion for the last time. He'd had the few things he'd owned on his back, and he'd had no idea where he was headed. His father had thrown him out and he'd been struck from the family tree, so there you go. Rootless. Directionless. All because of his mismatched eyes. The honor guard was just supposed to have beaten him for his offense to the bloodline. They were not supposed to kill him. But shit had gotten out of hand, and in a surprising shift, his brother had tried to stop it. Quinn really remembered that part. His brother's voice telling the others to stop. It had been too late, however, and Quinn had floated away not just from the pain but also from the earth itself, only to find himself in a sea of white fog that had parted to reveal a door. Without being told, he'd known it was the entrance to the Fade, and he'd also known that once he opened it he was Donzo. Which had seemed like a great idea at the time. Nothing to lose and all that. And yet, he'd balked at the last moment. For a reason he couldn't remember. It was the strangest thing. For all that night was etched in his brain. That was the one piece he couldn't recall no matter how hard he tried. But he remembered slamming back into his own body. As he'd regained consciousness, Blay had been doing CPR on him, and wasn't that a lip lock worth living for? The knock that sounded on his door woke him up fully, and he jacked off the pillows, willing the lights on so he was sure he knew where he was. Yup. His bedroom. Alone. But not for much longer. As his adjusting eyes slowly slid over to the door, he knew who was on the other side. He could catch the delicate scent drifting in, and he knew why Layla had come. Hell, maybe that was why he hadn't been able to truly sleep, expected to be woken up by her at any moment. "Come in," he said softly. The Chosen slipped inside silently, and as she turned to him, she looked like hell. Worn out. A wasteland. "Sire. You can call me Quinn, you know. Please do, I mean. Thank you." She bowed at the waist and seemed to struggle getting herself upright. "I was wondering if I may avail myself once again of your kind offer to take your vein. Verily, I am depleted and unable to render myself back to the sanctuary." As he met her green stare, something percolated deep in his mind, some kind of realization that took root and put out sprouts of "I almost got it, it's just about to come." Green eyes. Green as grapes and jade and spring buds. "Why ever are you looking at me thus?" she said, drawing the lapels of her robe more closely together. Green eyes in a face that was... The Chosen glanced back at the door. "Perhaps I shall just go." "I'm sorry." Shaking himself, he made sure the covers were at his waist and motioned her over. "Just woke up, don't mind me." "Are you certain?" "Abso, come here. Friends. Remember." He held out his hand, and when she got within range, he took her palm and urged her down into a sit. "Sire? You're still staring at me." Quinn searched her face and then trolled down her body. Green eyes. So what about the damn eyes? It wasn't like he'd never seen them before. Green eyes. He swallowed a curse. Christ, this was like having a song in your head that you could remember everything but the words to. "Sire." "Quinn. Say it, please." "Quinn." He smiled a little. "Here, take what you need." As he lifted his wrist, he thought, man, she was so damn thin, as she bent down and opened her mouth. Her fangs were long and very white, but delicate. Not like his. And her strike was as gentle and ladylike as the rest of her, which the traditionalist in him thought was only proper. While she fed, he looked at her blonde hair that was twisted into a complex weave, and her spare shoulders, and her pretty hands. Green eyes. Christ. When she made as if to pull out, he put his hand on the back of her neck and kept her at his wrist. "It's okay." Foot cramp. More like brain cramp. In frustration, he lifted his head and, in lieu of hitting the wall with it, rubbed his eyes. When he refocused, he was staring at the door. Layla had just come through. Instantly, he was sucked back into the dream. But not about the beating or his brother. He saw himself standing at the entrance unto the fade, standing in front of the white panels, standing with his hand out, about to reach for the knob. Reality warped and pulled and went taffy-twisted until he didn't know whether he was awake or asleep or dead. The swirl started to form in the center of the door as if whatever it had been made of had liquefied to the consistency of milk. And from out of the tornadic center an image coalesced and came forward, more as a sound would carry than as if something visual would take shape. It was the face of a young female. A young female with blonde hair and refined features and pale green eyes. She was staring out at him, holding his eyes sure as if she had captured his face in her small, pretty hands. Then she blinked, and her irises changed color. One became green and the other blue, just like his. "Sire." At first he was utterly confused, wondering why in the hell the young female had called him that. How did she know who he was? "Quinn, let me seal you up." He blinked, and discovered that he had thrown himself against the headboard, and in the process, he'd torn Layla's fangs from his flesh and he was hemorrhaging all over the sheets. "Let me." He strong-armed the Chosen back and sealed his own mouth on the wound. As he took care of himself, he couldn't take his eyes off Layla. It was way too easy to overlay that young female's features on Layla's face and find something so much deeper than similarity. As his heart started pounding, he took a little time out to remind himself that he'd never done the prescient thing. Unlike V, he couldn't see into the future. Layla moved slowly as she got off the bed, like she didn't want to spook him. "Shall I go get Jane? Or perhaps it would be best if I just left." Quinn opened his mouth and found that nothing came out. Wow. He'd never been in a car accident, but he imagined the curling dread he felt now was probably the way things went when you saw someone blow a stop sign and come gunning for your side door. You triangulated their direction and their speed against your own and came to the conclusion that impact was imminent. Although he couldn't imagine a world in which he got Layla pregnant. "I have seen the future," he said from a distance. Layla's hands lifted to her throat as if she were choking. "Is it bad?" "It's not possible. At all." As he put his head in his palms, all he could see in the darkness was that face, the one that was part Layla's and part his. Oh, God save them both. Save all of them. Sire? You're scaring me. Well, that made two of them. Except it couldn't be. Could it? I'm going to go, she said roughly. I thank you for your gift. He nodded and couldn't look at her. You're welcome. As the door shut shortly thereafter, he shuddered, a cold, bracing fear settling into his bones and going right into his soul. Ironic really, he thought. His parents had never wanted him to reproduce, and go fig the idea of shafting Layla with a defective daughter, or even worse, laying his fuck-up eyes upon an innocent young female made him embrace his vow of celibacy like nothing else could. And actually, he should be glad. Of all the destinies he could have seen, this was 100% avoidable, wasn't it? He just was never going to have sex with Layla. Ever. So it was all an impossibility. End of. 49. Manny got back to his condo around 6 p.m. All told, he had spent 8 hours at the hospital getting poked and prodded by various people he knew better than members of his extended family. The results were in his email inbox because he'd forwarded copies of everything from his hospital account to his personal one. Not that there was any reason to open all those attachments. He knew the notes by heart, the results by heart, the x-rays and CAT scans by heart. Tossing his keys down on the counter in the kitchen, he cracked the Sub-Zero and wished there were fresh orange juice in there. Instead, soy sauce packets from the Chinese takeout down the street, a bottle of ketchup, and a round tin of some kind of leftovers from a business dinner he'd had 2 weeks ago. Whatever. He wasn't all that hungry. Restless and twitchy, he measured the light in the sky, still some lingering to the west. He wasn't going to have to wait long, though. Pain was going to come back to him after the sun had set. He could feel it in his bones. He was still not sure why she'd spent the night with him or why his memories remained, but he had to wonder if she was finally going to fix that when she got here. Heading down to the bedroom, his first move was to snag the pillows from the floor and put them back where they belonged. Then he smoothed out the duvet and was ready to get packing. Over at his bureau, he started taking out clothes and stacking them on the neatened bed. Nothing to go back to at St. Francis. He resigned in the midst of all the tests. No reason to stay in Caldwell. If anything, it was probably better that he get out of town. No clue where he was headed, but you didn't need a destination to leave somewhere. Socks, boxers, polo shirts, jeans, khakis. One advantage to having a wardrobe that consisted mainly of scrubs provided by a hospital was that he didn't have a lot to pack. And God knew he had enough gym bags. In the bottommost drawer of the bureau, he took out the only 2 sweaters he owned. The picture frame underneath them was facing down, the little cardboard kickstand lying nice and flat against the back. Manny reached out and picked the thing up. He didn't have to turn it over to see who it was. He'd memorized the man's face years and years ago. And yet it was still a shock to pivot the picture in his hands and look at his father's image. Handsome S.B. Very, very handsome. Dark hair just like Manny's. Deep-set eyes just like Manny's. And that was as far as he was going to go with the retrospective. As always, when it came to shit about his dad, he just pushed it all into a mental corner and got on with his life. Which tonight meant that the frame went into the nearest duffel, and that was that. The knock on the glass came too soon to be her, he thought. Except then he glanced at the clock and realized that this packing routine had lasted a good hour. Looking over his shoulder, his heart went triple time as he saw Payne standing on the far side of the glass. Goddamn, she knocked him out. She'd braided her hair and she was in a long white robe that was tied at the waist, and she was breathtaking. Going over to the slider, he opened the door and the cold blast of the night hit him in the face, snapping him into focus. Smiling broadly, Payne didn't so much come in as leap into his arms, her body so very solid against his own, her arms so very strong around his neck. He gave himself a split second of holding her for the last time. And then, as much as it killed him, he set her down and used the excuse of closing the gusting wind out to move away even farther. When he glanced back at her, the joy that had been in her face was gone, and she was wrapping her arms around herself. I figured you would come back, he said hoarsely. I had good news. Payne glanced at the lineup of gym bags on the bed. Whatever are you doing? I have to leave here. As her eyes shut briefly, it nearly destroyed him not to go over and comfort her. But this was hard enough already. Touching her again was going to break him in half. I went to the doctor today, he said. I spent all afternoon at the hospital. She blanched. Are you ill? Not exactly. He paced around and ended up at the bureau where he pushed the empty bottom drawer back into place. Far from it, actually it appears that my body has regenerated parts of itself. His hand went down to his lower body. For years, I've had an arthritic hip from too much sports I've always known that eventually it was going to need replacing. As of the x-rays taken today, it's in perfect condition. No arthritis to be found, no inflammation. Good as it was when I was 18. As her mouth fell open, he figured he might as well hit her with all of it. Pulling up his shirt sleeve, he ran his hand over his forearm. I've had freckles from sun damage for the last 2 decades. They're gone now. He bent over and lifted his pant leg. The shin splints I have from time to time disappeared. And this is in spite of the fact that I ran 8 miles this morning without even thinking about eating under 45 minutes. My blood work came back with no cholesterol problems, perfect liver values, spot-on iron and platelets. He tapped his temples. And I've been on the edge of reading glasses, doing the arm stretch with menus and magazines, except I don't need to anymore. I can read fine print 2 inches from my nose. And believe it or not, all this is just the beginning. Don't get him started on the lack of crow's feet around his eyes and the fact that the gray at his temples had been replaced with dark brown and that his knees weren't sore. And you think pain put her hand up to her throat? And you think I am the cause? I know you are. What else could it be? Pain started to shake her head. I do not understand why this is not a blessing. Eternal youth has been sought after by all races. It's not natural. At this, she winced, but he had to keep going. I'm a doctor, Pain. I know all about the normal way human bodies age and deal with injury. This, he motioned over his body with his hands, is not right. It is regeneration. But where's it going to stop? Am I going to Benjamin Button it and de-age all the way back to an infant? That would be impossible, she countered. I have been exposed to the light more than you have, and I am not reverting to a youth state. Okay. Fine. So let's assume that doesn't happen. What about everyone else in my life? Not that that was a long list, but still. My mother's going to see me like this and think I've had plastic surgery, but what about in 10 years? She's only 70, trust me. By the time she's 80 or 90, it is going to dawn on her that her son's not aging. Or do I have to give her up? Manny got to walking again, and as he pulled on his hair, he could have sworn it was thicker. I lost my job today because of what happened after my memories were scrubbed. During that week I was away from you, my head was so fucked up, I didn't know whether it was night or day, and that's all they have to go on, because it's not like I can explain to them what really happened. He turned back to her. My issue is, this is the only body I have, the only mind, the only anything. You vampires messed with my brain and I almost lost it. What are the consequences of this? All I know is the cause. The magnitude of the effect? Not a clue, and that terrifies me for a good goddamn reason. Pain brought the tail of her thick braid over her shoulder and smoothed it while she dropped her eyes. I am sorry. It's not your fault, Pain, he groaned as he threw up his hands. And I don't want to put all this on you, but it is my fault. I am the cause. Pain. As he started for her, she put her palms up and backed away. No, do not come near me. Pain. You were right. She stopped when she bumped into the glass door she'd come in through. I am dangerous and destructive. Manny rubbed his cross through his shirt. In spite of everything he'd said, at that moment, he wanted to take it all back and somehow find a way to make things right between them. It is a gift, Pain. After all, she and the horse had demonstrated the benefits of short-term exposure. It's going to help you and your family and your people. Hell, with what you can do, you'll put Jane out of business. Indeed. Pain, look at me. When her eyes eventually lifted to his, he wanted to weep. Except he let that sentence drift. The truth was, he loved her. Completely and forever. But that was the curse of all this for them both, he suspected. He was never going to get over her, and there would never be anyone else for him. Squaring his shoulders, he braced himself. I have one thing to ask. What would that be? She said roughly. Don't scrub me. I won't tell anyone about you or your kind, I swear on my mother. Just leave me as is when you go. Without my mind, I've got less than the nothing. Pain had been flying high when she'd left the compound. Her brother had shared the incredible news as soon as she had returned just before dawn, and she'd spent the entire day vacillating between floating on a cloud and being really impatient with how slowly time was moving. Then she had come here. It was hard to imagine that her heart had been so full of joy just 10 minutes ago. It was not, however, hard to understand Manuel's position, and she was surprised that neither of them had anticipated the larger implications of her healing power, or whatever it was. Of course it would affect him. Looking at Manuel, she found the tension in him unbearable. He was honestly and truly anxious about what he would be left with if she took the memories of their time together away from his conscious reach. And why wouldn't he be? He had lost his beloved job because of her. His body and his mind were in danger because of her. Fates, she should never have gotten near him. And this was precisely why intermixing with humans was frowned upon. "Worry not," she said softly. "I shall not compromise you mentally. I have done more than enough." As he exhaled his relief, she felt tears clog her throat. He stared at her for a beat. "Thank you." She bowed a little, and when she righted herself, she was shocked to see a shimmering in his beautiful mahogany eyes. "I want to remember you, pain, all of you, all of it." That sad, yearning stare of his searched her face. "The way you tasted and felt. The sound of you laughing, gasping. The time I had next to you." His voice cracked, and he recovered by clearing his throat. "I need those memories to last me a lifetime." Tears spilled over and ran down her cheeks as her heart stopped working properly. "I'm going to miss you, Bambina. Every day. Always." When he held out his arms, she went into them and lost her composure completely. Sobbing into his shirt, she was enveloped by his strong, solid body, and she held him as tightly as he did her. And then they both broke the embrace at the same time as if they were of one heart. And she supposed they were. Indeed, there was a part of her that wanted to fight and argue and try to make him see another side, another way. But she was not sure there was one to be had. She could no more predict the future than he could, and she knew no more about the repercussions of what had changed within him than he did. There was nothing left to be said. This end that had arrived unexpectedly was an impact that could not be cushioned by talk or touch or even, she suspected, time. "I shall go now," she said, backing away. "Let me get the door for you." As she dematerialized out of his home, she realized those were the last words he would speak to her. That was their goodbye. Manny stared at the space his woman had just inhabited. There was nothing of her there anymore. She'd disappeared into thin air, sure as a shaft of light that had been cut off. Gone. His immediate impulse was to go into the front hall closet, get out his baseball bat, and wreck the place. Just break all the mirrors and glass and dishes and then get to work throwing what little furniture he had over the lip of the terrace. After that, maybe he'd take his Porsche out onto the Northway, get her up to 100 and pilot a course that terminated in the underpinnings of a bridge. No seat belt in this scenario, obviously. In the end, though, he just sat on the bed next to the gym bags and put his head in his hands. He wasn't a pussy to sob like he was at a funeral. Not at all. He just dripped onto his running shoes. Manly. Really fucking manly. But how he appeared to the peanut gallery of his empty condo was as unimportant as his pride. His ego, his cock and balls, all of it. God, this wasn't just sad. The loss ruined him. And he was going to carry this pain around with him for the rest of his natural life. How ironic. Her name had seemed so strange to him at first. Now it was so very apt. 50. Payne did not go back to the mansion. She had no interest in seeing anyone who lived there. Not the king, who had given her a freedom that it turned out she did not need. Not her twin, who had advocated on her behalf. And certainly not all the happy, fortunate, blessed couples who lived beneath that regal roof. So instead of heading north, she reformed herself on the shores of the waterway that ran beside the tall, glassy buildings of downtown. The breeze was gentler at ground level and carried upon it the chattering sound of the waves licking at the river's rocky flanks. In the background, the hum from the vehicles surmounting the bridge's gently curving backs and fading down on their far sides made her feel most keenly the depth and breadth of the landscape. Surrounded by humans, she was totally alone. This was what she had asked for, however. This was the freedom she had so dearly wanted and sought with greed. In the sanctuary, nothing had changed. But naught had gone wrong either. Still, though, she would e'er choose this raw hardship over her former numb insulation. Oh, Manuel. Hey, baby. Payne looked over her shoulder. A human male was approaching her, having evidently stepped out from behind one of the supports of the bridge. He was weaving, and he smelled like layers upon layers of fermented sweat and dirt. Without sparing him a greeting, Payne dematerialized farther down the riverbank. There was no reason to scrub him. He was unlikely to remember he'd ever seen her. and no doubt used to drug-addled hallucinations. Staring at the curling surface of the river, she was not beckoned toward the dark depths. She was not going to hurt herself over this. This was no prison to get trapped in, and besides, she was finished with taking a cowardly route out. Bracing her feet upon the earth, she crossed her arms and just existed in the place she stood, time seeping through reality's sieve unheeded as the stars pinwheeled overhead, changing position. At first, the scent entered her nose surreptitiously, weaving in and amidst the mix of fresh dirt and wet stone and urban pollution. So initially, she didn't notice the odor as anything distinctive. Her brainstem soon came alive in recognition, however. With a tingle of instinct, her head turned of its own volition, cranking around on the top of her spine. Her shoulders followed, then her hips. That rancid odor was the enemy. A lesser. As she fell into a light jog, she felt in her blood an aggression that was not solely tied to her heartache and frustration at what fate had wrought upon her. Closing in on the scent, she was animated by a deep heritage of violence and protection, her limbs and her dagger hand and her fangs prickling. Transformed by deadly purpose, she was neither male nor female, neither chosen nor sister nor daughter. As she dodged and surmounted the alleys and streets, she was a soldier. Into an alley she turned, and at the base of it she found the pair of slayers whose scent had called her forth from the river. Standing together, clustered around what she identified as a phone, they were new recruits with dark hair and twitchy bodies. They did not look up as she stopped, which gave her time to pick up a silver metal disc with Ford marked on it. 'Twas a fine weapon, one she could block with or use to throw. A moment later, the wind blew up and frothed her robe, pulling it out from her body, and the movement must have caught their eyes, because they turned. Knives came out, and so did a pair of smiles that made her blood boil. Silly boys, she thought, thinking that as a female she would present no contest. The saunters with which they approached her were nothing she saw fit to disrupt. In fact, she was going to enjoy the surprise that they would receive and ultimately not survive. "What you doing out here, girlie?" the bigger of the two asked. "All alone. I'm about to cut your throat open with what I have behind my back. After which I shall break both of your legs. Not because I have to, but because I shall enjoy the sound. And then I will locate something steel with which to pierce your empty chest cavity and send you back to your maker. Or mayhap I'll leave you to writhe on the ground." Pain stayed silent. Instead of talking, she distributed her weight equally between her braced feet and sank down onto her thighs. Neither of the lessers seemed to notice the change in position. They were too busy coming up to her and showing off like peacocks. And neither did they split and flank her, or have one engage her face to face so the other could come from behind. They stayed right in front where she could reach them. Alas, this was going to be but a good warm-up. Although perhaps some others who knew something about proper fighting would show up to amuse her. Ecker could feel the stirring change in his bastards. As they walked in formation through the streets of downtown Caldwell, the energy behind him was a drumming beat of aggression. Sharp, refreshed, stronger than it had been for a decade. Indeed, moving here had been the best decision he'd ever made. And not just because he and Thro had had some good sex and a drink the night before. His males were as daggers pulled quick from the forge, their killing instincts renewed and glinting in the artificial moonlight of the city. No wonder there had been no slayers in the old country. They were all here, the lessening society having focused all its efforts. Ecker's head shifted around and he slowed. The scent on the air made his fangs elongate and his body thump with power. His change of direction was nothing to announce. His bastards were right with him, tracking as he did the sickly sweet sting that was upon the wings of the night gusts. As they rounded the corner and surfed down a straightaway, he prayed for many. 12, 100, 200. He wanted to be covered with the blood of the enemy, bathing in the black oil that animated their flesh. At the mouth of an alley, his feet didn't so much stop as become cemented unto the ground. Betwixt one blink and the next, the past rushed forward, surmounting the distance of interceding months and years and centuries to come to fruition in the present. Centered in the alleyway, a female in a billowing white robe was fighting a pair of lessers. She held them off with kicks and punches, pivoting and jumping around so fast that she had to wait for them to come back at her. With her superior fighting skills, she was but toying with them, and there was a very clear impression that they didn't recognize all she was holding back. Lethal. She was lethal and just waiting to strike. And Ecker knew exactly who she was. She is Ecker's throat cut off the rest of the words. To have searched for eons and be ever denied this target only to find it upon a random evening in a random city across a vast ocean was manifest destiny. They were meant to meet again. Here, this night. She is the killer of my father. He withdrew his scythe from its harness. She is the murderer of mine own blood. Someone caught his hand and froze his arm. Not here. The fact that it was not the bleeding heart throw was the only thing that stopped him. It was Zypher. We take her and bring her home. The warrior laughed darkly, the erotic tone in his voice deepening. You have been relieved, but there are others among us who require what you had last night. After that, then you can teach her the repercussions of vengeful acts. Zypher was the one among them mostly likely to think up a plan like that. And though the idea of slaughtering her outright held vast appeal, Ecker had waited too long not to savor her demise. So many years. Too many years until he had given up hope of finding her, only his dreams keeping alive the memory of what had defined him and given him his position in life. Yes, he thought, it would be fitting to have this done the bloodletter's way. No easy out for the female. Ecker resettled his scythe just as the murderess went to work properly on the slayers. Without warning, she leapt forward and took one of them at the waist, ducking under its flailing arms and driving it back against the building. It happened so fast that the second lesser was too surprised and obviously untrained to save its friend. Although even if number 2 had been more of a match for her, it wouldn't have stood a chance. In virtually the same moment as she attacked, the female spun out a hubcap from behind her and it hit the slayer right in the neck, slicing deep and distracting it immediately from the quest to get her. As black oil sprang forth and its knees wobbled, she dispatched the slayer she had pinned against the brick by punching it twice in the face and once in the Adam's apple. Then she picked it up bodily and slammed it down upon her upraised knee. The crack of the spine was loud, and as it faded, she spun around to confront those who had been watching her work, which was not a surprise. Someone as good as she was would have been immediately aware that others were upon her. Tilting her head to one side, she was not alarmed, but then why would she be? They were in the shadows and very clearly of her species. Until Ecker revealed himself, she would have no idea the danger she was in. Good evening, female, he said in a low tone from the darkness. Who is there? She called out. Now is the time, he thought, stepping forward into a shaft of light. We are not alone, Throw whispered abruptly. Ecker stopped his advance, his eyes narrowing on the 7 slayers that had stepped into view at the far end of the alley. Indeed, they were very much not alone. And later, Ecker would come to believe that the only reason he successfully took the female into his custody was the arrival of those fresh lessers. The advancing front of the enemy demanded her eyes and her attention. But before she could dematerialize into another position, Ecker was upon her. In spite of the way his heart was pounding, vengeance gave him the focus to scatter his molecules just as she turned to confront the squadron which approached. His steel cuff went upon her wrist in the blink of an eye, and as she wheeled around with bald fury in her face, he was reminded of the incineration she had cast upon his sire. What saved him was a lesser's gunshot. The pop was of little note, but its consequence was of spectacular benefit. Just as she was lifting her free hand to lay upon him, her leg went loose and she tumbled toward the ground, the bullet clearly having hit something vital. And in her moment of weakness, Ecker dominated her, had one chance to get her under his control. If he didn't take it, he was not sure he would walk away from this. Slapping the other cuff on her free wrist, he then grabbed her braid and wound it around her throat. Pulling the hair tight, he cut off her air supply just as his fighters surged forward with weapons drawn. Oh, how she struggled. So valiant. So powerful. She was but a female, except so much more than that. She was nearly as strong as he was, and that was not her only advantage. Even captured and on the verge of asphyxiation, her pale eyes remained locked on his own until he felt as though she could reach into his mind and take over his very thoughts. But he would not be daunted. Whilst the sounds of fighting broke out in the alley, he held the diamond stare of his sire's killer as his huge arms cranked the noose tighter and tighter about her neck. Struggling to breathe, she gasped and writhed, her lips moving. Dipping down his ear, he wanted to hear what she had to. Why? Ecker recoiled just as the fight went out of her and those stunning eyes rolled back into her head. Dearest scribe virgin. She didn't even know who he was. 51. As man caves went, V had always thought that the billiards room at the Brotherhood's mansion had it all. Giant screen TV with surround sound. Couches with enough padding to qualify as beds. Fireplace for heat and that attractive smolderin' jember shit. Bar with every conceivable drink. soda, cocktail, tea, coffee, beer, whatever in it. And a billiards table. Duh. The only bad thing was a Benet. Anyway, the popcorn machine was a recent addition and an odd sort of battlefield. Rage loved to play with the damn thing, but every time he did, Fritz got nervous and wanted in on the action. Either way, it was cool. The little wicker baskets would get filled, and then whichever of the pair hadn't done the loading and dispensing got a shot at it. As Vishouse waited to take his next pool shot, he snagged a square of blue chalk and polished the tip of his cue. Across the green felt, Butch bent over and lined up his angles while Rick Ross's Aston Martin music pumped. 7 in the corner, the cop said. You're going to make that, aren't you? V put the chalk back down and shook his head as there was a smack, a roll, and a clunk. Bastard. Butch glanced over. A whole lot of gotcha glowing on his puss. I'm just that good. Sorry, sucker. The cop took a drink from his lag and repositioned himself on the other side of the table. As he sized up the balls, his smart-ass smile was right where it should be, front and center, revealing that slightly off porcelain cap. V had been keeping his eye on the guy. After they'd spent hours alone together, they'd parted awkwardly and taken separate showers. Fortunately, though, the hot water had been a reset for them both, and when they'd met up again in the pit's kitchen, it had been business as usual. And shit had remained that way. Not that there wasn't the temptation to ask the guy whether all was still cool. Like every 5 minutes. It felt like they had fought a battle together and were sporting the stress fractures and the fading black and blues to prove it. But V was going with what was in front of him, his best friend whipping his ass at pool. And that's game over, the cop announced as the 8-ball circled and got good and sunk. You beat me. Yup. Butch grinned and raised his glass. You want another round? You bet your balls. The scent of melted butter and the buckshot sound of kernels going apes hit announced Rage's arrivaler, maybe Fritz's? Nope, it was Hollywood over by the machine with his Mary. V leaned back so he could look through the archway, across the foyer and into the dining room, where the butler and his staff were setting up last meal. Ma'am, Rage is playin' with fire, Butch said as he started to rack up the balls. I give Fritz 30 seconds before here he comes. I'm going to pretend I'm not here. V took a swig of his goose. Me too. While they got busy grabbing balls, Fritz came steaming across the foyer like a missile seeking a heat source. Watch your ass, Hollywood true? V muttered as Rage came over with a basket of popped and fluffy. It's good for him. He needs the exercise, Fritz. How are you, buddy? While Butch and V rolled their eyes, Rev came in with Alina under his mink-clad arm. The mohawked motherfucker was bundled up as usual and he was as always relying on his cane, but his mated male permagrin was in place and his shellin was glowing at his side. Boys, he said. Various grunts greeted him as Z and Bella came in with Nala, and Fury and Cormia arrived because they were spending the day. Raph and Beth were likely still up in the study, maybe looking at paperwork, maybe putting George briefly at the head of the stairs so they could have some private time. When John and Shex came down with Blay and Saxton, the only people not in attendance were Quinn and Torment, who were likely in the gym, and Marissa, who was at Safe Place. Well, those three and his Jane, who was down in the clinic restocking the supplies that had been drained from the other night. Oh, and of course his twin, who was no doubt yang with that surgeon of hers. With all the new arrivals in the room, the sound of deep voices multiplied and exploded as people poured drinks and passed the baby around and copped handfuls of popcorn. Meanwhile, Rage and Fritz were opening a fresh load of kernels. And someone was changing the channels on the TV, likely Rev, who was never satisfied with whatever was on. And another person was poking at the roaring fire. Hey, you still all right? Butch said softly. V camouflaged his startle routine by taking a hand rolled out of the pocket of his leathers. The cop had spoken so quietly there was no way anyone else had heard it, and this was a good thing. Yeah, he was trying to ditch the ultra-reserved shit, but he didn't want anyone to know how far he and Butch had gone. That was private. Flicking up a light, he inhaled. Yeah, I really fucking am, true. Then he glanced into the hazels of his best friend. And you? Yeah, me too. Cool. Cool. Check his shit out with the relating. Any more of this and he was going to get a gold star on his chart. A knuckle tap later and Butch was back to the game, lining up his first shot as V basked in the glow of interrelating like a pro. He was taking another hit from his short and squat of goose when his eyes skipped to the arched doorway of the room. Jane hesitated as she glanced inside, her white coat opening as she leaned to the side as if she were looking for him. When their eyes met, she smiled a little. And then a lot. His first impulse was to hide his own grin behind his goose. But then he stopped himself. New World Order. Come on, smile, motherfucker, he thought. Jane gave a short wave and played it cool, which was what they usually did when they were together in public. Turning away, she headed over to the bar to make herself something. Hold up, cop, V murmured, putting his drink down and bracing his cue against the table. Feeling like he was 15, he put his hand rolled between his teeth and tucked his wife-beater tightly into the waistband of his leathers. A quick smooth of the hair and he was well as ready as he could be. He approached Jane from behind just as she struck up a convo with Mary, and when his Shellen pivoted around to greet him, she seemed a little surprised that he'd come up to her. Hi, V, how are? This house stepped in close, putting them body to body, and then he wrapped his arms around her waist. Holding her with possession, he slowly bent her backward until she gripped his shoulders and her hair fell from her face. As she gasped, he said exactly what he thought. I missed you. And on that note, he put his mouth on hers and kissed the ever-living hell out of her, sweeping one hand down to her hip as he slipped his tongue in her mouth and kept going and going and going. He was vaguely aware that the room had fallen stone silent and that everything with a heartbeat was staring at him and his mate. But whatever. This was what he wanted to do, and he was going to do it in front of everyone and the king's dog, as it turned out. Because Wrath and Beth came in from the foyer. As Vishouse slowly righted his Shellen, the catcalls and whistling started up and someone threw a handful of popcorn like it was confetti. Now that's what I'm talking about, Hollywood said. And threw more popcorn. Vishouse cleared his throat. I have an announcement to make. Right. Okay, there were a lot of eyes on the pair of them. But he was so going to suck up his inclination to bow out. Tucking his flustered and blushing Jane into his side, he said loud and clear, we're getting mated. Properly. And I expect you all to be there, and yeah, that's it. Dead. Quiet. Then Wrath released the handle on George's harness and started to clap. Loud and slow. About fucking time. His brothers and their Shellens and all the guests of the house followed suit, and then the fighters broke out into a chant that raised the roof and then some their voices vibrating through the air. As he glanced over at Jane, she was glowing. Utterly glowing. Maybe I should have asked first, he murmured. Nope. She kissed him. This is perfect. Vishouse started to laugh. Man, if this was living out loud, he'd ditch the tight-ass routine any night. His brothers were behind him, his Shellen was happy and okay, he could do without the popcorn in his hair, but whatever. Minutes later, Fritz brought in champagne flutes, and now there was a different kind of popping, corks going flying as people talked even louder than before. As someone shoved a glass into his mitt, he whispered in Jane's ear, champagne makes me horny. Really? Slipping his hand down her hip and lower, he tugged her in against his sudden arousal. You ever meet the hall bathroom? I do believe we've been formally introd vicious. He stopped nipping at her neck, but kept up with rolling his hips against hers. Which was a little indecent, but nothing that any of the other couples hadn't done from time to time. Yes, he drawled. When she seemed speechless, he sucked on her lip and growled. If you recall, we were discussing the bathroom. I was thinking maybe I could reacquaint the pair of you. Not sure if you're aware of it, but that sink counter has been crying out for you. And you do some of your best work at sinks. V dragged one thong up her throat. True that. As his erection started thumping, he took his female's hand. The grandfather clock in the corner started to chime, and then he heard 4 deep bongs, which made him pull back a little and check his watch even though he didn't need to because that clock had kept time correctly for 200 years. 4 a.m.? Where the hell was Pain? As the urge to go to the Commodore and bring his sister home struck hard, he reminded himself that although dawn was coming fast, she still had maybe an hour left. And given what he and Jane were about to do behind a closed door, he couldn't really blame her for eking out every moment she had with her mail even if he was absolutely, positively not going there. Everything okay? Jane asked. Getting back with the program, he dropped his head. It will be as soon as I get you up on that counter. He and Jane were in the loo for 45 minutes. When they came out, everyone was still in the billiards room. The music had been cranked and Lil Wayne's I'm Not a Human Being was echoing up to the foyer ceiling. The doggen were buzzing around with little fancy crap on silver trays and Rage had a circle of laughing people around him as he cracked jokes. For a moment it felt like the good old days. But then he didn't see his sister in the crowd. And no one came over to tell him she'd gone up to the guest room she'd been using. "I'll be right back," he said to Jane. A quick kiss and he ducked out of the party, skated across the foyer, and went into the empty dining room. Rounding the fully set but very empty table, he got his cell from his pocket and dialed the phone he'd given her. No answer. He tried again. No answer. Third time? No goddamn answer. With a curse, he punched in Manello's number and shuddered at what he might be interrupting, but they'd probably pulled the drapes and lost track of time. And phones could defo get lost in sheets, he thought with a wince. Ring, ring, ring. Fucking pick up. Hello? Manello sounded bad. Gunshot bad. Mortal injury bad. Where is my sister? Because there was no way the surgeon was like that if she were in his bed. The pause was not good news, either. I don't know. She left here hours ago. Hours? What's going on? Jesus Christ. V hung up on the guy and called her phone again and again. Cranking his head around, he looked out to the foyer and the door to the vestibule. With a subtle whirring sound, the steel shutters that protected the house from the sun started to ease down into place. Come on, Payne, come home. Right now. Right? Now. Jane's gentle touch snapped him back to reality. Is everything okay? She asked. His first instinct was to cover it all up with a crack about Rage's impression of Steve-O in a projectile porta-potty. Instead, he forced himself to be real with his mate. Payne is maybe MIA. As she gasped and reached out with her other hand, he kind of wanted to bolt. But he held his feet to the oriental rug. She left Manello's hours ago. And now I'm just praying to a mother I despise that she comes through that door. Jane didn't say anything further. Instead, she angled herself so she could also see the way in from the vestibule and waited with him. Taking her hand, he realized that it was a relief not to be alone as the party raged on across the way and his sister still did not come home. That vision he'd had of her on the black horse going at a screaming tilt came back to him in the silence of the dining room. Her dark hair was flying out behind her as the stallion's mane streaked as well, the pair on a tier to God only knew where. Allegorical? He wondered. Or just the yearnings of her brother that she finally be free. Jane and he were still standing there together, staring at a door that did not open when the sun officially rose 22 minutes later. As Manny paced around his condo, he was going balls. Absolute balls. He'd meant to leave his condo shortly after Payne had, but he'd run out of gas and had ended up spending the whole night staring out into the night. Too fucking empty. He'd been just too fucking empty to move. When the phone had rung beside him, he checked the number and come briefly alive. Private caller. It had to be her. And considering his mind had been going over what he'd said to her again and again, he'd needed a second to pull things together after all that useless spinning. That speech he'd rolled out had, at the time, seemed so rational and reasonable and smart until he'd stared down the barrel at a future that was beyond vacant and deep into black hole. He'd accepted the call not expecting anything male on the connection. Much less her brother. Much less the bastard going all surprise when Payne wasn't at the condo. While Manny marched around in circles, he stared at his phone, willing it to ring again, willing the fucking piece of shit to go off and have it be Payne telling him she was okay. Or her brother. Anyone. Any cocksucking one. For Chris' sakes, Al Roker could call him with the goddamn news she was all right. Except the dawn arrived way too soon and his phone stayed way too quiet. And like a loser, he went into his recent calls list and tried to hit back, private caller. When all he got was a dial tone again, he wanted to throw the cell across the room. But then where would that leave him? The impotence was a crusher. A total crusher. He wanted to go out and shit, find Payne if she was lost. Or bring her the fuck back home if she was out by herself. Or, the phone went off. Private caller. Thank fuck, he said as he accepted it. Payne. No. Manny closed his eyes. Her brother sounded like hell. Where is she? We don't know. And there's nothing that we can do from Hirori trapped inside. The guy exhaled like he was smoking something. What the fuck happened before she left? I thought she'd be spending all night with you. It's cool if you two know, but why did she leave so early? I told her it wasn't going to work out. Long silence. What the fuck are you thinking? Clearly if it hadn't been all bright and sunny outside, motherfucker would have been knocking on Manny's door, looking to kick some Italian ass. I thought that would make you happy. Oh yeah. Abso break my sister's fucking heart. I'm all for that. Another sharp exhale like he was blowing smoke. She's in love with you, asshole. Didn't that stop him in his tracks? But he got back with the program. Listen, she and I. At that point, he was supposed to explain the stuff about the results of his physical and how he was all freaked out and didn't know what the repercussions were. But the trouble was, in the hours since pain had taken off, he'd come to realize that however true that shit was, there was a more fundamental thing going on at the core of him. He was being a little bitch. What the go-away had really been about was the fact that he was shitting in his pants because he'd actually fallen in love with a woman, female, whatever. Yeah, there was a tremendous overlay of metaphysical stuff he didn't understand and couldn't explain, blah, blah, blah. But at the center of it all, he felt so much for pain that he didn't know himself anymore, and that was the terrifying part. He'd pussied out when he'd had the chance. But that was done now. She and I are in love, he said clearly. And damn him to hell, he should have had the balls to tell her. And hold her. And keep her. So like I said, what the fuck are you thinking? Excellent question. Jesus Christ. Listen, how can I help? I can be out in daylight and there's nothing I won't do to get her back. Nothing. Energized by obsession, he headed for his keys. If she isn't with you, where would she go? What about that place, the sanctuary? Cormia and Fury went there. Nada. So he hated thinking like this. What about your enemies? Where are they during the day? I'll go there. Cursing. More exhaling. Pause. Then a flicking sound and an inhale, as if the guy were lighting up another cigarette. You know, you shouldn't smoke, Manny heard himself say. Vampires don't get cancer. Really? Yup. Okay, here's the deal. We don't have a specific locale for the lessening society. The Slayers tend to embed themselves in the human population in small groups, so it's nearly impossible to find them without serious disturbance. The only thing, go to the alleys by the riverfront downtown. She might have met up with some Les Sorcières going to look for evidence of a fight. There be black oil everywhere. Like engine oil. And it would smell sweet like roadkill and baby powder. It's pretty fucking distinctive. Let's start with that. I need to be able to reach you. You need to give me your number. I'll text you with it. Do you have a gun? Any weapon? Yeah, I do. Manny was already taking the licensed .40 out of his closet. He'd been living in the city all his adult life and shit happened, so he'd learned his way around a gun about 20 years ago. Tell me it's bigger than a 9. Yup. Get a knife. You're going to need a stainless steel blade. Roger that. He headed for the kitchen and took out the biggest, sharpest hankles he had. Anything else? A flamethrower. Nunchakus. Throwing stars. Uzi. You want me to go on? If only he had that kind of arsenal. I'm going to get her back, vampire. Mark my fucking words, I am getting her back. He grabbed his wallet and was heading for the door when Dredd stopped him. How many of them are there? Your enemies. An endless supply. Are they male? Pause. Used to be. Before they got turned, they were human men. A sound came out of Manny's mouth, one that he was very sure he had never uttered before. Nah, she can handle herself with the hand-to-hand, her brother said in a dead tone. She's tough like that. Not what I was thinking. He had to scrub his eyes. She's a virgin. Still, the guy asked after a moment. Yeah, it wasn't right for me to take that from her. Oh God, the idea she could be hurt. He couldn't even finish the sentence to himself. Snapping into action, he stepped out of his place and went over to call the elevator. As he waited, he realized that there had only been silence on the other end of the phone for a while. Hello? You there? Yeah. Her twin's voice cracked. Yeah, I'm here. The connection between them remained open as Manny got into the elevator and hit P. And the entire trip down to his car was passed with the two of them saying absolutely nothing at all. They're impotent. Her twin finally muttered just as Manny was getting into the Porsche. They can't have sex. Well, didn't that do nothing to make him feel better? And going by the tone of her brother's voice, the other guy was thinking the same way. I'll call you, Manny said. You do that, my man. You frickin' do that. 52. When Payne came back to consciousness, she did not open her eyes. No reason to give away the fact that she was aware of her surroundings. Bodily sensation informed her of her situation. She was on her feet, with her wrists shackled and pulled out to the sides and her back against a stone wall that was damp. Her ankles were likewise tethered and stretched apart, and her head had lolled forward into a very uncomfortable position. When she drew breaths in, she smelled musky dirt, and the voices of males percolated up from the left of where she was. Very deep voices. cast with drumming excitement, as if a benefit had fallen into their clutches. She was it. As she gathered her strength, she was under no illusions of what they were going to do to her. Soon. And as she drew herself together, she shied away from thoughts of her Manuel, of how, if these males had their way, they would spoil her many times over before they murdered her, taking what rightly should have been her healers. Except she could not and would not think of him. That cognition was a black pit that would suck her in and trap her and render her defenseless. Instead, she pulled at the threads of memory, melding the images of the faces of her kidnappers with what she knew from the bowls in the sanctuary. Why? She wondered. She had not a clue why the one with the ruined lip had set upon her with such hatred. "I know you wake." The voice was impossibly low and heavily accented and right next to her ear. "Your breathing pattern has changed." Lifting her lids along with her head, she shifted her eyes unto the soldier. He was in the shadows beside her, so she could not see him properly. Abruptly, the other voices silenced, and she sensed many stares were upon her. So this was what prey felt like. "I'm hurt that you remember nothing of me, female." At that, he brought a candle close to his face. "I have thought of you every night since we first met. 100 years afore." She narrowed her eyes. Black hair, cruel eyes of dark blue, and a hairlip that he had obviously been born with. "Remember me." It was not a question but a demand. "Remember me." And then it came back. The small village on the edge of a wooded glen, where she had killed her father. This was one of the bloodletter soldiers. No doubt they all were. Oh, she was definitely prey, she thought. And they were looking forward to hurting her before they killed her in retaliation for taking their leader from them. "Remember me. You are a soldier of the bloodletters." "No," he barked, putting his face in hers. "I am more than that." As she frowned, he just backed off and paced around in a tight circle, his fists cranked tight, the candle dripping wax onto his curled hand. When he returned front and center afore her, he was in control. "Barely. I am his son." "His son? You stole from me my father." "Impossible." "Unjustly what?" Into his stuttered silence, she said loudly and clearly, "It is impossible that you are his son." When her words registered, the blind fury in his face was the very definition of hatred, and his hand shook as he lifted it up over his shoulder. He slapped her so hard she saw stars. As pain righted her head and met him in the eye, she was not going to have any of this. Not his mistaken belief. Not this group of males sizing her up. Not the criminal ignorance. Pain held the stare of her captor. The bloodletter sired one and only one male offspring. The black Dagger brother Vishouse. Hard laughter echoed. "I have heard well the stories of his perversions. My brother is not a pervert." At this point, Pain lost all control, the anger that had carried her through that night she had killed her father coming back and taking over. This house was her blood and her savior for all he had done for her. And she was not going to have him disrespected even if defending him cost her her life. Between one heartbeat and the next, she was consumed by an inner energy that illuminated the cellar they were all in with a brilliant white light. The cuffs burned away, falling down to the packed dirt floor with a clanking. And the male before her leaped back and braced into a fighting stance while the others grabbed for weapons. But she was not going to attack, at least not physically. "Listen to me now," she proclaimed. "I am birthed of the scribe virgin. I am of the chosen sanctuary. So when I say unto you the bloodletter, my father bore no other male issue, that is fact. Untrue, the male breathed. And you cannot have been born unto the mother of the race. There is none born unto her." Pain lifted her glowing arms. "I am what I am. Deny it at your peril." The male's complexion drained of what color had been in it, and there was a long, tense standoff, as conventional weapons pointed in her direction, and she glowed with holy fury. And then the head soldier's fighting stance relaxed, his hands falling to his sides, his thighs straightening. "It can't be," he choked out. "None of it." "Fool male," she thought. Kicking up her chin, she declared, "I am the begotten issue of the bloodletter and the scribe virgin. And I say to you now," she stepped forward to him, "that I killed my father, not yours." Lifting her palm, she peeled back and slapped him across the face. "And do not insult my blood." As the female struck him, Ecker's head whipped so far and so fast to the side that he pulled his shoulder in the attempt to keep the damn thing stuck to his spine. Blood immediately flooded into his mouth, and he spit some of it out before righting himself. Verily, The female before him was majestic in her fury and her resolve. Nearly as tall as he was, she stared him straight in the eye, her feet planted. Her hands in fists she was prepared to use against him and his band of bastards. No ordinary female, this. And not just because of the way she had dissolved those cuffs. In fact, as she met his gaze full on, she reminded him of his father. She had the bloodletter's iron will not just in her face or her eyes or her body. It was in her soul. Indeed, he had the very clear sense that they could all fall upon her and she would fight them each and every until the last breath and beat of her heart. God knew she slapped like a warrior, not some limp-wrist female. But he was my father. He told me that. He was a liar. At that she did not blink, nor did she duck her eyes or her chin. I have witnessed within the Seeing Bowls countless bastard daughters. But there was one and only one son, and that is my twin. Ecker was not prepared to hear this in front of his males. He glanced over at them. Even Thro had armed himself, and on each of their faces was impatient rage. One nod from him and they would set upon her, even if she incinerated them all. "Leave us," he commanded. Not surprisingly, Zypher was the one who started to argue. "Let us hold her whilst you leave us." There was a beat of immobility. Then Ecker screamed, "Leave us." In a flash, they peeled off and disappeared up the stairwell to the darkened house above. Then the door was shut and footsteps rang out from up above as they paced around like caged animals. Ecker refocused on the female, and for the longest time he just stared at her. "I have searched for you for centuries. I was not upon the earth. Until now." She remained unbowed as he confronted her in private. Totally unbowed. And as he searched her face, he could feel a glacial shift in the ice fields of his heart. "Why?" he said roughly. "Why did you kill him?" The female blinked slowly as if she didn't want to show vulnerability and needed a moment to make sure she put none out. "Because he hurt my twin. He tortured my brother, and for that he needed to die." So perhaps the lore had a veracity after all, Ecker thought. Indeed, like most soldiers, he had long known the gossiped story of the bloodletter having demanded for his begotten son to be pinned upon the ground and tattooed and then castrated. The tale had it that the wounding had been but partial. It was rumored that this house had magically burned through the binds that had held him and then escaped into the night before the cutting had been complete. Ecker looked over to the cuffs that had fallen from the female's wrist burned off. Lifting his own hands, he stared down at the flesh that had never glowed. "He told me I was born unto a female he had visited for blood. He told me she didn't want me because of my—" He touched his malformed upper lip, leaving the sentence unfinished. "He took me and he taught me to fight. At his side." Ecker was vaguely aware that his voice was rough, but he didn't care. He felt as though he was looking into a mirror and seeing a reflection of himself he did not recognize. "He told me I was his son and he owned me like his son. After his death, I stepped into his boots, as sons do." The female measured him and then shook her head. "And I say unto you that he lied. Look into my eyes. Know that I speak the truth you should have heard long, long ago." Her voice dropped to a mere whisper. "I know well the betrayal of blood. I know that pain which you feel now. It is not right, this burden you carry. But base not a vengeance on fiction, I beg of you. For I shall be forced to kill you, and if I do not, my twin will hunt you down with the Brotherhood and make you pray for your own demise." Ecker searched into himself and saw something he despised, but could not ignore. He had no memory of the bitch who had born him, but he knew too well the story of how she had cast him out from the birthing room because of his ugliness. He had wanted to be claimed, and the bloodletter had done that. The physical disfigurement had never mattered to that male. He had cared only about the things Ecker had had in abundance. Speed, endurance, agility, power, and deadly focus. Ecker had always assumed he'd gotten that from his father's side. "He named me," he heard himself say. "My mother refused to, but the bloodletter named me. I am so very sorry." And the strangest thing? He believed her. Once ready to fight to the death, she now appeared to be saddened. Ecker paced off from her and walked around. If he was not the son of the bloodletter, who was he? And would he still lead his males? Would they follow him into battle ere again? "I look into the future and see nothing," he muttered. "I know how that feels as well." He stopped and faced the female. She had linked her arms loosely over her breasts and was not looking at him, but at the wall across the way from her. In her features, he saw the same voided emptiness he had within his own chest. Pulling his shoulders up, he addressed her. I have no issue to settle against you. Your actions directed unto my pause, the bloodletter, were taken for your own valid reasons. In fact, they had been driven by the same blood loyalty and vengeance that had animated his search for her. As a warrior would, she bowed at the waist, accepting his reversal and the clearing of the air between them. I am free to go? Yes, but 'tis daylight. When she looked around at the bunks and cots, as if imagining the males who had wanted her, he interjected, No ill shall befall you herein. I am the leader and he had been the leader. We shall pass the day upstairs for your privacy. Food and drink are upon the table over there. Ecker made the concessions for modesty and provision, not because of the bullshit propriety issues that revolved around a chosen. But this female was something he respected. If anyone was likely to understand the importance of revenge against an insult upon your family, it was him. And the bloodletter had done permanent damage to her brother. Upon nightfall, he said, We shall take you out from here blindfolded, as you cannot know where we tarry thus. But you shall be released unharmed. Turning his back on her, he went over to the only bunk that did not have an upper layer. Feeling like a fool, he nonetheless straightened the rough blanket. There was no pillow, so he bent down and picked up a stack of his laundered shirts. This is where I sleep. You may use this for your rest. And lest you feel worried for your safety or virtue, there is a gun under each side upon the floor. But worry not. You shall find yourself arriving unto the sunset in safety. He did not take a formal vow upon his honor, for verily he had none. And he did not look back as he took to the stairs. What is your name? She said. You do not know that already, chosen? I know not everything. He put his hand on the rough banister. Neither do I. Good day, chosen. As he mounted the stairs, he felt as though he had aged centuries since he had carried the unanimated, warm body of that female underground. Opening the stout wooden door, he had no idea what he would be walking into. Following his announcement of his status, his males could well caucus and decide to shun him. There they all were, in a semicircle, Throw and Zypher bookending the group. Their weapons were in their hands, and their faces were death-knell grim, and they were waiting for him to say something. He closed the door and leaned back against it. He was no coward to run from them or what had happened down below, and he saw no benefit to padding what had been revealed with careful words or pauses. The female spoke the truth. I am not a blooded relation of the one who I thought was my sire. So what say you all? They didn't utter a word, didn't look at each other, and there was no hesitation. As one, they fell down upon their knees, sinking to the floorboards and bowing their heads. Throw spoke up. We are ere yours to command. Upon the response, Ecker cleared his throat, and did it again, and one more time. In the old language, he pronounced, No leader has o'erseen stronger backs with greater loyalty than those gathered afore me. Throw's eyes lifted. It has not been the memory of your father that we have served all these years. There was a great whoop of agreement which was better than any vow that could have been spoken in flowery language. And then daggers were buried in the wooden floorboards at his feet, the hilts clasped in the fists of soldiers who were, and remained, his to send forth. And he would have left things there. But his long-term plans demanded a revelation and a further confirmation. I have a larger purpose than fighting parallel to the Brotherhood, he said in a quiet tone, so that the female on the lower level could hear naught. My ambitions are a death sentence if discovered by others. Do you understand what I'm saying? The king, someone whispered. Aye. Ecker looked into each of their eyes. The king. None of them glanced away or got up. They were a solid unit of muscle and strength and lethal determination. If that changes anything for any of you, he demanded. You shall tell me now, and you shall leave at nightfall, ne'er to return without penalty of death. Throw broke ranks by dropping his head, but that was as far as it went. He did not get up and walk away, and no one else did either. Good, Ecker said. What of the female? Zypher said with a dark smile. Ecker shook his head. Absolutely not. She deserves no punishment. The male's brows popped. Fine. I can make it good for her instead. Oh, for Chris' sakes, he was just too much like the damned Lenihan. No. You shall not touch her. She is a chosen. This got their attention, but he was going to go no further with the revelations. He'd had quite enough of them. And we're sleeping up here. What the hell? Zypher got to his feet and the rest followed. If you say she is off limits, I shall leave her alone, as will the others. Why? Because that is what I decree. To buttress the point, Ecker sat down at the foot of the door, putting his back in place against the panels. He trusted his soldiers with his life in the field, but that was a beautiful, powerful female down there, and they were rutting, horny sonsabiches, the lot of them. They would have to get through him to get to her. After all, he was a bastard, but he was not completely codeless, and she deserved protection she likely did not need for the good deed she had done him. Killing the bloodletter? Now, that had been a favor to Ecker, as it turned out, because it meant he did not have to render the liar's demise upon the fucker's ugly head himself. 53. Manny was behind the wheel of his car, hands cranked down hard, eyes sharp on the road in front of him, when he took a tight turn and drove right into exactly the kind of scene Vishouse had described. About fucking time. It had taken him only a good 3 hours of making boxes and boxes around block after cocksucking block to run across the damn thing. But yeah, this was what he was looking for. In the 10 a.m. sunlight that bled in between the buildings, a slick, oily mess gleamed all over the pavement and the brick walls and the dumpster and those chicken-wired windows. Popping the clutch, he flipped the gearshift into neutral and hit the brakes. The instant he opened the door, he recoiled. Fucking hell. The stench was indescribable. Likely because it shot directly into his nose and shut down his brain, it was so frickin' awful. But he did recognize it. The guy with the socks had reeked of it that night Manny had operated on the vampires. Cocking his phone, he called up Vicious's super-secret number and hit send. The line barely rang once before Payne's twin answered. I got it, Manny said. It's everything you told me about man, the smell? Right? Yeah. Got it. Talk to you in two. As he hung up, part of him was losing it, thinking of Payne's possibly have been involved in what was clearly a bloodbath. But he kept it together as he searched around for something, anything that could tell them what had happened. Manny. Motherfucker. As he spun on his heel, he grabbed his crosser, maybe it was his heart, so the damn thing didn't break out from behind his sternum. Jane? The ghostly form of his former head of trauma solidified before his eyes. Hi. His first thought was, oh God. The sun which showed just how much his life had changed. Wait, are you okay with daylight? I'm fine. She reached out and calmed him. I've come to help. V told me where you were. He gripped her shoulder briefly. I am really fucking glad to see you. Jane gave him a quick, hard hug. We're going to find her. I promise. Yeah, but what kind of condition was she going to be in? Working together, the pair of them scoured the alleyway, weaving in and out of both the shadows and the lit parts. Thank God it was still early and this was a deserted part of the city because he was not in a mindset where he could deal with the complication of people, especially the police showing up. Over the next half hour, he and Jane went through every square inch of the alley, but all they found were the remnants of drug use, some litter, and a number of condoms he had no intention of looking very closely at. Nothing, he muttered. Goddamn nothing. Fine. Whatever. He was just going to keep moving, keep combing, keep hoping. A rattling sound snapped his head around and then took him over to the dumpster. Something's making a noise over here, he called out as he knelt down. Except knowing their luck, it was nothing more than a rat having breakfast. Jane came over just as he reached under the bin. I think it's a phone, he grunted as he stretched and paddled with his fingertips, hoping to get purchase. Got it. Easing back, he found that, yup, it was a busted-up cell phone and the thing was ringing on vibrate, which explained the noise. Unfortunately, whoever was calling dumped into voicemail just as he tried to hit answer and got locked out. Man, there's inky shit all over it. He wiped his hand clean on the edge of the dumpster, which was saying something. And the thing's password protected. We need to take it back to V can hack into anything. Manny got to his feet and looked over at her. I don't know if I'm allowed there. He tried to hand the phone over. Here, you take it, and I'll see if I can find any other sites like this. Although honestly, it seemed like he'd been through all of downtown. Wouldn't you rather know what's going on firsthand? Fuck, yeah, but... And if he finds something, wouldn't you rather go out to deal with it with the right equipment? Well, yeah, but... So haven't you ever heard of doing something and apologizing after the fact? As he popped a brow, she shrugged. It's how I dealt with you at the hospital for years. Manny tightened his hand on the cell phone. Are you serious? I'll drive us back to the compound, and if anyone has a problem, I'll take care of it. And may I suggest we stop by your house first and get anything you might need to stay a while? He slowly shook his head. If she doesn't come. No. We don't say doesn't. Jane's eyes were dead on his. When she comes home, no matter how long it takes, you will be there. V said you've left your job because Payne told him. And we can talk about that later. There's nothing to discuss. The St. Francis board all but asked me to resign. Jane swallowed hard. Oh God, Manny. Christ, he couldn't believe what came out of his mouth. It doesn't matter, Jane. As long as she comes back okay, that's all I care about. She nodded over at the car. So why are we still talking? Good fucking point. They both ran for the Porsche, strapped in, and took off with Jane behind the wheel. As she sped over to the Commodore, he was transformed by purpose. He'd blown his shot with his woman once. It was not happening again. Jane lived parked in front of the high-rise while he jogged into the foyer, shot up the elevator, and hid his place. Moving lightning fast, he grabbed his laptop, his cell phone charger. The safe. Gunning for the closet in his room, he cracked the combo and unlatched the little door. With quick hands and a rock-solid mind, he took out his birth certificate, $7,000 in cash, 2 gold Piaget watches, and his passport. Dragging over a random bag, he crammed all of that into the thing, along with his computer and charger. Then he picked up 2 more duffels that were all but throwing up clothes and blasted out of his condo. As he waited for the elevator, he realized he was checking out of his life. For good. Whether he ended up with Payne or not, he was not returning here, and that wasn't just about the physical address. The moment he'd given his keys to Jane, for the second time he'd turned a corner in a metaphorical snowstorm. He had no idea what was in front of him, but there was no going back, and he was fine with that. Back down on the street, he tossed his shit into the trunk and the rear seat. Let's do this. About 35 minutes later, Manny was once again in the foggy terrain of the Vampire's Mountain. Glancing down at the near-ruined cell phone in his palm, he prayed to God that this possible link between him and Payne brought them back together again and gave him a shot at what he'd thrown away. Holy shit, up ahead, emerging from out of the strange haze, a tremendous pile of rock loomed, big as Rushmore. That's a fucking house. Mausoleum was another word for it. The brothers take security very seriously. Jane pulled the car up in front of a set of stairs that was worthy of a cathedral. Either that, he muttered, or someone's in-laws have a quarry. They got out together, and before he snagged his bags, he surveyed the landscape. The retaining wall that led off in both directions rose to a good 20 feet off the ground, and there were cameras all over its exterior as well as twists of barbed wire across the top. The mansion itself was enormous, sprawling in all directions, looking to be 4 stories high. And talk about a fortress, all the windows were covered with sheets of metal, and those double doors? Looked like you'd need a tank to get through them. There were a number of cars in the courtyard, some of which, under other circumstances, he'd have had a serious Jones for, and also another, far smaller house made from the same stone as the castle. The fountain in the center was dry, but he could imagine the peaceful sounds it would make as the water fell. This way, Jane said as she popped the trunk and took out one of his duffels. I'll get that. He took what she'd grabbed as well as the other 2. Ladies first. She'd called her man on the way in, so Manny had a pretty good idea that Payne's people weren't going to kill him outright. But who could tell for sure? Good thing he didn't give a shit about himself right now. At the grand entrance, she rang the bell and a lock switched open. Stepping inside with her, he found himself in a windowless vestibule that made him think of a jail, a very classy, expensive jail with hand-carved wood panels and the scent of lemon in the air. No way they were coming out of this space unless someone let them. Jane spoke into a camera. It's us. We're. The second set of doors was cracked immediately, and Manny had to blink a couple of times as the way in was opened. The brilliant, colorful foyer on the far side was nothing he'd expected. Majestic and with all the hues of the rainbow, it was everything the fortified exterior was not. And dear Lord, it seemed like every conceivable type of decorative marble and stone had been used, and holy shit from all the crystal and the gold leafing. Then he stepped inside and saw the frescoed ceiling 3 stories up and a staircase that made the one from Gone with the Wind look like a stepladder. Just as the door shut behind him, Payne's brother came out of what looked like a pool room with red socks by his side. As the vampire strode forward, he was all business as he put a hand roll between his fangs and jacked up his black leathers. Stopping in front of Manny, the 2 of them locked eyes until you had to wonder if it was all going to be over before it started with Manny being made a meal of. Except then the vampire held out his palm. Of course, the cell phone. Manny dropped his bags and took the BlackBerry out of his coat pocket. Here this is. The guy accepted what was offered but didn't look at the thing. He just shifted it over to his free hand and put his palm out again. The gesture was so very simple, its meaning very, very deep. Manny grabbed for that palm with his own, and neither of them said anything. No reason to have to because the communication was clear. Respect was paid and accepted on both sides. When they dropped palms, Manny said, "The phone." For the vampire, getting into the thing was the work of a moment. "Jesus, you're fast," Manny murmured. "No, this is the one I gave her. I was calling it every hour on the hour. The GPS is busted, otherwise I would have given you the Addy you found it in." "Fuck." Manny rubbed his face. There was nothing else there. "Jane and I combed the alley and I've driven around downtown for hours." "What now?" "We wait. It's all we can do while the sunlight is out. But the instant we go dark, the Brotherhood is tearing out of here with a vengeance. We'll find her. Don't you worry." "I'm coming too," he said. "Just so we're clear." As Payne's twin started shaking his head, Manny cut any protesting, be reasonable shit off. "Sorry. That might be your sister out there, but she's my woman. And that means I'm going to be a part of this." At that, the one with the baseball cap took off his hat and smoothed his hair. "Shit on a shingle." Manny froze in place, the rest of what the guy said not registering at all. That face, that fucking face. That holy shit face. Manny had been wrong about where he'd seen the guy. "What?" the guy said, glancing down at himself. Manny was vaguely aware of Payne's brother frowning and Jane looking worried. But his focus was on the other man. He searched those hazel eyes, that mouth, and that chin, trying to find something that didn't fit, something out of place, something that disproved the 2 + 2 is 4 he was rocking. The only thing that was even slightly off was the nose, but that was just because it had been broken at least once. The truth was in the bones. And the connection was not the hospital or even St. Patrick's Cathedral, because come to think of it, he had definitely seen this man, male vampire, whatever, at church before. "What the hell?" Butch muttered, looking at his house. By way of explanation, Manny bent down and rifled through his bags. As he searched for what he hadn't intentionally brought with him, he knew without a doubt he was going to find it. Fate had lined these dominoes up too perfectly for this moment not to happen. And yup, there it was. As Manny straightened, his hands were shaking so badly that the picture frame's bracer flapped against the back of the matting. Given that his voice was gone, all he could do was turn the glass around and give the three of them a chance to look at the black and white photograph, which was the spitting image of the male named Butch. "This is my father," Manny said roughly. The guy's expression went from yeah, whatever to bald, blanching shock, and his hands started trembling as well as he reached out and carefully took the old picture. He didn't bother denying anything. He couldn't. Payne's brother exhaled a cloud of wonderful-smelling smoke. "Fucking. Hey. Well, didn't that just sum it all up nicely?" Manny glanced at Jane and then eyed the man who might well be a half-brother. "Do you recognize him?" When the guy slowly shook his head, Manny looked over at Payne's twin. "Can humans and vampires?" "Yup." As he went back to staring at a face that shouldn't have been so familiar, he thought, shit, how did he put this? "So are you?" "A half-breed," the guy said. "Yeah. My mother was human." "Son of a bitch," Manny breathed. 54. As Butch held the picture of a man who was undeniably identical to himself, he thought, rather bizarrely, about the yellow signs on highways. The ones that said things like "bridge may be icy" or "watch for falling rock" or the temporary "give em a break before you got to a work zone." Hell, even the ones with the silhouette of a deer leaping or a big black arrow pointing to the left or the right. At this moment, standing here in the foyer, he would really have appreciated some advance warning that his life was about to go pig-slick, off the rails. Then again, collisions were collisions and couldn't be planned. Raising his stare from the photograph, he looked into the human surgeon's eyes. They were a deep brown, a good old-fashioned port color. But the shape of them, God, why hadn't he seen the similarity to his own before? "You're sure?" he heard himself say. "This is your father." Except he knew the answer before the guy nodded. "Who, how, yeah. Great journalist he would make, huh? What?" "There you go. Add when and where, and he was Anderson fucking Cooper." The thing was, though, after having mated Marissa and gone through his transition, he'd finally found peace with who he was and what was doing in his life. Over in the human world, on the other hand, he'd been estranged from everyone, running parallel but never truly intersecting with his mother and his sisters and his brothers. And his father, of course. Or at least the guy he'd been told was his pops. He'd assumed that with his true home and mate here, he was done with assimilating, having reached a peaceful reconciliation with so much that had been painful. But didn't this just kick all that shit up again? The human spoke gravely. His name was Robert Bluff. He was a surgeon at Columbia Press in New York City when my mom was working there as a nurse. My mother was a nurse. Butch's mouth felt dry. But not at that hospital. He practiced a number of Place 7 over in Boston. There was a long silence, during which Butch tested the cold, confusing waters of a possible unfaithfulness on his mother's part. Anyone need a drink, true? V said. Lagavulin. Butch and surgeon both fell silent as Vishouse rolled his eyes. Why is this not a surprise? As the brother hit the bar in the billiards room, Manello said, I never really knew him. Met him, like once? I can't really remember, to be honest. V made like a flight attendant and returned front and centered the liquor. As Butch took a haul from a glass, Manello did the same and then shook his head. You know, I never liked this shit until after. What? You boys started fucking with my head. Used to like Jack. Last year, though, everything changed. Butch nodded even though he wasn't tracking. Man, he just couldn't stop looking at the picture, and after a while, he found that in the strangest way, this was all a relief. Ancestor regression had proven that he was related to Wrath, but he'd never known or particularly cared to know exactly how. And yet here it was. In front of him. Shit, it was kind of like he'd had a disease all this time and someone had finally put a name to it. You have other fatheritis. Or was it a bastardoma? It all made sense. He'd always thought his father had hated him, and maybe this was the why behind that. Although it was nearly impossible to imagine his pious, straight-laced mother ever straying. This picture told the story of at least one night with someone else. His first thought was that he had to get to his mom and ask her for specifics, some specifics. But how was that going to work? Dementia had taken her away from reality, and she was now so far gone she barely recognized him when he dropped by, which was the only reason he could visit her at all. And it wasn't as if he could ask his sisters or brothers. They'd written him off when he disappeared from their orbits, but more to the point, it was unlikely they knew any more than he did. Is he still alive? Butch asked. I'm not sure. I used to think he was buried in Pine Grove Cemetery. Now, who the hell knows? I can find out. 41's V spoke up. Butch and Manny both looked over at the brother. Say the word and I will find him, whether he's in the vampire world or the human one. Find who? The deep voice came from the head of the stairs, and everyone looked up as the words reverberated throughout the foyer. Wrath was standing on the second-floor landing with George at his side, and the king's mood was easy to guess at. Even though his eyes were hidden behind those wraparounds, he was in a deadly frame of mind. Hard to know, however, whether it was the human in the foyer or not, because God knew there were 1,000 things riding the guy's ass right about now. Vishouse spoke up, which was a good call. Butch had lost his voice, and so had Manello, evidently. Looks like this fine surgeon may be a relative of yours, my lord. As Manello recoiled, Butch thought, holy crap. Didn't that throw another iron into the fire? Manny rubbed his temples as that tremendous vampire with the waist-long black hair came down the stairs, a blonde dog seeming to lead the way. The bastard looked like he owned the place, and given the my lord shit, he probably did. Did I hear you right, V? The male asked. Yeah, you did. And that settled another question, because Manny was wondering if he'd been having trouble with his ears, too. This is our king, Vishouse announced. Wrath, son of Wrath. This is Manello. Manny Manello, MD. Don't think you two have met formally. You're the one whose pains. No hesitation on that. No hesitation on his reply either. Yeah, I am. The low rumble that came out of a cruel mouth was part laugh, part curse. And you think that we're related, how? V cleared his throat and jumped in. There is a striking physical resemblance between Manny's dad and Butch. I mean, shit. It's like looking at a picture of my boy. Dark brows disappeared behind those wraparounds. Then the expression eased. Needless to say, I can't make that call. Ah, so he was blind, explained the dog. We could ancestor regress him, Vishouse suggested. Yeah, Butch said. Let's do. Wait a minute, can't that kill him? Jane interjected. Hold up. Manny pulled an out ansafe with his hands. Just wait a fucking minute. Ancestor what? Vishouse exhaled smoke. It's a process by which I get into you and see how much of our blood is in your veins. But it could kill me? Shit, the fact that Jane was shaking her head so did not inspire confidence. It's the only way to be sure. If you're a half-breed, it's not like we can go into the lab and look at your blood. Half-breeds are different. Manny glanced around at all of them. The king, this house, Jane, and the guy who might be a half-brother. Christ, maybe this was why he felt so differently about Payne from the second he saw her. It was like a part of him woke up. Maybe it explained his hot-blooded temper, too. And after a lifetime of wondering about his father and his roots, he thought he could find out the truth now. Except as they stared back at him, he remembered heading into the hospital the week before and thinking it was morning only to find out it was night. And then the shit with Payne and his body changing came to mind. "You know what?" he said. "I think I'm good." When Jane nodded as if she agreed with him, he was sure he was on the right train. Besides, they were getting distracted from the real issue. "Payne is going to come back some way, somehow," he said. "And I'm not sucking on a loaded gun right before I see her again, even if it means the difference between belonging in this world or not. I know who my father is and I'm fucking looking at his reflection right now standing across from me. That's as far as I need to gownless Payne feels differently." God, his mother, he thought abruptly. Had she known? As Vishouse crossed his arms over his chest, Manny braced himself for an argument. "I like your white ass," the guy said instead. "I really do." Considering what the bastard had walked in on not so long ago, this was a surprise. But he'd take it. "Okay, we agree. My woman wants it, I'll do it. But otherwise, I'm good with who I am." "Fair enough," Wrath pronounced. At that point, there was nothing but silence. Although what was there to say? The reality of where Payne was in was not hung around everyone's neck. Manny had never felt so powerless in his life. "Excuse me," his semi-brother said, "I need another drink." As Butch peeled off and went into the other room, Manny watched him disappear through an elaborate archway. "You know, I'll second that on the hooch." "My house is yours," the king said darkly. "Bar's that way." Fighting back an odd urge to bow, Manny nodded instead. "Thanks, man." When knuckles were presented, he tapped them and then gave Jane and her husband a nod. The room he walked into was like the best horse racing hospitality suite anyone had ever seen. Hell, they even had a popcorn machine. "More lag," the guy muttered from across the way. Manny pivoted and found himself measuring one fuck of a bar. "Yeah, please." He brought his glass over and gave it to the man. And when the sound of scotch splashing seemed loud as a scream, he wandered up to a sound system that could probably be used to play Madison Square Garden. Pushing the buttons, he called up a mix of gangsta rap. Quick shift, and he was into the high-def radio, on a search for the metal station. As Slipknot's Dead Memories started banging, he took a deep breath. Nightfall. He was just waiting for nightfall. "Here," the cop said, delivering the liquor. With a grimace, he nodded to one of the speakers. "You like that shit?" "Yeah." "Well, that's one way we ain't related." Payne's twin put his head into the room. "What the hell is that noise?" Like someone had decided to speak in tongues. Or maybe bust out some Justin Bieber. Manny just shook his head. "It's music." "Only if you say so." Manny rolled his eyes and retreated into a very dark, dangerous place in his mind. The reality that there was nothing he could do for his woman at the moment made him want to hurt something. And the fact that it appeared he had some vampire in him was exactly the kind of revelation he did not need on a day like today. God, he felt like death. "Pool, anyone?" he said numbly. "Fuck, yeah. Absolutely." Jane stepped in and gave him a quick hug. "Count me in." Guess he wasn't the only one desperate for a distraction. 55. As Payne sat on something padded with her hands in her lap, she surmised that she was in a car because the subtle vibrating sensation was similar to what she had felt when she had traveled beside Manuel in his Porsche. She could not visually confirm such, however, because just as the bloodletter's soldier had promised, she was blindfolded. The scent of the male in charge was beside her, however, although he was frozen in place, so someone else had to be piloting the vehicle. Naught had happened to her in the intervening hours betwixt their confrontation and this ride now. She had passed the daylight time sitting on the leader's bed, knees tucked in against her chest, both of the guns next to her on the rough blanket. No one had bothered her, however, so after a while she'd stopped prickling at each noise from above and relaxed some. Thoughts of Manuel had soon commanded the majority of her attention, and she had played and replayed scenes from their too short time together until her heart ached from the agony. Before she'd known it, though, the leader came back down to her and asked her if she required a repast before they left. No, she hadn't wanted to eat. Thereafter, he had blindfolded her with a pristine white cloth, one so clean and lovely that it made her wonder where he had come up with it. And then he took her elbow in a firm grip and led her slowly up the stairs he had carried her down previously. It was hard to know exactly how long they had been in the car. 20 minutes? Maybe a half hour? Here, the leader said eventually. Upon his command, whatever they were in slowed, then stopped, and a door was unlatched. As fresh, cool air wafted in, her elbow was taken once again and she was steadied as she stepped out. The door shut and there was a bungas if a fist had been knocked on a part of the vehicle. Spinning tires kicked up dirt onto her robe. And then she was alone with the leader. Although he was silent, she sensed him moving behind her and the fabric about her head was loosened. As it fell free, her breath caught. I thought if you were to be released, it should be upon a view worthy of your pale eyes. The entire city of Caldwell was revealed down below them, its twinkling lights and streaming traffic a glorious feast for her vision. Indeed, they were upon the shoulders of a small mountain rise, with the city sprawling out at their veritable feet by the banks of the river. This is lovely, she whispered, glancing over at the soldier. As he stood a ways away, he was remote to the point of being removed, his disfigurement hidden in the shadows he had stepped back into. Fare thee well, chosen. And you, I still know not your name. True enough. He gave her a half bow. Good evening. With it he was gone, dematerializing away from her. After a moment, she turned back to the view and wondered where in the city Manuel was. It would be in the thicket of tall buildings, so going by the bridge's location, it would be there. Yes, there. Lifting her hand, she drew an invisible circle around the tall, thin construction of glass and steel that she was certain was where he lived. As her chest pained her and she became breathless, she tarried a moment longer and then scattered north and east toward the Brotherhood's compound. There was no enthusiasm to the trip, just an abiding obligation to inform her twin that she was in fact alive and unharmed. When she took form on the stone steps of the vast mansion, she approached the double doors with a strange dread. She was grateful to be back to a home of sorts, but the absence of her mail hollowed out any of the joy she should have felt at the reconnections that were to come. After she rang the bell, the door into the vestibule immediately unlatched and she was able to step out of the night. The second, inner door was opened even quicker by the smiling butler. "Madam," he cried out. As she entered a foyer that had charmed her from the moment she'd first seen it days ago, she had a brief impression of her shocked twin leaping into the archway of the billiards room. Brief was all she got of him, however. Some great force knocked the house out of the way so hard he went flying, the glass in his hand popping out of his hold, whatever drink was in it spraying into the air. Manuel ripped into the foyer, his body surging forth, the expression on his face one of disbelief and terror and relief all at once. Except it made no sense that he was running toward her, no sense that he was here in the... He had her in his arms before she could finish the thought, and oh fate, he smelled the same, that dark spice that was unique to him and him alone flooding her senses. And his shoulders were just as wide as she remembered, and his waist just as lean, and his embrace just as wonderful about her. His strong body shook as he held her tightly for a moment, and then he backed off as if he were afraid he was injuring her. His eyes were frantic. "Are you all right? What can I do for you? Do you need a doctor? Are you hurt? I am asking too many questions. I am sorry. God, what happened? Where did you go? Shit. I have to stop." As romantic reunions went, perhaps those were not the flowery words some females would want to hear, but to her they meant everything in the world. "Why ever are you here?" she whispered, putting her hands to his face. "Because I love you." In so many ways that explained nothing and told her everything she needed to know. Abruptly, she jerked her hands back. "But what about what I've done to your body?" "I don't care. We'll work with it, figure it out, but I was wrong about you and me. I was a pussy, a coward, and I was wrong, and I'm so fuck-damned sorry." "Shit." He shook his head. "I have to stop cursing." "Oh God, your rope." She glanced down and saw the black blood of the slayers she'd killed as well as the red stain that was of her own. "I am whole and I am well," she said clearly. "And I love you." Cutting her off, he kissed her on the mouth solemnly. "Say that again, please." "I love you." As he groaned and wrapped his arms back around her, pain felt within her heart a great welling of warmth and gratitude, and she let the emotion carry her against him. And whilst they embraced, she looked over the shoulder of her male. Her brother was standing with his own Shellen at his side. Meeting the eyes of her twin, She read all of the questions and fears in his stare. I am uninjured, she told both her male and her twin. What happened? Manuel asked against her hair. I found your phone smashed up. You were looking for me? Of course I was. He inched back. Your brother called me at dawn. All at once she was surrounded by people as if some gong had gone off and called into the foyer all the males and females of the house. No doubt the commotion of her arrival had summoned them and they had stayed in the periphery out of respect. It was clear there were more than just two minds to put at rest, and that made her feel as if she were a part of this family. I was down at the river, she said loudly enough so that all could hear, when I caught the scent of the enemy. Drawn to them, I traversed the alleyways and set upon two lessers. She felt Manuel stiffen and saw her brother do likewise. It felt good to fight. At this, she hesitated. Except the king nodded. And so did a powerful female with short high-ras if she, too, fought in the war and knew both the drive and the satisfaction. The brothers, however, clearly felt uncomfortable. She continued, Upon me there arrived a group of male strong-backed, well-weaponed, indeed, a squadron of soldiers. The leader was very tall, with dark eyes and dark hair, and she put her hand to her mouth, defect of his upper lip. Now the cursing started, and as it did, she wished she'd been able to use the seeing bowls on the other side more before she'd left. Clearly, the male she described was not unknown to them and not welcomed in her narrative. He apprehended me, there were not one but two growls at that from her twin and from Manuel. And as she soothed the male who stood so close to her, she looked at her brother. He was under the misunderstanding that I had wrought a calamity upon his bloodline. He believed he was the bloodletter's son, and he'd been a witness to the night I brought death upon our sire. Verily, he had searched for me with vengeance for centuries. At this point, she stopped herself, realizing she had just admitted to patricide. No one seemed fazed, however, which spoke volumes about not only the kind of males and females these were, but also the bastard who had been her father. I disabused the soldier of the misnotion he was operating under. She left out the fact that he had struck her, and was glad the bruising on her face had faded. Somehow, she did not believe anyone needed to know about that. And he believed me. He did not hurt main fact. He protected me against his males, giving me his bed. Manuel bared his teeth as if he had fangs, and did not that just turn her on. Alone, I slept alone. He kept all of his subordinates upstairs with him. More soothing of Manuel, at least until she realized he was fully aroused, as a male driven to mark his female would be. And how erotic was that? He blindfolded me and had me driven out to a scenic ledge with a view of the city. And then he let me go. That was all. Wrath spoke up. He abducted you against your will. He believed he had cause. He thought I had killed his father. And as soon as he was set correct on that, he was prepared to release me, but it was daylight, so I could go nowhere. I would have called, but my phone was lost, and it did not appear that they had any to hand, as I did not see such. In fact, they were living in the old way, communally and modestly, in an underground room that was alit with candles. Any idea where they stay? Her twin asked. I haven't a clue. I was unconscious when as a loud shout of alarm rose up from so many throats. She shook her head. I was shot by a lesser. What the fuck? You were what? A gun. Shot with a... Injured. Mayhap that was not of help. As the brothers all talked over each other, Manuel scooped her up and held her aloft, his face a mask of bald fury. That's it. We're done here. I'm going to do an exam on you. He looked over at her brother. Where can I take her? Upstairs. Hang a right. 3 doors down there's a guest room. I'll have food sent up, and let me know if you need medical supplies. Roger that. And with that, her male hit the stairs with her in his arms. Good thing she was essentially finished with her story. Given the angle of Manuel's chin, she was not going to do any more talking about her ordeal for some time. Unless she wanted him in an utter rage. Indeed, as he was now, it would appear that that soldier had something to worry about if the two of them ever crossed pathways. I am so glad to see you, she said roughly. You were all I thought of when I was... He closed his eyes briefly, as if he were in pain. They didn't hurt you? No. And that was when she realized what he was worried about. Placing her palm on his face, she said, He didn't touch me. None of them did. The shudder that went through the strong body that carried her was so great he nearly tripped. But her male recovered fast and kept going. As Vishouse watched the human take his sister up the grand staircase, he realized he was witnessing a future unfold right before his very eyes. The pair of them were going to work it out, and that surgeon with the highly questionable musical taste was going to be a part of her life and V's forevermore. Abruptly, his mind shifted back 12 months, the rewind button stopping when he got to the place in the narrative when he'd gone to the surgeon's office to scrub the guy's memories of V's own time at St. Francis. Brother. He had heard the word brother in his head. At the time, he hadn't had a fucking clue what it meant because, come on, like that would ever happen? And yet here it was, reality once again living up to one of his visions. Although, for true accuracy, that word should probably have been brother-in-law. Except then he glanced over at Butch. His best friend was likewise staring upward at the guy. Shit, he guessed brother might just fit. Which was good. Manello was the kind of guy you wouldn't mind being related to. As if the king read his mind, Wrath announced, the surgeon can stay. Long as he wants. And he can have contact with any human family he hates if he wants. As a relation of mine, he is welcome in my home without restriction. There was a grumble of agreement at that. As always, when it came to the Brotherhood, secrets never stayed secrets for very long, so everyone already knew about the Manello-Butch-Wrath connection. Hell, they'd all looked at that photograph. Especially V. Although V had done a little more than that. The name Robert Bluff had turned out to be a Shelda, and the male had to be a half-breed. Otherwise, there was no way he could have worked at any hospital in the daylight hours. The question was whether and how much he knew about his vampire side and if he was still alive. As Jane put her head on his heart, he wrapped his arms around her even further. And then he looked over at Wrath. Ecker, true. Yup, the king said. Verified sighting. And this is not the last time we're going to hear from him. It's only the beginning. Too right, V thought. The arrival of that band of bastards was not good news for anyone but most especially Wrath. Gentlemen, the king called out. And ladies, first meal is getting cold. Which was the cue for everyone to head back to the dining room and actually eat what had been only studiously ignored up until now. With pain safe and at home, appetites were free to roam once more, although as God was his witness, he was not going to think about what the hell that surgeon and his sister were no doubt about to get into. As he groaned, Jane tightened her arm around his waist. Are you all right? He glanced down at his Shellen. I don't think my sister is old enough to have sex. V, she's the same age you are. He frowned for a moment. Was she? Or had he been born first? Yeah, only one place to go for the answer to that. Shit, he hadn't even thought of his mother in all this. And now that he had absolutely no desire or interest to pop up there and announce that Pain was doing great, fuck you very much. Nope. If the scribe virgin wanted to keep tabs on what her children were up to, she could look into those fakakta-seeing bowls she liked so much. He kissed his Shellen. I don't care what the calendar says or about the birth order. That's my baby sister. And she's never going to be old enough to, yeah. Jane laughed and retucked herself under his arm. You are a very sweet male. Nah. Yeah. Leading her into the dining room and over to the table, he gallantly pulled her chair out for her, and then he sat to her left so that she was at his dagger hand. As talk took root in the air, and people set to their plates, and as Jane laughed at something Rage had said, Vishouse looked across to see Butch and Marissa smiling at each other and holding hands. You know what, he thought life was pretty fucking good right now. Truly was. 56. Upstairs, Manny kicked the door shut behind him and his woman, and then he walked her over to a bed the size of a football field. No reason to lock them in. Only an idiot would disturb them. The glow from the now unshuttered windows gave him enough light to see by, and damn if he didn't like what was before his eyes. His woman, safe and sound, laid out on okay, this wasn't their bed. But he was damn well going to turn it into that before morning came. As he sat down beside her, he discreetly tried to hide the raging hard-on he'd had ever since he'd seen her walk through that door. And though there was a lot they had to talk about, all he could do was stare at her. Except then the physician in him came out. You were injured? Her lovely hands went down to her robe, and the higher her hem came up, the lower her lids drifted. I think you'll find I'm healed. It was but a grazing wound way up here. He swallowed hard. Fuck yeah, she was fine. The skin of her upper thigh was as smooth as porcelain. Mayhap you should examine me closely, however, she drawled. His lips parted as his lungs got tight. Are you sure you're okay and they didn't hurt you? He would never get over that. Payne sat up and met him straight in the eye. What has always been meant for you remains yours for the taking. He closed his eyes briefly. Then he didn't want her to get the wrong impression. It's not like it would matter to me if you weren't, I mean. It's not a propriety thing, hell's bells. He couldn't seem to talk tonight. I just can't bear for you to be hurt. Her smile made him grateful for the mattress under his ass. Because if he'd been standing, she'd have knocked him out. I'm sorry about last night, he said. I made a mistake. She put her hand to his mouth. We are where we are now. That is all I care about. And I have something I need to tell you. Are you leaving me? Never. Good. Then let us be together first and then we shall talk. Easing upright even farther, she replaced her fingers with her mouth, kissing him deep and long. Yes, much better than speech, I should think. Are you sure you want? That was as far as he got before her tongue robbed him of thought. Groaning, he got up on the bed, holding himself above her. And then meeting her eyes, he slowly lowered his body on top of hers with the last contact being his erection between her legs. No going back if I kiss you now? Shit, his voice was so guttural he was practically growling at her. But he meant the words. There was some other force driving him. This was not about sex, although the mechanics of the act were involved. In taking her virginity, he was marking her in a way he didn't understand but didn't question. I want you thus, she said. I've been waiting for centuries for what only you can give to me. Mine, he thought. Before he kissed her again, he turned to the side and released her hair from its braid. Spreading the dark waves out over the satin bedspread, he ran his fingers through the length. Then he curled his hips into her core, pushing and retreating and repeating the move as his hand swept up to below her breast and gripped the fragile fabric of the robing. Frankly, he was shocked at what he wanted to do. I wish to be naked before you, she commanded. Make it so, Manuel. That frickin' robe didn't stand a chance. Jacking up, he grabbed onto both the lapels and split it right down the front, ripping the material clean apart, baring her breasts to his hot eyes and the cool air. In response, she arched and moaned, and that was it. He was on her tightening nipples with his mouth and down to her core with his hands. He was all over her, driving her to an orgasm by sucking on her and rubbing her carefully, and when her fast, desperate release came, he swallowed her cry. He wanted to give her more, and he had every intention of doing so, but his body wasn't going to wait. His hands fumbled with his pants, cracking his belt and downing his zipper to spring his cock. She was ready for him, slick and open and aching, given the way her legs sought against him. I'll go slow, he said against her mouth. I am not afraid of pain. Not with you. Shit, so maybe in this they worked physically as human women did. Which meant the first time was not going to be easy on his woman. Sure, she whispered. Do not worry. Take me. Reaching down, he positioned himself, and oh, fuck, he nearly came. She was hot and wet and... She moved so fast, he couldn't have stopped her if he'd wanted to. Her hands reached down and clamped on his ass, her nails digging into him, and then... Payne thrust up with her hips and at the same time pulled him down, and he went in all the way to the hilt, the penetration utterly and irrevocably complete. As he cursed, she went rigid and hissed from the strike, which was just too damn unfair, because, fucking hell, she felt good. But he wasn't moving, not until she recovered from the invasion. And then it dawned on him. Snaking a hand around the back of her neck, he drew her lips close to his throat. Take me. The sound she made had him orgasming inside of her. It was too fucking hot for him to hold back. And as his cock spasmed, her fangs struck deep into his vein. The sex went wild. She moved against him, her tight core fisting him up and milking him as he came again, and then he started to pump his hips hard. The drinking and the crazy rhythm swept them both away into a heady pounding of bodies that he knew they were each going to feel in the morning. There was nothing civilized to this. It was male and female distilled down to the most primal core. And it was the very best of anything he had ever had. 57. Thomas Delvecchio knew exactly where his killer was going next. There was no question in his mind. Even as Detective De La Cruz was back at HQ, working with the other boys on theories and leads, all of which were smart enough, Beck knew where to go. And as he approached the parking lot of the Monroe Motel and Suites with his lights off and his motorcycle in an idle, he thought it was probably a good idea to call De La Cruz and let the guy know where he was. Ultimately, however, he left his phone where it was in his pocket. Halting the BMW in the trees to the right of the parking lot, he kicked out the stand, dismounted, and hung his helmet on the handlebars. His gun was in its holster under his armpit, and he told himself it was going to stay there if anyone showed. Mostly believed the lie too. The terrible truth, however, was that he was animated by something that had been dormant for a long, long time. De la Cruz was right to be wary about him as a partner and correct to question where the father's sins ended and the son's began. Because Vec was a sinner, and he joined the police force to try to drain that out of himself. It was probably better to get that shit exorcised, however, because sometimes he felt like there was a demon inside of him. He really did. Still, he wasn't here to kill anyone. He was here to take a killer into custody before the bastard got back to work. Honest. As Vec approached the motel, he stuck to the darkness of the trees and focused on the room where that latest girl had been found. Everything was as the CPD had left it. There was still crime scene tape in a triangle around the door and the portion of the sidewalk right in front, also a seal in place at the jamb, which theoretically could be broken only on official business. No lights on inside the room or out in front of it. Nobody around. Settling behind a thick-trunked evergreen, he used his black-gloved hands to pull his black wool hat down closer to his black turtleneck. He was very good at staying so still that he all but disappeared. He was also very good at channeling his energy into a pervasive calm that conserved resources while leaving him hyper-alert. His prey was going to show up. That murdering Mad Ant had lost all his trophies. His collection was now in the hands of the authorities, and the CSIers were scrambling to tie him to multiple unsolved murders across the nation. But the sick bastard wouldn't come here in hopes of getting some or all of it back. The return would be about revisiting and mourning the loss of what he had put so much effort into acquiring. Would it be reckless on his part? Absolutely, but then that was part of the gorging cycle. The killer wouldn't be thinking clearly, and he would be desperate from his losses. And Vec would just cool his heels over the next couple of nights until the appearance was made. As time passed and he waited and waited and waited some more, he was as patient as any good stalker. Although it did dawn on him that this could be disastrous, him being here alone, with a knife holstered on the back of his waist. And that damn gun. The snap of a twig drew his eyes to the right, although not his head. He did not move or change his breathing or even so much as twitch. And there he was. A surprisingly slight man weaving his way cautiously through the forest's crinoline of fluffy bushes. The expression on the man's face was nearly religious as he approached the flank of the motel, but that wasn't the only part of what identified him as the killer. His clothes were covered with dried blood, his shoes too. He was limping as if he had a leg injury, and his face had streaks gouged in it from fingernails. Gotcha, Vec thought. And now that he was staring at the killer, his hand crept down to his hips and went around to the back. To his knife. Even as he told himself to leave the weapon where it was and go for his cuffs, he didn't change course. There had always been two halves of him, two people in one skin, and in moments like this, he felt as though he were watching himself act. Sure, as if he were a passenger in a cab and whatever destination he was bound for was not going to be a result of his own efforts. He began to close in on the man, tracking him silently as a shadow, shortening the distance until he was a mere 5 feet from the bastard. The knife had found its way into Vec's palm, and he really didn't want it there, but it was too late to resheath. Too late to derail? Too late to listen to the voice that told him this was a crime that was going to land him in jail. The other side of him had taken over, and he was lost to it, on the verge of killing. The third man came from out of nowhere. A mammoth man dressed in leather jumped into the killer's path, blocking his way. And as David Kroner leaped back in alarm, a hiss seethed through the air. God, that didn't even sound human. And were those fangs? What the fuck? The attack was so brutal that with just the first strike at the serial killer's neck, the guy's head nearly came off. And it kept going from there, blood flying so far and wide that it speckled Vec's heavy black pants and turtleneck and hat. Except there was no knife or dagger involved. Teeth. The motherfucker was ripping shit apart with his teeth. Vec tried to scramble back, but he slammed into a tree, and the impact sent him careening to the ground way closer than he needed to be. And he should have run for his bike, or just plain run away, but he was transfixed by the violence and the conviction that whatever he was watching was most certainly not human. When it was over, the monster dropped the massacred remains of the serial killer to the ground, and then it looked at Vec. Holy fuck, Vec breathed. The face had a very human-like bone structure, but the fangs were all wrong, and so was the size and that vengeful stare. God, blood was actually dripping from its mouth. Look into my eyes, an accented voice said. A gurgling sound rose up from what was left of the serial killer. But Vec didn't glance over. He was transfixed by a stunning set of peepers so very blue glowing. Shit, he choked out, a sudden headache cutting out everything he saw or heard. Collapsing sideways, he went fetal from the pain and stayed there. Blink. Why was he on the ground? Blink. He smelled blood. But why? Blink. Blink. With a groan, he lifted his head and, shit! Leaping to his feet in shock, he stared down at the bloody mess that was in front of him. Oh fuck, he cursed. He'd done it. He'd finally killed someone. Except then he looked at the knife in his fist. No blood, not on the blade, not on his hands, and only specks on his clothes. Looking around, he had no clue what had just rolled out. He remembered driving here and parking his motorcycle and tracking the man who was now dying on the ground. If he was brutally honest with himself, he'd had the intent to kill. All along. But going by the physical evidence, it hadn't been him. The problem was all he had was a black hole of no info. A moan from the serial killer snapped his head to the right. The man was reaching for him, mutely asking for help as he leaked all over the place. How was he still alive? With shaking hands, Vec grabbed his cell phone and dialed 911. Yeah, Detective Del Vecchio, CPD homicide. I need an ambulance out at the Monroe Motel and Suites now. After the report was logged and the medics were on their way, he yanked off his jacket, wadded it up into a ball, and knelt down by the man. Pressing his coat into the guy's throat wounds, he prayed the fucker survived, and then had to wonder whether that was a good thing or not. I didn't kill you, he said. Did I? Oh, God, what the hell had happened here? 58. He came to see you. From Blaylock's vantage point on the bed, Saxton, son of time, was showing him his very best side. Which no, was not his ass. The male was shaving in the mirror in the bathroom, and his perfect profile was bathed in the soft overhead light. God, he was a beautiful male. On so many levels, this lover he had taken on was everything he could want. Blay said softly. The eyes that shifted over to meet his were all about the O'Poolies. Oh. To dodge any further conversation, Blay looked down at the duvet that was pulled up to his bare chest. He was naked under the satin weight, as Saxton had been until he'd put his robe on. He wanted to know if you were okay, Sax continued. Since O had already been used as a reply, Blay spiced it up with, really? It was out on the terrace. He didn't want to come in and disturb us. Funny, when he'd been on the verge of passing out after his stomach had been stitched up, he dimly wondered what Saxton had been doing out there. But he'd been in so much pain at the time it had been hard to think too much about anything. Now, though, he felt a terrible thrill go through him. Praise the scribe virgin, it had been a while since he'd had this old familiar tingle, although the time-lapse didn't diminish the sensation. And the rush that followed to ask what had been said was nothing he could act on. It was disrespectful to Saxton, for one thing. And it was pointless for another. Good thing he had plenty of ammunition to shut himself up with. All he had to do was think of Quinn coming home a week or so ago. His hair a mess, his scent clouded by some man's cologne, his swagger all about the satisfaction he'd grabbed on the run. The idea that Blay had thrown himself at the male not once, but twice and gotten shut down, he just couldn't bear to think of it. You don't want to know what he said? Saxton murmured as he drew the sharp blade up his throat, skillfully avoiding the bite mark Blay had given him a half-hour ago. Blay closed his eyes and wondered if he was ever going to get away from the reality that Quinn would fuck anyone and anything except him. No? Saxton asked. As the bed moved, Blay popped his lids. Saxton had come over to sit on the edge of the mattress, the male blotting his jaw and cheeks with a blood-red towel. No, he repeated. May I ask you something? Blay said. And now would not be a good time to be your charming, sarcastic self. Instantly, Saxton's stunning face grew grave. Ask away. Blay smoothed the duvet over his chest. A couple of times. Do I please you? From out of the corner of his eye, he saw Saxton recoil and just about died of embarrassment. You mean in bed? Sax demanded. Blay flattened his lips out as he nodded, and he thought maybe he might explain a little more. But as it turned out, his mouth was dry. Why would you ask that in a million years? Saxton said softly. Well, because there had to be something wrong with him. Blay shook his head. I don't know. Saxton folded the towel and put it aside. Then he stretched an arm over Blay's hips and leaned up until they were face to face. Yes. With that, he put his mouth to Blay's throat and sucked. Always. Blay ran his hand across the male's nape, finding the soft, curling hair at the base of his neck. Thank God. The familiarity of the body poised over his was nothing he'd ever had before, and it felt right. It felt good. He knew every curve and corner of Saxton's chest and hips and thighs. He knew the pressure points and the places to bite, knew exactly how to grip and roll and arch so that Saxton would come hard. So, yes, he probably shouldn't have had to ask Quinn, though anything about that male unpeeled him and left him raw. And for all he had learned to bandage himself up on the outside, the wound remained just as bad and deep as the moment it had been made, when it became obvious that the one male he wanted above all others was never, ever going to be with him. Saxton eased back. Quinn can't handle what he feels about you. Blay laughed harshly. Let's not talk about him. Why not? Saxton reached out and ran his thumb back and forth over Blay's lower lip. He's here with us whether we do or we don't. Blay thought about lying and then gave up the fight. I'm sorry about that. It's all right, I know what I'm in. Saxton's free hand sneaked under the duvet. And I know what I want. Blay groaned as that palm rubbed against what immediately became a thick erection. And as his hips lifted and he spread his legs for Saxton, he met the eyes of his lover and sucked that thumb into his mouth. This was so much better than getting on the Quinn roller coaster. This he knew and he liked. He was safe here. He didn't get hurt here. And he had found a deep sexual connection here. Saxton's stare was both hot and serious as he released what he'd found, pulled the covers off of Blay's body and freed the knot on the tie of his own robe. This was very good, Blay thought. This was right? As his lover's mouth found his collarbone and then drifted lower, Blay closed his eyes except as he began to get lost in the sensations. What he saw was not Saxton. Wait, stop, he sat up and took the other male with him. It's okay, Saxton said quietly. I know where we're at. Blay's heart cracked a little. But Saxton just shook his head and put his lips back to Blay's chest. They had never spoken of love, and this made him realize they never were going to, because Saxton was indeed clear on things. Blay was still in love with Quinn and probably always would be. Why? He said to his lover. Because I want you for however long I have you. I'm going nowhere. Saxton just shook his head against the tight abdominals he was nipping at. Stop thinking, Blaylock. Start feeling. As that talented mouth went all the way down, Blay hissed in a breath and decided to take the advice. Because it was the only way to survive. Something told him that it was only a matter of time before Quinn came forward and announced that he and Layla were getting mated. He wasn't sure how he knew that, but he did. The two had been hooking up for weeks, and the chosen had been in there again the day before he'd caught her scent and sensed her blood next door. And though this conviction could have just been a mental exercise to depress the hell out of himself, he felt like it was so much more than that. It was as if the fog that normally obscured the coming days and months and years had grown unbearably thin and the shadows of destiny were showing themselves to him. Just a matter of time. God, that was going to kill him. I'm glad you're here, he groaned. Me too, his lover said sadly around his erection. Myself as well. 59. The following evening, Payne paced around the front of the Brotherhood's mansion, going from the dining room through the foyer and into the billiards room and back again. And again. And again. Her mail had departed from the house in the middle of the afternoon to take care of some things. And though he declined to inform her what they were, she'd very much enjoyed the slightly naughty smile on his face as he tucked her into the bed they'd fully used during the night and then left. No sleep for her after that. None at all. There was too much to be happy about. And surprised about. Pausing in front of one of the French doors that opened into the courtyard, she thought of the photograph he'd shown her. It was so obvious he was of blooded relation to Buchan there by the king. But neither Manuel nor she was interested in risking a regression. No, she very much agreed with him on that. They had each other, and considering what they'd already overcome, there was no reason to chance a bad outcome. Besides, the information would change nothing. The king had opened his house to her mail even without a formal declaration of blooded affinity, and Manuel was going to be allowed to have contact with his human mother. Further, it had been decided that he would work here with Doc Jane but also with Havers. After all, the race needed more good doctors, and Manuel was superlative. And as for her, she was going to go out and fight. Neither Manuel nor her brother was exactly thrilled with the danger she was going to face. But they were not going to stop her. In fact, after she had spoken to Manuel at length, he seemed to accept that that was a part of who she was. His only caveat was that she get the very best weapons, and her brother had insisted on seeing to that. Fates, the two of them seemed to be getting along. And who could have ever predicted? Moving to the next window down the line, she searched the darkness for headlights. Where was he? Where was he? Manuel was also going to talk to Doc Jane about the physical changes he'd experienced, changes that, given the way Payne glowed whenever they made love, were likely to continue. He was going to monitor his body and see what happened, and they were both praying that all she did was keep him healthy and perpetually young. Only time would tell. With a curse, she doubled back, crossed the foyer, and entered the dining room. Down at the third window in the row, she glanced up into the heavens. She had no interest in going to see her mother. It would have been wonderful to share her love with those who had brought her into the world. But her sire was dead, and her maman? She didn't trust the scribe virgin not to imprison her again. Manuel was a half-breed. Hardly the pure stock her mother would have approved of. The pair of glowing eyes mounting the rise upon which the compound was built made her heart race. And then there was the music, a thumping beat curling in through the glass. Payne tore out of the dining room and ripped across the mosaic depiction of an apple tree in full bloom. She was out through the vestibule and into the dark night a moment later. She skidded to a halt at the top of the steps. Manuel had not come back unaccompanied. Behind his Porsche there was a massive vehicle of some sort, a huge, two-part vehicle. Her male got out from behind the wheel of his car. "Hi," he called out. He was all smiles as he came up to her, put his hands on her hips, and brought her against his chest. "I missed you," he murmured against her mouth. "Me too." Now she was smiling as well. "But whatever have you brought?" The elderly butler stepped out from behind the wheel of the other vehicle. "Sire, shall I?" "Thanks, Fritz. But I'll take care of it from here." The butler bowed low. "It has been a pleasure to have been of service. You're the best, man." The Doggen was positively beaming as he danced into the house. And then her male turned to her. "Stay here," as a stamping sound emanated from inside the big contraption. She frowned. "Of course." After kissing her again, Manuel disappeared around the far side. Doors opening. More stamping. Creaking and a rolling sound followed by a rhythmic thumping. And then the whinny told her what she had not dared to hope for. And then his beautiful filly backed down a ramp and was brought around to her. Payne clasped her hands to her mouth as tears formed. The horse was mincing with grace, her sleek coat shining in the light that bled from the house. Her strength and vitality returned to her. Whatever is she here for?" Payne said hoarsely. "Human men give their fiancés something as a token of their love." Manuel smiled broadly. "I thought glory was better than any diamond I could buy you. Means more to me and hopefully to you too." When she made no response at all, he held out the leather lead that was clipped to the horse's bridle. "I'm giving her to you." At that, Glory let out a tremendous whinny and pranced as if she agreed with this change in ownership. Payne wiped her eyes and threw herself at Manuel, kissing him deeply. "I have no words." And then she accepted the lead as Manuel went all robin-chested with pride. Taking a deep breath, before Payne was conscious of moving, she sprang up into the air, mounting Glory as if the pair of them had been together for years, not minutes. And the horse needed no heel, no permission, no anything. Glory leaped forward, clawing her hooves into the pebbles and taking off at a dead run. Payne wound her fingers through the long black mane and balanced herself perfectly upon the strong back that surged beneath her. As the wind hit her face, she laughed in pure exultation as they took off in a streak of joy and freedom. Yes, yes. 1,000 yeses. To set upon the night. To have freedom to move. To have love waiting upon her. This was more than just being alive. This was to live. As Manny stood by the horse trailer and watched his girls take off together, he was out of his damn mind with happiness. They were a perfect match, the pair of them cut from the same cloth, and both were whole and strong and tearing through the darkness at a gallop that most cars would have trouble keeping up with. Okay, maybe he teared up just a little. But what the fuck? This was an incredible night for. I saw this. Jesus Christ, he grabbed his cross and wheeled around. Do you always sneak up on people? Payne's brother didn't answer, or perhaps couldn't. The vampire's eyes were locked on his sister and her galloping horse, and he seemed as moved as Manny was. I thought it was a stallion, though. This house shook his head. But yeah, this is what I saw her on, a black thoroughbred, her hair in the breeze. I didn't think it was the future, though. Manny turned back to his girls, who were far off down the retaining wall and making a fat turn to return toward the house. I love her so damned much, Manny heard himself say. That's my heart right there. That's my woman. Word. As a powerful accord weaved between the pair of them, Manny felt like he was home in so many ways, and he didn't want to think too much about that for fear the fragile blessings would fall apart. A moment later, he glanced over. Mind if I ask you something? Ged, what the fuck did you do to my car? What you mean the music? Where did all my shit go? Diamond eyes met his. You gonna live here, you're going to start listening to my tunes, true? Manny shook his head. You're kidding me. You saying you didn't like the beats? Whatever. After a harumph, Manny copped. Fine. They didn't absolutely suck. The laugh was just a little too triumphant. Knew it. So what was it? Now he wants names. The vampire took out a hand rolled and lit it. Let's see Eminem's Cinderella Man. Lil Wayne's I Am Not a Human. Tupac's. The list went on, and Manny mostly listened as he went back to watching his woman ride while he rubbed the heavy gold weight of his crucifix. He and Payne were together, that butch guy and he were going to church together at midnight, and this house hadn't stabbed him. Plus, if memory served, Payne's twin drove that black Escalade over there, and that meant payback was going to be a shitload of Black Veil Bride, Bullet for My Valentine, and Avenged Sevenfold getting loaded into that SUV's sound system. Just the thought made him smile. All in all, he felt like he'd won the lottery. In each of the 50 states. At the same time. That was how lucky they all were.